Like, listen, Mark, I don't like Stanley.
Stanley, the Navy man, thinks he's so wise. He reads all
I think the only person I had been
was
Stanley.
in his eyes, spins still so wild, like ships in the sky. But whose words
And Nate, Stanley doesn't state the obvious. Like,
You don't think one parent influence is detrimental?
Yes, he does.
I literally said they need to understand that it's a white people problem.
Okay, it's called Stanley versus the world.
And just assume their character by stereotype?
I think people do that every day.
Okay, I didn't ask you.
What do I think it's okay?
This is not the presidency many Americans thought they were voting for.
A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran.
It is not the presidency that Donald Trump and the people around him claimed they would get.
I'm going to be the one that keeps you out of war. I'm going to keep you out of war. We're not going to have war in the Middle East. We did no wars. I had no wars. He said he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop war.
I think what was most surprising to me over the last couple of days was seeing that at least one red line many assumed Trump and his administration had: no ground troops in Iran. Even that was no longer holding. Trump gave this interview to the New York Post where he said, quote, "I don't have the yips with respect to boots on the ground. Like every president says there will be no boots on the ground. I don't say it. I say, probably don't need them. Probably don't need them." I am obviously opposed to this war. I think there was not consultation with the American public. I don't think there was consultation with Congress, obviously not with the UN. I don't think they're prepared for what they might unleash. But I wanted to try to understand this, not from my perspective, but from the perspective of somebody much friendlier to Donald Trump's foreign policy. Somebody who's tried to think about what his doctrine and approach might mean, who even helped craft it in his first term. Nadia Shadlow is a senior fellow at the Hudson Institute. She served as a deputy national security advisor during Trump's first term. She led the drafting and publication of the 2017 National Security Strategy of the United States. And so I wanted to see how she understood Trump's foreign policy in his second term, the risks he is now taking, the philosophy that can be pulled out of it, and what that might mean for the American people in the world. As always, my email, ezraclineshow@nytimes.com.
Here, I'll stop this right here. I guess a natural segue. This is going to be about an hour long, but, you know, I'm not a huge Ezra Klein fan, but he keeps getting interesting guests. So, you know, that kind of keeps me coming back. So that's where we're going with this. And to Dirty Dude's point, yeah, we both knew what we were voting against. I have been saying I told you so for months now. And, you know, I was listening to Sharon's show earlier today, and I'm just like, you know what? I don't think these people quite understand that, number one, Trump is not a conservative, at least not in the traditional sense. They get that part wrong, and that's like step one in understanding the Trump administration and kind of the deeper meaning to it. It is a straight out plutocracy in my opinion. And plutocracies aren't necessarily like Edmund Burke's. I don't know, maybe Edmund Burke would be into aristocracy, but these guys are a plutocracy. And I'm going to talk about a story later concerning Doge, and you'll get my point. So let's go ahead and hear what Ezra Klein is going to bring to us.
Nadia Shadlow, welcome to the show.
Thanks so much, Ezra. Pleasure to be here.
In 2018, you described Donald Trump as a conservative realist. What did you mean by that?
Well, realism essentially means that you look at the world the way it is, not as you wish it to be. And I think Donald Trump is someone who sees the world in a particular way. It's a world that's competitive. It's a world in which power matters.
Let me say one thing on getting old. There was a time around about maybe 55 or so, or maybe even more like 50, when like every damn time I went to the doctor, they would find something else wrong. And I was getting worried there, like, God damn, it's like, when will this shit be stabilized? So, I can say that, they haven't found anything additional in the past 5 years, thank goodness. But damn, it was like I started fearing going to the doctor because they were just finding fucking like, damn, at this rate, I best be planning on, not making my son's high school graduation.
It's a world in which this nation states matter, interests matter. So that's what I meant by the realism part. And the conservative part, I guess, that's something today in the current national security strategy of 2025, which I'm sure we'll get into. Actually, they use the term flexible realism. So I might actually say that might be more accurate today. You don't want to do everything everywhere. You will take risks, but essentially you don't want to, you want to make sure that American interests are, American power is preserved and not expended unnecessarily.
So how did that, in your conception, differ from maybe the Republican-leaning schools of thought people are more familiar with, which is neoconservatives, right, the George W. Bush era, and then paleoconservatives or isolationists, which is often how people have at least framed Donald Trump?
Yeah, I mean, I think this article that we're talking about was in 2018, so it was about a year. It was about a year after I left, a few months after I left the administration, I think, at that point. And liberal internationalism, some people use the term neocons, essentially has a more interventionist philosophy, a sense that America can go in and should often try to reshape the world in its image. This is the classic definition, that's a good thing. And it's probably more optimistic about a sense that all countries can adopt democracy, and maybe democracy that looks like us. We want to promote human rights around the world. We want to promote liberal values around the world. And we are open to interventions around the world to do that. The sort of more isolationist wing of the Republican Party, usually it's not just the Republican Party, right? I think you also see that in the progressive left too, a sense of let's pull back, we have problems at home. But some people call that group retrenchers. I think the left sometimes adopts that view with the rationale that America is a cause of problems, and by going abroad, by being abroad, we sort of create antibodies, and we shouldn't be messing around in those places. There's a little bit of that on the right too, but on the right, I think the retrencher isolationist view is that we have to focus on our problems at home. What happens in the rest of the world really doesn't matter, and we need to consolidate kind of our power here at home first and grow our economy. And that the two, I think wrongly, are mutually exclusive, right? I think they're interlinked.
So when I hear that definition of conservative realism, and often when I hear definitions of realism, it feels to me a lot can hide in two particular parts of it. One is the way the world is.
I think she actually gets that part wrong as far as the right retrenchers. There's a whole lot of forever war sentiment on the right. And then there's also, hey, the blood and treasure argument. She's missing that part. It is basically another version of we fuck up every time we get involved in exporting democracy and stuff. There's no way. There are plenty of people on the right who understand that Iraq wound up being a profound mistake.
Is the world as it is. People disagree with how the world really is. So when you say that, either for Donald Trump, how do you think he really understands the world to be? And then, of course, our interests. There's I think you would often hear the term America first, right? So what are our interests? How do you think about those two sides of Trump's foreign policy?
Right. So I think that you're right. The assumptions are different. So for instance, when Trump came into office in 2017, he was focused, I think, on three kind of broad themes. One, this idea that America was in decline and had been in decline for some time. And he was going to fix that. He was going to help to renew it. And as part of that, he was going to do some significant reordering of institutions. So for President Trump, first term, and I think continuing, he saw the roots of that decline in several areas. Decline due to the effects of globalization and the disindustrialization of the United States. Decline due to trade imbalances that harm the United States and had been harming the United States for quite some time. Decline due to a lack of pride in what America stood for and what America was. Decline due to other countries taking advantage of our security guarantees. I'm giving you examples of the reasons. Now, I think probably if you had a different guest on the show, there might be an agreement. Yes, we were in decline, but the reasons would be different. On renewal, the way that President Trump saw sort of beginning that renewal was addressing those trade imbalances, making sure that allies and partners did more for their share of security burdens, reinvigorating a sense of pride in America.
Okay, what Donald Trump doesn't seem to understand is his class of people, that billionaire class, it was them that caused the decline. Okay, Donald Trump in and of himself is a symptom of that decline.
Putting that, first and foremost. I mean, there are a list of policy issues. And then third, on reordering, he was very comfortable in not beginning with the existing set of institutions. He came from a world in which said, well, why do we need these institutions? What have they done? What are they doing for us? And what have they done overall? What outcomes have they achieved? I still think we're seeing this today. In many ways, we're seeing it as sort of playing out in what's happening in Iran. But I'll leave it there.
Well, let me see how this fits into it. I think the impression many people have had from things Donald Trump has said has been that, among other things, he feels that George W. Bush, for that matter, past Democratic governments, have been acting as the world's policeman. Mm-hmm. They have been deploying U.S. forces all around the world. The rest of the world is not paying its fair share mm-hmm. for security. They're acting under our umbrella without giving us all that much back. And that it has reflected an inattention to our own people and our own problems and our own interests, and instead too much of us becoming the, enforcer of either international institutions or others. He has been within that extremely critical of regime change and regime change wars.
We believe that the job of the United States military is not to wage endless regime change wars around the globe, senseless wars.
He's talked about their stupidity.
Let me just give you something that I just got from the New York Times. Tell me this is not decline. So the pardon industry offers rich offenders a path to Trump. So people basically being able to get away with a lot of white collar type crimes and other types of crimes, more serious crimes. Tell me that is not contributing to the decay and the mistrust of rank and file citizens, basically not trusting rich people and the government. How is this not decay? Tisk, tisk.
Talked about their wastefulness.
We've spent $8 trillion in the Middle East, and we're not fixing our roads in this country. How stupid is it? And we're not fixing our highways, our tunnels, our bridges, our hospitals even, our schools even. It's crazy.
And one thing that many people said about his first term was that there was a restraint to him, whatever his braggadocio and his, saber rattling, that you didn't see with some other presidents. He himself bragged that he was one of the first presidents in a very long time to have not started any new wars. People can argue about to the degree to which that was true, but it's somewhat true. In the second term, we've now deposed 2 heads of state in 8 weeks. We've captured Nicolas Maduro. We're bombing Iran. We killed the supreme leader of Iran. How do these things fit together for you?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, that's why I think when we started the conversation, flexible realism, I conceded was probably the better term today, and that the 2025 national security strategy that came out, I worked on the 2017 one, but the 2025 one actually uses the term flexible realism. And I think that is, probably accurate, I would say. I mean, realistic in that he's seeing certain dangers in the world, and his White House sees certain dangers in the world for the United States, and they're going to use flexibility to deal with those dangers. So I see it as essentially he saw threats growing to the United States that had grown. Actually, he would probably put it, I don't know, no one can speak for Trump, certainly not me. But I think he would put it as in the 4 years that I was gone and I was out of office, certain key threats grew over time. He would say, the Biden administration watched these threats grow over time. And now that I'm back in office, I had to do something definitive about them. And he would point to open borders. He would point to, the millions of undocumented migrants that came through our borders. He would point to the strength of the drug cartels and transnational criminal organizations, which is why he designated many of them transnational terrorist organizations, because that actually gives the government more authority, more legal authorities to do things in different ways. You take it out of just the pure law enforcement. He would say, and this is interesting because I know that your recent guest of yours, Ben Rhodes, had a different interpretation, but he would say that Iran continued to develop its nuclear weapons program. I mean, the Israelis would agree. He would point to evidence over the years, and most recently, the past few weeks before the strikes, Iran's unwillingness to essentially agree to giving up that program. So I think he would say that things got worse in the 4 years he was out of office, and he had to use different tools and different set of actions to move in a different direction.
I guess the thing that has been confusing or disturbing to me is that he was very clear coming in. He said, we're tired of fighting. I'm the only president in the last 84 years that didn't start a war. He said, under Trump, we will have no more wars. He said that obviously Russia would have never invaded Ukraine if he had been in charge, that Hamas would have never launched the attack on Israel. He said at the beginning of this administration, we will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into. And something feels like it has changed in him with his relationship to military force. I can't tell if he thinks he has found a way to use military force in a limited way that does not open up the kinds of dangers that previous presidents got into of escalation and occupation, although now he's talked about being more comfortable with boots on the ground in Iran if such a thing is needed. I guess to you, is this the same theory we were hearing from him, and it's just being applied in a different way, or has something dramatically changed? Because Iran was not in a dramatically different place 2 weeks ago than it was 2 years ago. We were also told we had obliterated their nuclear weapons program and the bombings. I guess to you, is there a doctrine here, or are there impulses that are somewhat at war with each other?
I mean, I think from the outside, everyone all throughout, at least the past 50 years of history or more, 75 years, there's always a tendency to say, what is a doctrine? To look for perfect consistency, to look for an overarching architecture that fits all the time. I don't think any president can hold to that standard. I mean, we can talk specifically about Iran, but a lot of people would disagree and say that the Iranians, that there are a combination of factors that led the Israelis and the Americans to think that they had a window of opportunity that they needed to take now. And I think partly it was who was going to be targeted, a sense that we needed to do more on the ballistic missile threat, taking out more launchers. the fundamental goal was to remove Iran as a consistent terrorist power in the Middle East. Now, people won't agree with that. So I think because people don't agree with the rationale doesn't mean that there isn't a rationale. It's just one they don't agree with. And the idea for years that Iran had been a threat since 1979, and if not, if you want to use 1983, the killing of the Marines, 241 Marines in Beirut. But I think it's actually really interesting because people are looking at the world in a different way. And so Ben would say, the problems began with Trump's withdrawal from the JCPOA, right? And
which is the nuclear deal the Obama administration had negotiated,
right?
Which gave us more inspection and more,
right? Which aimed to give us more inspection and oversight. Ben's view was that the problems began when President Trump withdrew from this deal, and that led to the Iranians actually accelerating their nuclear program, whereas President Trump and many people in the first Trump administration argued, no, the Iranians weren't actually abiding by the deal fully. Inspections weren't allowed. There were many military facilities that did not allow inspections, and Iran's fundamental intentions hadn't changed. So these are different viewpoints. We're not going to come to agreement necessarily because the assumptions behind them are different. And as you pointed out, Ezra, we're beginning this conversation with a sense of different assumptions.
I agree we're beginning with different assumptions, but I think what I'm actually trying to understand is the assumptions from the Trump administration side. So you mentioned the national security strategy in 2025. And so that document says the purpose of foreign policy is the protection of core national interests. That is the sole focus of the strategy. So to you, what are America's core national interests when it comes to Iran?
I'd like to start by talking about the core national interests overall. Those core interests, when I articulate them this way, I think would be ones that President Biden would have agreed with and Obama. Why? Because all presidents want to protect the American homeland. All presidents want to grow American prosperity, economic growth, preserve peace through strength, meaning essentially have a strong military to deter, and advance American influence. So I think those interests are actually kind of unchanging. It's in the interpretation of how you get to those interests. So obviously for President Trump, a key part of protecting the homeland was shut down the border, right? That was key to him. Build a missile defense system. And also in terms of preserving peace through strength, strong military, but also deterrence. And part of deterrence, and I think part of what President Trump is doing now in his actions, or at least the effect of them, will be a seriously strengthened deterrent posture for the United States. No one is going to think that we're not going to act when we say we're going to act. I think he saw it as his mission to kind of restore red lines that had not been respected. When he had said, it was about about 2 months ago that he was going to back the Iranian protesters, right? People were very upset because nothing then happened. I think that was in the back of his mind and did not go away, that he didn't want to be seen years later as criticized in the way that Obama was criticized for not backing the red line when Syria used chemical weapons against its own people. So I think that was always in the back of Trump's mind. I think he's sensitive to that.
So I think that to get to your point about how there's consensus on part of this, I think you will find a lot of consensus among Democrats and Republicans that it would be in the national interest of America for Iran not to have nuclear weapons. As you know, the Obama administration created the JCPOA. That was their version of trying to pursue that national interest. The fear many people have, the fear I have, is that when you engage in this kind of bombing campaign, when you kind of destroy the existing government, that what can come after it is very unpredictable. And it is outside America's national interest to have responsibility for an Iran that has descended into civil war, an Iran that might have spaces where terrorist groups are now being formed, and an Iran that has created a refugee crisis throughout the Middle East. And it isn't clear to me how much planning they've done for that. It isn't clear to me that they have, it's clear to me that they have not prepared the American people for an extended commitment to that. I think the surprise many people have had is the sense that Trump, Vance, that other people in that national security team had become very skeptical of what America could achieve through force in countries we did not understand, in countries that were not near us, and in countries where we could get bogged down for very long periods of time. I mean, Afghanistan, we were there for decades and ended up handing it back to the Taliban. So I take your point that the national interest is not always that controversial, but the question of should force be used, many people had understood the answer Donald Trump had given to that as no, do not go around messing around in the Middle East and getting yourself engaged in countries where you cannot control outcomes. But that now appears to be what we are doing. So how do you think they understand that?
Yeah, I think what's happening today is that there was a decision that was made that Iran wasn't going to change with the current regime. There's always uncertainty. But the IAEA had said that Iranian enrichment was up to 60%, and it's pretty quick to go to 90%. The negotiations that I think Trump went into with good faith, I think he sincerely wanted to avoid this. He likes to negotiate. He wanted to
bombed
negotiate.
them while negotiating.
He bombed them while negotiating to show them I mean this, basically.
That feels like an alternative to negotiations, not a tactic within them.
Yeah, I think if you look though at the pattern of negotiations over the years, they haven't resulted in any fundamental change to the Iranian nuclear program. And so ultimately the decision was if Iran's nuclear weapons were going to pose a threat to the United States, it was better to do something about it now rather than wait until it got to a point where it was imminent. And there's, doctrines in war about preventive war. Those decisions are pretty tough decisions if you're dealing with a problem of a nuclear weapon being targeted at you. I don't know what's going to happen, North
we
Korea.
didn't have an imminent threat of a nuclear weapon targeted at us.
Not now, but
that.
the idea was that there was a window of opportunity to destroy the Iranian nuclear program. And that was the decision that was made. And then people can and will argue about whether or not that was the right decision. But that there is a rationale there that the Iranian nuclear program was progressing and they had an opportunity to both target the regime, perhaps get a better regime in, we don't know, and that this is a moment where we can we can decisively do the best we can to destroy the nuclear program, but also the ballistic missile threat posed in the region. I mean, he had the 4 points that have been consistently stated: destroy Iran's nuclear missile program, ballistic missiles, reduce the role of it's as a regional terrorist actor through proxies, and create opportunities, a better, and remove the Khamenei regime, and then destroy the Iranian Navy. Those points were articulated, I think, from the start.
So, but I think the thing I'm trying to zoom in on here a little bit is that I think we all agree there are, and the Iranian regime was one of these, many regimes in the world that we don't like, that are tyrannical, repressive, even murderous to their own citizens, that pose a threat to our allies. I think the threat Iran posed to us was less, but it certainly did pose a threat to Israel. And in an ideal world, we would like to get rid of those regimes, or we'd like those regimes to change into something that we could work with better. And that the reason we don't do that often, and that Donald Trump himself has criticized that, is that when you undergo regime change, what comes after can be very unpredictable, can be dangerous, can lead to tens of or hundreds of thousands of people in those countries dying in civil wars. We've seen this in Libya. We saw this in Iraq. And so I guess the question I'm asking you isn't whether or not the Iranian regime was bad or whether or not there was an opportunity to strike it. It was bad. There was an opportunity to strike it.
And they were developing nuclear weapons, which they have said they would use to wipe Israel off the face of the earth.
People have an argument, and people have an argument, as you've noted, on whether or not we could have handled that diplomatically.
We didn't handle, but that's key because Trump didn't believe that we could handle that.
Well, I understand Trump didn't believe, but as you say, Ben and others and believe that it was handleable under the JCPOA. But I take the premise that you don't believe it was, and that Trump doesn't believe it was.
The IAEA didn't believe. I mean,
Well, the head of the Atomic Energy Agency just said that we don't see a structured program to manufacture nuclear weapons. But let's agree we disagree on this. The question I'm asking you is, regime change poses dangers.
But we're not talking about regime. I mean,
they just killed that leader of that country.
Yes. Okay.
What would you, we could call it not regime change. We can call it I agree that we decapitated the leader as opposed to change the regime, but we have heavily destabilized that regime. Trump himself has said,
well, most of the people we had in mind are dead. So, we had some in mind from that group that is dead. And now we have another group. They may be dead also, based on reports. So I guess you have a third wave coming in. Pretty soon we're not going to know anybody.
And then underneath that, the people he thought might run it after that. I guess my question is, are they planning for this? Like, do we have a theory of events, or we've started something and now we're just reacting and hoping for the best?
Well, I'm not in the Situation Room, not in the White House. Okay. So it suggests that, so I don't know, but if you read press reports, which I'm doing, I imagine they are speaking to opposition figures. I don't know, but there certainly is there's absolutely is a huge amount of uncertainty. So I don't know, right? I'm not inside in the Situation Room, but my sense is people are thinking about it, pretty carefully.
So your view is that the way to understand this is that within the sort of broad space of the Trump administration's foreign policy is, yes, they are skeptical of America getting involved in wars that will lead to the collapse of regimes and being committed to that. But to them, Iran's nuclear program was such a distinctive threat.
Yes.
They needed to do this.
Yes.
I think I can understand that. I really worry about this world in which it just doesn't seem to me we have done the planning or talked to the American people or Congress to get them committed to this plan of action. How do you think about that dimension of it? Even in the Iraq War, there was a lot more public debate. We had people testifying about how many troops we would need. In the State of the Union, there were only a couple sentences on Iran. It feels to me like a larger commitment than the American people were quite prepared for.
Well, I don't think it's over. And I think we've seen press conferences almost every day by Secretary Hegseth.
The terms of this war will be set by us at every step. The mission is laser focused. Obliterate Iran's missiles and drones and facilities that produce them, annihilate its navy and critical security infrastructure, and sever their pathway to nuclear weapons. Iran will never possess a nuclear bomb. Not on our watch, not ever.
By Chairman of the Joint Chiefs Kane.
The operation was again launched with clear military objectives designed to dismantle Iran's ability to project power outside of its borders, both today and in the future.
And we've seen the president speak and articulate over and over and over his 4 objectives. So I don't think it's over. I think Congress just debated the War Powers Resolution. So I don't think it's over. I think, it's unfolding now. And certainly the president talks a lot. But I think that, to go back to the overall discussion here about fundamental shifts in Trump foreign policy, I think they would argue that part of the strikes on Iran illustrate the failure of global institutions to actually deal with threats to U.S. security, or what they see as threats to U.S. security. And so it's a broader critique and a broader set of actions designed to push back on the way that those institutions tend to act or not act.
So this actually gets to an argument you've made recently that I think is important for thinking about here. You wrote a piece in Foreign Affairs called The Globalist Delusion. Tell me about the argument of that.
Sure. The argument there was that there are 2 competing ways of sort of looking at the world and how to approach problems in the world. One is a more traditional globalist approach to those problem sets. So essentially, that means there are global problems that unfold all around the world, and we need global solutions. There was a phrase that UN Secretary General used, problems without passports, the sense that these problems unfold around the world, whether it's carbon emissions or migration or poverty, and they happen all around the world. And so we need global solutions to those problems. But there's another way of looking at the world, which might acknowledge that there are problems, sure, there are problems that exist around the world, but the best way to approach them is not with a global mindset, but with a mindset that puts the state first. It's clearly, I think, the proclivity of the Trump administration, both Trump 1 and Trump 2, to put the state first as kind of the key operating force in the world. And to Trump and those around him, that's a good thing, right? In the 2025 national security strategy, they state it pretty clearly. Clearly, the nation state is the primary source of power in the world and of action in the world.
So one argument I've heard that actually feels to me like it's splitting the right much more than the left is that they bought this, right? They are full in on America first. We have to put the state first. And they feel that this is less about America's direct interests and Israel's direct interests. How do you think about that argument that has seemed to be splitting MAGA?
I think it's in America's best interests as well. Also stated interests. And I think the president has made it clear that he sees this in both America's interests and Israel's interests.
So then you have this argument that one thing happening when you go through the United Nations is that instead of getting action, what you get is process. You get bureaucracy. You get, I mean, this is a long-time critique of the United Nations. It's a critique you're making in the article. Tell me a little bit about this thinking here, because even kind of previous Republican presidents like Bush, they certainly made a big show of going to the UN, eventually went into Iraq with I think it was a coalition of the willing, it got called back then. And, you know, different presidents, this happened with Obama too, would eventually go around it. But there was a feeling that there was a value in trying to make the case to the international community, trying to bring the international community along. It brought legitimacy. It maybe helped restrain others, created a sort of dimension everybody was supposed to go through. Why do you say that's not in America's interest?
I'm not saying it's not in America's interest. I'm saying that there are costs to just doing performative discussions. And essentially, I think Trump is much more willing to say, much more willing to call out inaction, consistently doing the same things, and to focus more on outcomes. So we have an interest in communicating and sharing information with allies and partners, with like-minded nations. But I don't know that we need to spend a lot of time with Cuba when Cuba's on the Human Rights Council. I think Trump is just willing to call out many hypocrisies and just ask, well, can't we do better here? And I think in many ways, he doesn't see these institutions as necessarily necessary to solving problems. And so that's where I think we see some of the differences with our allies and partners. Our European allies, and I have great European friends and talk to a lot of the European ambassadors, and they're uncomfortable with this in a sense. They start from a premise that we should be working through multilateral global first. Generally, I'm generalizing. Generally, that's their starting point. And Trump's starting point is not that. It's what's the best way to solve this problem? Maybe it's 2 people at the table. Maybe it's 3 people, but it's probably not 30. And I think my article really tries to go through and show how even in terms of the outcomes that global institutions want, the things that are important to them, whether it's eradication of poverty, food security, climate change, they haven't worked. So the article was broader than Trump. I think it's aligned with Trump's view of international institutions, but overall, we need a better operating system to get to better solutions.
One thing I was thinking about around Trump and his preference for action, which I think is undeniably true to him, and I think in some ways to people is attractive. There's an upside and a downside to that. The downside of a lot of process is, of course, you just get weighed down in process, and it happens all the time. The upside of some process, this is why we have deliberative institutions like Congress, is that they do force you to deliberate. They would force you to actually build support. They would force you to question your assumptions. Is your sense of America's interest immediately right? Is your sense of what this might require, fully vetted? Have you listened to voices that might know things that you don't? And to what we were saying earlier, the thing I think is pretty clear is Trump made a call here there's not been a huge amount of scenario planning. They've not done a tremendous amount of pre-deliberation. What's going to happen, they're now reacting to, and they're willing to be in this kind of ambiguous reactive space. Is there not an upside to these different, certainly Congress and the American people, in terms of making sure that you actually have broad enough support for doing something like this and making sure you've thought through the things that might happen and you're not left holding the bag, alone or just alone alongside Israel if things begin to go wrong?
Well, every president since 1973 has said the War Powers Resolution was unconstitutional. Every single president. No president wanted a constraint on his ability to declare war. And lots of conservative legal scholars, but others will argue that essentially Congress has power. It has power of the purse, but it does not. I mean, this is a long-standing constitutional debate that completely predates
but
Trump.
Past presidents have gone through Congress much more significantly than Trump did with this Iran. I don't think that's arguable. I mean, I watched Bush in Iraq. Okay,
but again, we're in the middle. We're 5 days into
But Bush
a war.
did that before he started the war. That's the point.
Trump absolutely should not have done that before the war. It is not. I mean, I just disagree.
That's fine, but then make that case.
Well, the case is that it would have given up huge operational, security. I mean, they would have, the whole point of the strike was to go in before the Iranians knew what was going to happen for operational security reasons, to set the conditions in the best way, that Washington phrase that I don't like, set the table in the best way for military success. I think Trump made the choice he did because he didn't want to give up that operational security, and the timing was so sensitive and so narrow that's why I think he made that decision.
But the reason I'm pushing on this is both with Venezuela and with here, he's making decisions to go very fast before he's built support among the American people or Congress. That is a change in the way America is acting, right? Whether that change is good or bad, I think will take time to understand, but that seems like a real change.
He's willing to take risk, and he's basically elevating a willingness to take risk over process. If in 2 years, we don't know. If in 2 years.
See, this is what she can't admit. Trump is taking risks with the Republican Party. Okay. Trump is 79 going on 80 years old. He's already president. He's already got his historical legacy set. He's willing to take risks with the Republican Party's future. And the problem is his administration, this second go round, does not have the intellectual firepower to win these risks. I don't think they're calculated risks. Venezuela, maybe. Iran's a bit of a wild card. You don't know what that Middle Eastern outcome is going to be. He's risking the franchise, and his little minions are letting him.
Years, the situation in Venezuela is much better. Venezuelans the millions who've left their homeland go back. Will people say that's a mistake? Probably not. And in addition, he's giving press conferences. And as I said, the Department of War is on, they're on TV. They're explaining what's happening. They're explaining the course of action. They're explaining military targets, goals. It's happening.
So in general, you really don't believe there's a role for Congress before these conflicts?
I believe the president can make a case directly to the American people, and Congress's role is the power of the purse.
So the case for Congress is once we have gone to war, if they don't like it, they can remove the money.
Congress does not have a constitutional role in the declaration of war. Congress has a role in cutting off funds for wars, which it has threatened to do. The president doesn't have to get permission, but yes, you can debate. You can decide that's his choice and how he wants to do it.
I mean, here I will quote the Constitution. The Congress shall have power to declare war. Grant letters of marque and reprisal, and make rules concerning captures on land and water.
I think
the president shall be the commander-in-chief of the army, but it is Congress that has the power to declare war.
So constitutionally, the Constitution says Congress has the power to declare war. But the issue is whether or not a president who deploys military force abroad needs to do so only after having Congress declare war. There are arguments by constitutional lawyers, which I'm not, like Robert Turner and John Yoo, who argue that the issue has to do with the term declaration and what was meant by declare versus the president's ability to deploy U.S. forces around the world, which U.S. presidents have done like 200 times.
Yeah, okay. Look at her not very skillfully playing semantics. I think that there is precedent. We know that in linear time, you declare you're going to do something before you do something. You don't do something, then you declare you did it. Nice try, lady. But obviously, you're not a constitutional lawyer.
Depending on when you start looking.
I don't think she also understands that time. I don't think she understands a linear progression.
Hundreds, at least dozens and dozens and dozens of times without a declaration of war. So the issue is more, does the president have to go to Congress every time he deploys U.S. forces? And I think the debate is about what constitutes a declaration of war versus a deployment of U.S. troops or the use of U.S. military force abroad.
What to you is Congress's role in war? Congress does have the right to declare war.
Congress's fundamental role in war is that it has the power of the purse and it controls the money that you need to execute wars. And that's really, really powerful. Having said that, Congress often does not want to cut American soldiers off from funding. So I understand that, right? It was part of the post-Vietnam debacle of cutting money off completely. And a lot of people are very critical of that and say that the outcome partly that we ended up with was because we couldn't support the government that we had put in and that all money was cut off. So Congress in the past has used that power of the purse to affect the outcomes of war. But Congress itself it can be a forum for discussion if a president so uses it, but the president is not obliged to go to Congress to ask for a declaration of war.
I take your point that obviously presidents of both parties for a long time have done deployment of U.S. forces and application of force without declarations of war. You get into this, like, what is a war, really?
Right.
But I think that...
Okay, let me help you out. Okay, if you take out an acknowledged head of state, I think that's an act of war. Dude, if you go in and you're kidnapping an acknowledged head of state, I think that's an act of war. God damn it. Why are they quibbling?
The reason I am pushing on this is that it feels to me that there is wisdom in bringing the American people along into a war that they're going to have to fund and fight. And that when you forget cutting the UN out of it, when you cut Congress and the public out of it, for something that can be quite significant, going to war in Iran is not a small thing. And I don't think we just did a little strike here. We're being told there are multiple weeks of bombing coming, and we're being told that, Donald Trump is open to boots on the ground. And doing that without the public being significantly consulted, which would typically happen through Congress, I wonder about its wisdom. I take that declaration of war power to be there in the Constitution for a reason. This was not like a little...
Look, these dudes do not care. Okay? They might as well be post-liberal. Okay? Donald Trump, whether MAGA blacks and their MAGA masses don't want to admit or can't admit, Donald Trump does not care about the electorate. He thinks he is the great white father, and eventually people will fall in line. His response to gas prices going up, it's a small price to pay. Small price to pay for what? What is the American people? What are the American people actually getting out of this Iran war? I think Israel's getting more out of it than the American public is.
Strike on a terrorist cell. This is America decapitating a foreign regime and possibly taking responsibility for what comes next.
I think there should be an explanation to the American people of what the president is doing and intends to do. But I think that is going on now. So I think maybe our difference is the formality of through Congress, but and how to actually do you go to Congress and do another type of State of the Union? Maybe that's probably something that you would prefer.
I think I would prefer that he makes the case and tries to bring the American people into what they are getting into. To me, we're not talking about a formality. I care less about the literal declaration than I do about the fact that that we're committed toward that feels like it's going to escalate.
Let's at least give lip service to the idea that the American people might care about soldiers and servicemen dying. It's a story that I was going to wait for, but here we go. 140 U.S. troops wounded in Iran war, 8 severely, in addition to, I think the last number I saw was 7 killed. This is going to add up. Okay. This is something you can't just go, hey, things happen in war. I think Trump seems to think that fake mandate that he keeps saying happened in 2024, he thinks it's carte blanche, and it simply is not. And I think the poll numbers, the survey numbers are proving it, and he's gambling with the Republicans 2026 and 2028. And they don't seem to be able to rein his dumb ass in. What's up, Mella?
Escalate. And that there was not a significant deliberation of that in the United States.
Yes, but I think traditionally that deliberation, the nuts and bolts deliberation happens at the White House in the Situation Room. I think the discussion and the rationale for the strikes, I think, were articulated over and over. I can see your point, Ezra, that explaining those, going to Congress more, I can see your point of view, but I think it's not unconstitutional to do that. I think it's a president's choice. And I do think it's important to note again that I think there have been 5.
Yeah, it's not unconstitutional for Trump to do, but it's sure as hell gonna be unconstitutional for the Democrat who tries to do it. Bottom line is these guys think that they have some form of mandate and that people are just going to go along with it. And the one thing that Ezra Klein is not understanding is Congress, both houses in Congress, could have passed something to at least attempt to rein him in. And both houses in Congress decided, nope, we're not going to do it along a party line vote. So really, Ezra might as well just fucking grit his teeth and get through this interview. She's not going to budge.
5 declarations of war in American history, very few. I think none since 1941. So I think it's a problem and a source of tension that we've seen for many, many years. My understanding, just from reading the news reports, is that, Secretary Rubio did go to the Hill. There's the Gang of 8, and he did speak with them. But I think there is a difficult tension between explaining too much of what you're going to do before you do it, and then risking operational security, which really does risk American lives. So,
really, I can't believe she's going to operational security. The damn Secretary of Defense is a bigger security risk. It's been proven than Congress is. Operational security. Oh, that is hilarious.
And I don't think the dialogue is over. I think that the longer we're in this, the more we need, the more those conversations should be having, explanations, should be given. I think the American people are due that.
So what do you see as the downsides of this strategy where we are moving in and sort of decapitating regimes without a lot of sort of public debate beforehand? Is there a downside to it, or is this just something that past presidents should have done but didn't?
No, of course there's uncertainty, but if you flip it and say, what is the downside to a nuclear Iran? What is the downside to the continuing strength of drug cartels? My understanding and my interpretation is he's willing to take risks, to set conditions now, to put the United States in a better place going forward. He's willing to take those risks. In addition, he is de facto hugely increasing deterrence, I think, in terms of China, in terms of Russia, in terms of putting, what people call the axis of aggressors sort of on their heels. And who knows, in several years, we might be in a position where people say, okay, suddenly we're facing a much weakened axis of aggressors. It looks totally different than they did, a year ago.
One thing I definitely agree with you is he's very willing to take risks, and he is willing to absorb risk in a way that other presidents are not. So if you were in the situation room around the NSC as you've been in the past, how would you have thought about the risks here, right? What would you've talked about the pros, right? That we could get rid of the Iranian nuclear program, either topple or create a more pliable regime there. What would you worry about? What are you currently, as a foreign policy person, worried about?
Well, I think there's always uncertainty in war. And so I am worried even when we do get the briefings on TV that there's a sense of absolute certainty that, because war, as everyone knows, and as the famous theorists say, there's always friction, there's always uncertainty. So you don't know. Yeah, I would worry. I personally would worry more about the post-war planning and thinking about it. I wrote a book about that, called War and the Art of Governance, which looked at about 15 case studies of America's military interventions and how we always had to deal with problems of political instability and stabilization, or not. So I personally, would be wanting to think about that, but I don't know that they're not. And in the end, if the risk is higher of inaction rather than action. And clearly the White House thought that that's why they chose to go forward. We don't know what's going to happen in Iran. Things are playing out now. We don't know what's going to happen with the other populations. But in the end, the question is the regime going to be as terrible as the previous regime? We don't know.
What are some of the lessons of the book you wrote as you looked across those different interventions?
I argued that basically the U.S. military, whenever it had boots on the ground, essentially always had to deal with problems of political stabilization and economic reconstruction consistently. And they didn't want to. The Army never wanted to. So there was never actually great planning for it. But there were periods in American history where we did do more planning. And actually those cases are well known, the World War II cases. So Germany, Japan, South Korea, and lesser known Italy. We were very involved in post-war Italy. At the time, without American involvement, the communists would have taken over Italy. And so there was very deep political involvement. But these activities were always seen as what we called operations other than war. They were never consistently seen as a part of war. So I just looked at consistent lessons and themes and a consistent set of problems we dealt with, which probably is why they are, very wary about putting boots on the ground, right? Because we would end up probably having to deal with a lot of those problems.
I think Trump's view is that he has figured out a way to do this without boots on the ground, right? Certainly did that in Venezuela and was able to identify a successor to Maduro, who, we seem to have a lot of influence over. And I think certainly his hope was to do this without boots on the ground. Do you think he's right that we can do it without boots on the ground?
Well, I would be very surprised if he changed his mind about that, right? I would be very, very surprised. But the question is, can we shape the next government of Iran without boots on the ground? I don't know. I think there are a lot of things we can do and others can do in supporting other forces in Iran. And I think we probably should be, we should be doing those things to support, the good forces in Iran, better forces in Iran.
What would those things look like?
I mean, everything from Starlink providing the ability to communicate to providing economic resources as needed. And there's a whole host of things probably in the intelligence domain, non-intelligence domain, working with other allies and partners in the region, the Gulf states that now seem to be pretty upset at Iran. So I think there are a lot of things. I think the question is, these autonomous, the Persians are about 60% of the Iranian population. So there are other significant populations, and what happens, I don't know what will happen.
Many of us are worried about a scenario like what happened with the Kurds in 1991, where America exhorted them to rise up and take back their government and take down Saddam Hussein after we'd weakened the regime in bombings, and he slaughtered them. And right now, the Iranian, Revolutionary Guard and others have the weaponry in that country. And even if we were giving people Starlink internet access and giving them, some intelligence sharing, the idea that unarmed, fractured opposition and ethnic movements could rise up against a very, very heavily armed state structure now fighting desperately to hold on to power certainly seems to raise the possibility of absolutely horrible violence. How do you think about that?
Well, it happened, right, with 30,000, 40,000 Iranians dying in December, January. Those are the figures. It's happened under Obama. Many American presidents previously have exhorted the Iranian people to rise up, and the Iranian people have been slaughtered. So there's a chance now that with a significantly weakened regime, there could be a different outcome. I still don't think American boots should be on the ground in Iran, but there are different ways to orchestrate a better political outcome. We have decided as a country not to really do the governance.
Wait, how is she figuring that the Iranian state, how is she figuring they're significantly weakened? I don't get that calculus. They're still heavily armed. Okay, just because you're taking out rocket launchers in, Navy vessels, that doesn't mean, they don't have small arms and, that sort of thing, medium munitions. The fuck is she talking about? Those guys are strong enough to appoint a new supreme leader. And apparently that supreme leader, he feels safe enough to be public. See, what these guys don't understand is that being martyred is not something that scares these people.
Stuff very well, whether it's impossible or not. But I think the point of my book was to show that we haven't, as a country, decided that we want to really think about this after those World War II cases in a consistent way that would give us a better chance of helping good forces in particular countries. So,
what do you think it means for American interests if you have a scenario where you have a kind of fractured, maybe not even civil war-ish scenario, but violence, parts of the regime trying to maintain power, a lot of kind of fighting in the streets. We don't want to put boots on the ground. I mean, is chaos in Iran in the way that we saw in, say, Libya? Because as you mentioned,
right. Libya is a perfect example.
Is that in our, how would you think about that from the perspective of American interests or conservative realism?
Well, from a purely humanitarian perspective, it's not in anyone's interest, right? You have a lot of Libyans who've died. You've had migrants who've, gone to Europe. You've seen total disruption for, strikes that went in and led to chaos and continue to have these ripple effects and chaos. I don't think America wants to see that. I think for Israel, it's a different situation. But in the end, if Iran's military capabilities are degraded to such an extent that Iran does not present the kind of threat that it has presented to Israel and the U.S. in the past, especially to Israel, but also other states in the region, then it becomes a humanitarian kind of disaster. But Iran is a degraded military power that will take a long, long time to regroup, especially if we're, continue to be what seems to be pretty successful in removing their ballistic missile launchers and continuing to strike their key military targets. So it's unfortunate. No one wants to see prolonged chaos, but it's also not guaranteed. I mean, there could be opportunities for a better outcome, more stability, maybe more involvement by the Gulf states in helping that stability emerge. They should be thinking about this too, planning too, and thinking about what would a better outcome look like.
Yeah. Sure. They should be looking to step in and take over from the United States. Sure. That's worked in the past.
I want to talk a little bit more about the international law dimension of this. And one thing that people, broadly speaking, I think sense is we are moving out of a period when, even if it was not always followed, the assumptions was you will not have great powers kind of, breaching each other's borders. You will not have things like Russia invading Ukraine, America, taking out the Venezuelan and Iranian leaderships.
Dude. Here, let me, I just got another news alert from CNN that apparently Iran's laying mines in the fucking Straits of Hormuz. Really? Oh, boy. What's up, 12th man?
Hey, Stanley, how's your Tuesday going, brother?
Oh, it's just infinite jest.
Well, I was wondering about how Iran launched missiles at Turkey, and Turkey is a member of NATO. So how does that not strike the NATO coalition to go against Iran?
Well, did we even let them know that did the United States even get NATO involved? Because you do realize that there's a very good chance, had not Israel and the United States attacked Iran, they wouldn't have launched missiles at Turkey. Also, when they launched missiles at Turkey, were they towards, there's an American base there. I don't know the answer. Did they launch on an American base, or did they hit a Turkish target?
I'm not sure. I was hoping we could get to the bottom of that. And
I'll leave it to you.
Why is NATO acting like pussies?
I am literally not going to do that. If you have a curiosity about it, feel free to use your Google. In my opinion, Turkey wouldn't be involved had Iran not been attacked.
Well, doesn't that make like every country in the Middle East against Iran right now? But they're trying to remain neutral.
Especially, you don't think Trump has covered that calculus? Because Iran has hit Bahrain, and they've hit Bahrain, and they've hit
countries that don't even have nothing to do with it.
They've hit Kuwait. I just mentioned, and I'm about to have a look at this. They literally, Iran begins laying mines in the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah.
So, hey, you know what? Seems to me, because that Straits of Hormuz is only like 30 kilometers wide. It is narrowest 33 kilometers wide at its narrowest point. And I literally have been to that part of the world. You can see one side to the other on a good day, and they're mining it. So that's going to threaten. That's not just going to threaten the commercial traffic. If the U.S. is escorting, that's going to significantly gum up the works. If you have to
Damn.
go and you have to put minesweepers out in front of these ships, dude, my first ship when I was in the Persian Gulf was a minesweeper. It fucking takes forever to sweep mines. It literally takes forever. That's good. Mining it that could be a potential huge problem, a huge commercial.
Well, why didn't they bomb those son of a bitches, Stanley? The ones
mean, what?
set in the
Bomb what?
mine.
I'm sorry, what?
Why didn't they bomb the ones set in the mine?
Well, they did. Iran's laying the mines. They did bomb Iran. They've been bombing them every day. I
Not
guess.
the ones set in the mines, obviously.
Okay, you do realize there's only one Iran, right?
Right.
There's not a mine laying Iran and a launch missile at Turkey Iran. It's all one like state, one nation state.
Yes, sir. I understand that.
Now I thought Trump said they sank like 10 naval vessels. Apparently they didn't sink the minesweepers. Of course, you don't need, I mean, you could fucking set a mine from a rowboat. You don't need like, any sort of super specialized vessel to lay mines. You do need a specialized vessel to hunt them though, that's for sure. So anyway, where are we? You know what? Let's skip to the end here. Risks after regime change, new world order. Let's skip ahead a little bit.
What about the New World Order, Stanley?
We're about to hear. Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? Let me switch back.
Moving toward a period in which there's a recognition that you have to begin at the state level. I'm not against building coalitions. I think you do, but you build coalitions with like-minded allies and partners, keeping open the option of increasing that pool and working on problems together. So we're moving from a period that doesn't default to a global approach, a global groupthink. And that's hard because there are many, many vested interests in that architecture. We went from a UN that was about 15 organizations to hundreds today. These are expansive entities that they're not fundamentally democratic in the sense that it's very hard to have recourse, right? That's part of the frustration that many Europeans are feeling. That's why you see the rise of populism in Europe. Huge frustration with the bureaucracy of the EU, with their voices not being heard. It's a sense that it's back to this principle of, the word subsidiarity, where you go and try to solve problems at the local level. And I don't think that's a bad thing. And I don't think it's a bad thing for democracies because, most democracies want to improve not only the lives of their own citizens, but also they do care about other citizens.
Well, aren't we also moving away from a world here with rules? So I guess one question I often hear, one question I wonder about is, Vladimir Putin said the government of Ukraine is corrupt, it's full of Nazis, it poses a danger to Russia, and we need to take it out. And that's how he justified his invasion of Ukraine. We are saying the government of Iran is bad and dangerous, and I believe it actually is.
Yes.
Did Trump really say that Ukraine was full of Nazis and all that?
No, Putin did.
Oh, Putin did. Oh, well, that figures. A Nazi calling someone else a Nazi. Go figure.
We didn't go to the UN and try to convince other people of that or anything of that nature. If China says, hey, look, the government of Taiwan poses a threat to us or plotting against us, are we not just moving into the way Mark Carney put it, quoting Thucydides, the strong do what they can and the weak suffer what they must?
But that's happening anyway. The UN didn't constrain Russia. The UN doesn't constrain that kind of power. So this argument is recognizing that. It sort of goes back to our original discussion, recognizing that that's just a fact. The UN is not going to constrain China. What's going to constrain China if it decides to take Taiwan is deterrence, right? All the stuff that we're trying to build up, these, decades now, at least a decade of a serious consideration of how to deter China from doing that. It doesn't mean that you don't have discussions, bilateral negotiations, but having these expectations that the UN can really do a lot in that domain, I think ends up just being not realized, and then ends up creating a certain type of cynicism, and also just tends to empower, Russia to do more. Their mind is not going to be changed by the United Nations, and wasn't.
So you don't buy what some people say, which is that in the aftermath of the world wars, these various multilateral institutions from the UN to the EU and others, NATO, were actually successful in reducing the amount of cross-border conflicts of nations invading each other. Yes, it didn't prevent everything, but I do think there's good evidence that this became less of a normal part of human and international affairs than it was. It in some ways spoke to the success of that regime, that what Russia did with Ukraine wasn't just considered the normal state of things. Strong countries invade weaker countries. It was understood as a profound violation of international law, that we then assembled a large group of other countries to impose sanctions and to try to impose a cost on this. And the fear is that a world where you wipe out even something imperfect acts as a license for this to become the typical sequence and typical expectations. And that does matter.
No, I'm not arguing that the UN should go away. Absolutely not. But I think the institution as it evolved from 1945, let's say 20, 30 years out, it's a large, sprawling overall bureaucracy. And it's not just the UN. There's the WHO. It's more of an approach of a global first approach towards solving problems. The UN should exist as a forum for discussion, for information sharing. But I would argue that what was really key to preserving peace in Europe, at least, was NATO. And NATO is exactly the kind of organization that we should be supporting. More of these regionally focused bodies and alliances, where you have some skin in the game, you're putting money into it. I mean, now the Europeans are putting more money into NATO, creating actual capabilities. And I think that happens more at the state level. So I think we would be better off, refining, reducing, peeling back a lot of those layers, looking at more of the essentials, but being much less, I would say having much less hope that you can actually get significant operational impacts from these organizations.
I want to end on what often seems to me to be the very fundamental disagreement in foreign policy, which is what makes America strong. Is American strength a direct product of our capability for deterrence, of our weaponry, of our ability to project force? Is it a product of our ability to work with other countries inside a global order that we are the strongest player within, and sort of organize, large groups of, countries in our interests and have rules that sort of favor us? Is it both? What, in your view, makes America strong?
Well, what makes America strong is our republic, freedom, liberty, what we stand for, what we are as a country. We are the greatest country in the world. We are flawed. We have problems, but I truly believe we are the greatest country in the world. And that's what is the core of American strength, our Constitution, our standing up for liberty, for freedom, for being a force. I mean, Americans give more.
I think that right now our military is doing it. They're a republic, we're scared and we're not going to invade. No, I don't think I think it's the military doing it.
In terms of humanitarian aid than any other sort of polity in the world. Like, Americans are generous.
Yes.
Can you imagine another country trying to invade America? Like, there's a gun behind every blade of grass.
I don't
they
think
could never win.
I don't think you're quite understanding my point. Okay, where countries are not going, hell no, we're not going to fly a plane into a building in New York City because they're a republic. They will not do it because there's a gun behind every door and we have the biggest military. It's not because we're a republic and these fucking idiots who keep wanting to do this, oh, we're a republic, they respect us. No,
Well, we are a republic.
China is not afraid of America because we have a constitution.
That's right. I agree with
Okay,
that.
well then
Stanley.
stop saying we're the world leader because we're a republic. That's not really the primary reason.
We're a constitutional republic.
Which motherfucking part can you not admit to? Okay, we basically have the biggest military in the world. We can decapitate a country or go in from nowhere and kill a country's head of state. It's not because we're a republic that we're feared in 2026.
Well, at least we didn't kill Maduro.
Okay, I don't want to hear any of the at least we didn't. Bottom line, we're not so much respected as much as feared, especially now that Trump's in office. So stop the cap. What's up, man?
Oh, hi. How's it going? I just want to comment on the UN and how worthless it is now. So they
you want to comment? You want to comment some more? Didn't this lady do enough?
Well, she's right though. The truth is, there's no rules-based order. China's been violating everything the UN's put out for 30 years.
Ryan, before you bore us with this, one of the reasons there's no rules-based order is because the big powers like China and the United States and Russia keep just blowing off the rules. When has the United States followed rules?
We should have never let them on the Security Council, period. Never. We never should have done it. We're stupid.
No.
I don't know why we let them in the World Trade Organization, and they never had good intentions as far as I'm concerned. They've been stealing our IP.
The WTO should have never been created in the first place.
Well, you just can't let bad actors on it. And we thought the same thing would happen with, the wall fell. Russia's going to be a democracy, and China's going to be fair, but
technically, Russia is a democracy.
Okay, you can
not really.
You haven't had an election in 25 years. I mean, come on. They're not a democracy.
As I said, technically they are a democracy.
Absolutely, yes, they are. So sure, okay. I don't think anyone would call them a democracy. So, but
they do.
Well, it's ridiculous. Obviously, we all know what they are. I mean, the State Department knows what they are and has for a long, long time. So, look, all I'm saying is the Europeans and Canadians now keep on talking about the rules-based order, right? It's a fallacy, and it's been a fallacy for a long time. And I think finally Trump, who is insane, but he is what he is, he's finally going, hey, look, it's stupid. It doesn't make sense. It's blown up and it doesn't work anymore. I think he calls it out.
Okay, stop thinking Trump did anything special. Okay, the only difference between
he was honest about it.
The only difference between a Trump and a Biden and an Obama and a Bush Jr. is that Trump just doesn't pretend that there's a rule-based order. Everyone else did, but they still broke the rules. That's the only thing.
And also, Trump's got a big mouth. He's a New Yorker, and he called out China. Yeah, for all the bad of Trump, which I know you hate him, but there's been some good as well.
Dude,
because he does
you know what? Most people that I might hate, I'd have to respect. So no, I don't hate Trump.
Okay, well, whatever your feelings towards him,
he's a problem. He's a problem that will go away.
Yeah, he's got a couple.
Stanley don't have feelings.
I think he does. Yes, he's got feelings. I think that I'm pretty sure you're not big on Trump. So I mean, DNC devoted countless hours to covering it.
I'm not big on MAGA.
And I get that, and that's fine. You know, I mean, look, I don't like half of what MAGA says, right? I like some of it. I mean, some of the things are, a lot of it's not even MAGA. A lot of it's stuff that was here before MAGA, right? That was there, and you know, he happened to point a few things out. He probably took an opinion poll. Who knows? So I don't think anyone's big on illegal immigration, for example. Like, no one's like, hey, let's let trillions of people come in. Nobody wants that. So all he did was
let me also say that was overblown as well.
What, illegal immigration?
Yes.
I disagree fully with that.
Oh, go back to Reagan and then go forward from there.
Do you think that, okay, why Reagan?
How do you think this all started? It did not just start with Obama and Biden.
It was, okay, I get that, but it was wrong in 1980 and 1990 and 2000. It's not about the party. It's about, we shouldn't have illegal immigration. It's not a good thing. Right? Again,
okay, well,
again, checks and numbers,
I honestly don't. I think those illegal immigration, the rhetoric is overblown. If you come in seeking asylum, you're not here illegally.
Okay, well, that's
part
of why the UN sucks.
How about let Ryan finish?
Hold on.
How about let Ryan finish first?
So part of the problem with the UN is exactly what you said. We signed a charter with the UN about human rights in 1953 that said that, hey, if people come here seeking asylum, then we let them in and we give them food, clothing, and shelter. But when the system,
well, hold on. Before you go farther, you do know that there's I forget the name of the act that was signed in the Carter era. By law, you have to provide them food and shelter.
If they're seeking asylum. Okay.
Correct.
But what I'm saying
that's why we needed comprehensive immigration reform. You are literally breaking the law if you don't do it. And it's federal law. It's federal law.
Well, we also have international law that says that we have to do it.
Okay, I don't care about the international law.
Well, that's the UN part, though.
It's like the Homestead Act. It's not the Homestead Act. It's the Home something
What's the
Act.
UN?
I'd have to look it up. It's not a UN. It is U.S. It is a U.S. statute.
Okay, but you're talking about that statute. I'm talking about the
by
UN.
law, you have to give them shelter and food and stuff.
And if you look at the UN charter that we signed up to, they've expanded it. There's now about 35 human rights. There was like 8. Now there's like 35. Like people owe you shelter. Nobody owes you fucking shelter, but they keep adding and adding and adding.
I'm afraid
all the people in the UN
you do owe them shelter. It is literally a federal
statute. No, not asylum seekers. Declaration.
Okay,
look up
UN law.
Yeah.
I don't understand how it intersects with U.S. law, but what I do know, because I've read it myself, though I can't remember the name of it, it was signed in the Carter administration days. If someone comes into the U.S. and they ask for asylum, you must give them food, shelter, etc., until it's adjudicated one way or the other.
But you don't have to let them into the country. You can stick them in a jail at the border.
Once they're here, you do. Now, I understand.
You got to send them to the fucking state they want, like New York, right?
I understand the point about coming into the country illegally, then declaring asylum. I understand that, but once they've declared it, that's that.
But you don't have to let them into New York City. You can leave them at the border in detainment.
What border is there in New York City?
Toronto, between
Toronto is not right next to New
Toronto.
York. Toronto is not next to New York City.
When they come into the United States,
no, it's not even. It's not close at all.
You have to provide them food, clothing, and shelter. But you can also keep them at your border in Texas in a detainment camp so that they can't enter the main part of the country. You can put them in a camp until you screen them, clear them, and adjudicate on them, right? These idiots sent them all over the country, and now we're trying to get them out, and we can't, right? Without ICE. So what do you do here?
Okay, once again, I think this is a problem. Either it's a problem that's being overblown, or the Trump administration just doesn't have the intellectual firepower to deal with it.
Without
the cruel and unusual punishment.
What you don't understand is the costs are socialized to you and I and 12th man.
So
right?
what? So
Fucking
what?
so what? Why do you want to pay for them?
Control again. They're gonna
all kinds
open
of
up
things
the goddamn borders.
I do not know why you're talking over everyone, 12th man.
Millions
That's
of
not
people
right.
are going to come in.
Hold on, 12th man. Ryan, there's all kinds of things that get socialized that I don't approve of. I would rather see the illegals get dealt with in an orderly fashion and a humane fashion, more so.
Explain how.
I would rather my tax dollars go to that than invading Iran.
Tell me how to round up the illegals.
Listen to what I just said. I'm literally telling you what my priorities are. I would rather pay.
I agree. However, you're ducking the question. What you're doing?
No, I'm not ducking the question at all. I'm not ducking the question at all. I'm answering it. I don't have a problem I do not have a problem socializing the immigration problem. I'd rather pay for that than invading Iran.
How do you get the people out of the country that have overstayed their visa, or they don't deserve asylum, or etc.? How do you get them out of
here? It looks like we have
to understand. I don't have a problem with what Trump is doing. I have a problem with how he's doing it.
We have to walk and chew gum at the same time. Stanley.
Okay, dude, I don't think you can walk and chew gum at the same time. Not in your present state.
I'm not a fan of the way he's going about it either. However, these states refuse to cooperate with the federal government. I don't know what else you do other than send your people in. What do you do? They're like, fuck it. So all the illegals will just go to the case.
Stop acting like I didn't answer your question.
You didn't. What would you do?
I would do what Trump is attempting to do, except I wouldn't be killing Americans doing it.
So you'd still send ICE into Minnesota?
You know what? I would do what Trump said he was going to do and deal with the criminals first.
You can't even send ICE into Minnesota.
Okay, you can't send ICE into Minnesota surging 3,000 people. No, why would you even have to do that?
Law enforcement won't even turn over.
Okay, stop acting like law enforcement is necessary. Okay, it is not a requirement for local law enforcement to go in and enforce federal law.
The crazy thing is,
you don't have to surge 3,000 people into Minnesota to do this in an orderly fashion.
Well,
okay,
LA,
what's happened is Stephen Miller got in there and set quotas. Okay, anytime you're going to set a quota, you're going to have people cutting corners to meet those quotas.
These states have said we're not cooperating at all.
I don't care about any of that. We're talking
that's
Minnesota.
The whole point.
You brought up Minnesota. Let's concentrate on Minnesota.
They say don't send ICE here. We're not cooperating.
I'm trying to answer your question. You brought up Minnesota. How I would do it, I would not surge 3,000 people in there and make enemies of local law enforcement, the governor, and the mayor of Minneapolis.
How many would you surge?
I would go in there nice like Tom Homan did. Okay, maybe Tom Homan should have been in charge of it versus Christy Noem.
Well, I totally agree.
I agree with that.
But how about LA? How about New York?
Okay, no.
No.
Let's concentrate on Minnesota. I have answered your question. I would have done what I had to do as president of the United States. I would have gone in there and not pissed off Tim Walz and Fry or whatever the governor of whatever the mayor is.
I mean,
I would have augmented the local ICE people. I'd have sent some extra troops in there. I would have sent more U.S. attorneys in there so they didn't get overworked and piss off federal judges because they're cutting corners. There's all kinds of things that
so you think the states have no obligation.
I would not be setting quotas. You got to have 3,000 a month or whatever it is. I would do it in an orderly, calm fashion.
So here's another question, and so thank you for your answer. You really don't have an answer. You're just saying I would do it differently.
No. I told you in detail how I would do it. Okay.
You know, from Jump Street,
having been in the Navy, I know how to do a big operation and not fucking ripple the water like that. You don't piss off the locals.
My state, right, just passed a law. They just passed a law, Maryland, that if you take someone in that's illegal, if they're going in jail, coming out of jail, or they're not to communicate with or work with the federal government in any way concerning an illegal immigrant. They just passed a law.
You want to know what I would do in that case?
Well, if you were, so you're Trump or you're whoever.
I would have, like the day I came into office, since Maryland is right next door, I would have actually invited Westmore to the White House to try and negotiate with him instead of pissing Westmore off by not inviting him to the governor's Oh, fuck you, dude. So's Trump.
He sucks. Okay, Westmore's passed a law that's going to hurt Marylanders.
Yeah, because Trump has probably pissed him off.
Oh, okay. So he's pissed off the governor. Yes. Okay.
Yes.
So the president pissed off Westmore.
Should not be pissing off governors.
And so that he has a right, as the person that's running Maryland, to release illegal immigrants back into the fucking community straight out of jail, before jail, after jail. It's making it unsafe. I mean, he's making our state unsafe.
Okay. Ryan.
So what are you talking about?
I will put the onus on the president of the United States, whose administration
you know it's wrong. You know it's fucking wrong. You're full of shit.
Whose
You're
administration?
full of shit. You know it's wrong.
Whose administration has been putting
pressure on. That's the problem with Democrats. They're fine with shitting on the Americans as long as it hurts Trump.
The president of the United States, who has put pressure specifically.
They root against Americans.
Okay, I don't know why I can't finish a sentence all of a sudden.
You're just going to blame Trump. There's
the president of the United States,
especially women like Desmond Crockett.
United States.
That's why she got voted out.
Who has put pressure specifically on Democratic governors and sanctuary cities?
No, people that won't work with ICE.
Instead, I honestly think if Trump had approached it properly, he would get a lot more cooperation, even from sanctuary cities.
Really? Okay. That's ridiculous.
How are you going to prove me? How are you going to
prove me wrong? I'll prove you wrong because
hold on, guys.
The red states have been
he's even gotten cooperation from Mom Donnie.
Well, we didn't have sanctuary cities under Obama.
What not being an asshole can do for Trump.
Oh, that's it. So it's okay.
We did not have sanctuary cities under Obama
because Trump and him don't get along. Makes no sense.
I think Trump literally had Mom Donnie in the Oval Office, and they were a little bit more than cordial.
What?
Listen, I think that they'll get along. Here's the issue. And by the way, it's still a sanctuary city. It's still a major problem.
And you know
because
what? Guess what? Mom Donnie was just in the visiting Trump a couple weeks ago.
Well, maybe he's agreed to let ICE in and actually
He's
deport.
been in the White House twice.
It's funny what a President Trump can do when he's not being an asshole, isn't it?
Do you honestly think that's it?
Yes, I honestly think Trump is an asshole.
That's why they shouldn't even have sanctuary cities. They should hold their fucking money. I wouldn't give them a fucking penny if you're a sanctuary city.
Trump can't. What did Tom Homan do? He literally went and got cooperation from the
Stanley, you root against Americans. You're like the Democrats. You're pro-illegal and anti-American.
I like the Democrats because I am a Democrat.
Exactly. Anti-American, pro-illegal, pro-everybody but the U.S.
By the way, what did Tom Homan do to get cooperation? He wasn't an asshole. He was not.
I think Mandemi and Tom Homan need to sit down.
Look at how everything got solved when Trump finally got the message that, oh, hey, Noam and Bovino are assholes and it's not working.
That's what it was. It was just those two people.
Oh, and by the way, did you not know?
What about all the fucking blue? What about all the blue states?
I don't know why you think yelling is going to work.
Well, tell me the blue state. Tell me where the blue states were wrong at all. Right? Where were they wrong at all? You got nothing. I guarantee.
You know what?
No, it was all Trump. All Trump.
Calm down, Ryan. Calm down, bro.
I think Minnesota's the perfect example. And by the way, Tom Homan was opposed to the tactics Noam and Bovino were doing all along.
And by the way, that's fine. I don't like the tactics either personally. However, the situation is as such that these mayors of these places are really doing a disservice to the people in those places. They are. They're fucking their own people.
Live there. Again,
I do live in Maryland. What are you talking about?
Maybe what Trump needs to do is what Homan did in Minneapolis. Maybe he should try it in Maryland.
Look up Rachel Marin. Okay, she's a Marylander.
Hey, Stanley.
Tom Homan. 5 kids dead.
Tom Homan in Minneapolis are a textbook case of maybe Homan should be like in Maryland and New York City and Los Angeles. Maybe
we've already passed laws.
Maybe Homan should be running the show.
So that's it. It's not less more.
It seems Homan knows how to not be an asshole.
The amazing thing is, by having more illegals here, it literally hurts
got me muted
and Americans, period.
I'm just ignoring you, Trump, man.
It hurts the citizens, but you're pro that bullshit. And I don't get it. I don't understand why people root for what you're rooting for. It makes no fucking sense at all. It literally hurts wages. It hurts everything. It is damaging to the country and the people in the country. And you're like, hey, let's do it. It's great. Great idea. It's
well, nothing wrong with what Stanley said.
What?
Stanley said he'd rather secure the country than bomb Iran. That money would be better spent here. He literally said that.
I agree with that. I fully agree with that.
I literally said it, and not only that, I meant it.
Yeah, so it's just a one or the other. So we bombed Iran. They were pulling this bullshit with illegal.
Well, see, I think it's necessary. I think it's necessary to deal with illegal immigration. I don't think it's necessary to bomb Iran.
Listen, I'm with you there. I fully agree. The thing that's bothering me is you can't place any blame on these fucking governors or the mayors. It's all Trump. The whole thing is Trump.
Well,
it's not Trump. It's not just Trump. It's been a problem for 40 years. 40 years it's been a problem. You're blaming it on Trump.
Who is the president?
Oh, so today's the president, and that's the whole culmination of the problem.
Well, Trump's been president for a year. I've been blaming him for a year.
I know, and before that, who'd you blame? Nobody. It wasn't Biden's fault. God knows.
If nothing, I've been consistent.
You've been very consistent. The Democrats are literally the golden. They've done nothing wrong ever. You know, the
Hey,
last
they're not
president didn't
the
invite 10 million people
Democrats.
into the country.
The Democrats are not in power, and the Democrats aren't the only ones who are letting people into this country.
Over the last, okay, you're right. See, it's always a bullshit argument.
I don't. So you're saying I'm wrong that it wasn't just Democrats letting people in?
Well, I was at the hospital yesterday, Stanley, and there was a group of Filipino women there, and I wondered how they got in on Trump's $100,000 visa program for teachers and other professionals from other countries can't afford that. Is that a bond
Okay,
or
did you harass them?
no? I was
Okay,
just
just
looking
checking.
around.
You are a Trump voter. I figured maybe you'd harass him or something. Did you
Hell
threaten? Did you
no,
call
man.
ICE? Did you call ICE?
No. Well, they're hospital workers, so obviously they're legal.
Well, that doesn't matter. You could still call ICE.
I wouldn't do that to my neighbors.
Oh, okay. Hey, you had questions. I just figured you'd call ICE as the answer.
Well, I just wonder how they can afford to even be here. Like, do
Let
they
me
get
ask you a question.
housing?
Why is it your business?
Well, because that's my hospital and that's where I go to.
Okay, do you actually own that hospital, or were you just a patient or a visitor or what?
No, it's community owned.
Okay, it's
It's
not your hospital.
community owned hospital.
You do not own
So
the
yes,
hospital.
you could say I own
No, it
part
doesn't work
in it.
that way. It does not work that way, 12th man. You can't just go
Well, if it's
harassing. You
community
can't
owned,
just go harassing people. For all you know, they're citizens. There are
I
plenty of
didn't
Filipinos.
harass anybody, motherfucker. Stop that
Well, you
shit.
wanted to harass them.
No, I didn't.
You
I
thought,
maybe wanted to say hi to one of them.
yeah.
I'm kind of attracted to Asian type women, to be honest. But
All right. Well, too bad Ryan had to go. Hopefully he'll be back. But here is Ryan's president. This is a press conference from yesterday that I didn't get to watch. It's about 35
yeah, I
minutes.
seen that was on earlier, Stanley.
It was
I
yesterday.
didn't watch it. I was too busy
Hello, everyone.
watching
Thank you
the
very
Stanley
much.
Cross show.
It's been a very
I see.
big 2 days, I have to say. And we'll be heading back to Washington, D.C. right after this. And I'd like to wish everyone a very good evening. And over the weekend, the United States military and the Israeli Defense Forces continued Operation Epic Fury very successfully. Over the past 9 days, we've carried out some of the most powerful and complex military strikes and maneuvers the world has ever seen. Now, you add that up to all of the other things, Midnight Hammer, getting rid of the nuclear threat from Iran, which was a big moment in history, in my opinion, and the great success we've had in Venezuela and all other places. Every place we've gone, we've had tremendous success. But while we're doing all of these things, we're achieving major strides toward completing our military objective. And some people could say they're pretty well complete. We've wiped every single force in Iran out very completely. Most of Iran's naval power has been sunk. It's on the bottom of the sea. It's almost 50 ships. I was just notified it's 51 ships. I didn't know they had that many. Didn't last very long.
Yeah, of course
And
you
these are
didn't.
fighting
What
vessels.
actually do you know?
They're meant to fight, but they're not meant to fight against us. We continue to target Iran's drone and missile capabilities. Their drones are way down. Their drone manufacturing has been hit starting today. We know all of the places they manufacture the drones, and they're being hit one after another. Their missile capability is down to about 10%, maybe less. We're also hitting where they make missiles and where they deliver missiles. We've struck over 5,000 targets to date, some of them very major targets, and we've left some of the most important targets for later in case we need to do it. If we hit them, it's going to take many years for them to be rebuilt, having to do with electricity production and many other things. So we're not looking to do that if we don't have to. But they're the kind of things that are very easy to hit, but very devastating if they.
Here's the interesting thing that I would like to hear. Okay, sure, it's going to take them 10 years to rebuild, but that's assuming they're going to rebuild. What are we doing to prevent them wanting to or being able to rebuild? That's the part that I'm not hearing.
Well, I think the goal, Stanley, is to make them an ally of the United States, kind of like Venezuela and Cuba is soon to be.
So you think you actually think Venezuela is going to be an ally?
Yes, I do. I think they're going to become a part of NATO.
Forcing a vassal state to be a vassal state is not going to make them an ally. It makes them a vassal. Okay, same thing with Cuba. All you're doing is pissing people off. Same thing with Iran. And by the way, Iran in particular, their culture, the Persian culture, is millennia older than the United States. You are not going to make an actual world civilization a fucking ally just because you bomb the shit out of them. Not going to happen. You're not going to win hearts and minds blowing the shit out of a country and killing schoolgirls. Simply not going to happen. As a matter of fact, you're going to this indiscriminate stuff that seems to be happening. You're going to make allies into enemies. I guarantee you the parents of every one of those girls that were killed are not big fans of Donald Trump right now.
Well, Iran bombed their own school.
Iran did not bomb their own school. I don't know where you get this bullshit. Nope, afraid not. I have emailed you. I don't even, dude. I will put your ass off this panel before I accept your bullshit. Okay. The U.S. There's video evidence. There's literally a picture that they took of a fucking Tomahawk missile coming out of the sky. So you can say that bullshit for one of your MAGA channel buddies.
We are waiting to see what happens before we hit them.
We
can take them all out in one day, but it's all resulting in a 90.
You're full of shit, and misinformation does not fly on this panel. I've sent you at least one news story to the contrary. Even the United States is saying it was probably us. God damn, dude, catch up.
And why do terrorists hide
I'm not going
behind
back to this,
schools?
dude. This is not up for debate. Stop acting like it is. It's not controversial. You got Google.
Why do terrorists?
You have Google. Use it. I'm not going to
They
debate.
they had a bomb factory right there.
Debate this, dude. Do I have to put you in the back? Okay, dude. You can cool off in the back if we can't move forward. I'm not going to debate this. Period.
Various things, but in particular,
moving along,
Iranian missile launchers and 83% drop in drone launchers. As you know, the drone launchers are pretty well shot, but we're at over 90% decline in the Iranian missile launchers, which is very hard to reproduce and very hard to get. And usually what we were able to do through great equipment, a lot of smart people, as soon as they sent a missile up from a launcher, we were able to knock out that launcher within a period of 5 minutes or less, accurately right on the noggin. So now we have low-cost interceptors effectively combating Iranian drones, and our B-2 bombers recently dropped dozens of 2,000-pound bombs to destroy missile launchers all over Iran and buried deep under Iranian.
Let me tell you why Trump feels the need to be this detailed, because he's looking at the polls. Okay, nobody, no, the only people that are really behind this are Republicans, because they have to be. They have to try and justify this bullshit. When you got like 60% of independents that are against this, that's not looking good for 2026 or 2028 at this rate.
Well, maybe when Democrats get back in power, they'll open the borders again. Everything will be honky-dory.
Well, let me tell you something. I hope they decide to deport MAGA voters.
Where to?
I'll take illegal aliens like Filipinas
You're gonna
over MAGA voters.
deport
I would
Americans
gladly exchange a Filipina for you.
I bet you would, Stanley.
Match. And we're also annihilating the manufacturing base that the regime uses to build drones and missiles at a rate that nobody thought was possible. We're knocking them out. We know where they all are. We're knocking them out.
I'll trade you for a bag of flour like your ancestors.
I would say that we probably would not have thought after a month we'd be here.
Probably be more useful.
In addition to the fact that we've taken out the leadership twice and maybe 3 times. And we, as you know, we want to be involved. We don't want another president that maybe wouldn't be willing to do what I'm willing to do for the good of the world, for the good of our nation, to be.
For the good of the world? What the fuck is he talking about? How the
Hey,
fuck
Stanley,
is taking out?
because-
How is taking out? How is this helping the world?
I
I
know.
thought you might have the answer.
Well, I really wanted to help Iran with their water problem because they have a water problem over there. And I'd rather solve that than drop bombs on them, Stanley. I mean, myself.
Well,
Yeah.
too late now.
Stuck with the situation in 5 years or 10 years from now. So we think they should put a president in or the head of the country in that's going to
And
be able
did
to
you
do something
hear,
peacefully for a change. They've
Stanley,
been doing
can
this
you
for
pause it?
47 years, killing people for 47.
Did you hear, I guess an Iranian desalination plant was struck too, so that's gonna hurt Iran even more for their basic human rights of being able to get water. I mean,
Yeah,
I do
well,
not agree
what can I
with
say
this
other
at all.
than we're winning friends and influencing people.
I guess they're fighting for all they got, but they're on the shit end of the stick, Stanley. There's no
Hold on
doubt
1 second
about
here.
that.
Stupid ear.
Huh? What's that, Stanley? My bad.
Oh wait, hold it. Yeah, my earbuds weren't working. They're working now. I was about to say that the desalinization and all that stuff. Look, all I'm gonna say is he's the president. I hope he knows what he's doing. I'm not getting the inclination that he does, but you know what? He's got a lot more information than I do. I don't see the purpose, and he has not been able to articulate one other than Israel told us, "Hey, we're going to do it with you or without you," and Trump decided to let the tail wag the dog.
Well, I don't see how making people be without clean water is helping anyone. Like when I seen that the United States bombed the desalination plant, like man, they already don't have water there. Now you're gonna do that? I'm like,
Yeah, well,
man.
like Trump said, things happen in war.
Whether it's the barracks or even the SS Cole where they were involved, very strongly, they always denied it. But where they were very strongly involved in all of the people that died through the roadside bombs, died and are right now walking around with no legs, no arms, a face that's been so badly damaged. The Iranian regime has been attacking Americans and spreading terror for 47 years. And despite these countless opportunities to renounce their nuclear ambitions, which they had just a short while ago, they told Mr. Witkoff, who is standing right over here, they said, they actually said, we want to keep building. Essentially, in a real nutshell, we want to continue to build nuclear weapons. If we didn't knock out Midnight Hammer, if we didn't knock out their Iranian potential, if we didn't do that with Midnight Hammer, they would have had a nuclear weapon. They would have used it long before now. And at a minimum, Israel would have been annihilated.
Yeah.
I was very lucky that we had
Where
the
does he
courage
get
to do
this
that,
shit?
that we had the talented pilots and the great equipment. The B-2 bombers are unbelievable. We ordered 25 more, by the way. The newer, better version. It's we have the greatest military in the world. We have the greatest equipment in the world by far. You see that no matter where we go. You still need the people, though, to operate it and to use it. And those are the people that we cherish. Even after we obliterated their key nuclear sites in Operation Midnight Hammer, they never negotiated in good faith. They still continued to say, we want to build nuclear. We want enrichment at levels that were unacceptable. And they even turned down an offer for unlimited free nuclear fuel forever for civilian purposes. We had people offering them free nuclear fuel. They weren't interested in that because they wanted to build a nuclear weapon. So instead, the regime was trying to reconstitute its weapons program at a different site. They couldn't go back to where they were, the 3 sites that we obliterated, but they were starting work at another site, a different site, different kind of a site. And that was protected by granite. They wanted it protected. Granite's pretty good, but they wanted it protected by a lot deeper. They wanted to go a lot deeper, and they started the process while rapidly building conventional ballistic missiles. They were going to do it all at the same time. That threatened our overseas bases and soon could have reached even our homeland. The regime's intention was to use this exponentially growing ballistic missile threat to make it virtually impossible to prevent them from obtaining a nuclear weapon. So as you probably saw, they had a tremendous number of missiles, most of which are being used or destroyed, and very unsuccessfully used because we have been able, for the most part, to shoot them all down. What incredible technology. The Patriots have been unbelievable, and other things. And the laser technology that we have now is incredible. It's coming out pretty soon. Where literally lasers will do the work of, at a lot less cost, do the work of what the Patriots are doing or what other things are doing. The situation was very quickly approaching a point of no return, and the United States found it intolerable, in my opinion, based on what Steve and Jared and Pete and others were telling me, Marco, so involved, that I thought that they were going to attack us. I thought they would, if we didn't do this at the time we did it, I think they had in mind to attack us. And if you notice, they did something which was very foolish, very stupid, I would say. They attacked their neighbors. And their neighbors were...
Dude, they attacked their neighbors once we attacked them. Oh, come on. Like if, you know what? The only people who are going to believe this bullshit are the diehards, like a Deacon Dave. Deacon Dave, Deacon Dave is probably fucking sitting there with his little RC B2 bomber, pretending that he's a pilot, dropping bombs on Iran.
Well, Stanley, if I was a diehard Trumper, I wouldn't be over here with your black eyes.
With what?
Largely.
I'm sorry, you wouldn't be what?
Well, if I was a diehard Trumper, I wouldn't be over here hanging out with your black eyes.
Yeah,
Or
well,
if I was a racist.
Keep talking that kind of shit, and you won't have a choice to be here or not. I don't know.
Wouldn't be.
I don't know.
I'm not a racist.
Whoa. Before you get too far, you need to realize where you are, son. We don't
I'm
do
on
that
the
here.
Stanley Cross show.
Yeah, motherfucker. And that black ass bullshit, dude, you're the wrong person to be saying it. I'll put it that way.
Well, you're the one that calls everyone boys.
Listen to motherfucker. You're not me, and this isn't your show. This is not a democracy. What I do, I don't expect you to do. Where did you get the idea that you and I are equals on this panel? Where'd you get that idea?
I thought we were friends at least.
Okay,
I'm just pulling your legs.
Friends don't have to be equals. Yes, Deacon Dave, there is no
we
doubt.
We ought to get into that sometime.
There
Are
is
friends
no
equal or no?
No, they don't have to be.
Friends don't have to be equal.
You're charging up your B2 as we speak. You're pretending to be Donald Trump dispatching the B2s to Iran, right?
And they got attacked. And it had the reverse effect. The neighbors came onto our side and started attacking them, and actually quite successfully. If you look at Saudi Arabia, you look at UAE, Qatar, and others, but they were strong and they were smart, but they got attacked. Nobody, when I first heard it, I said, no, somebody made a mistake. There was no mistake. UAE had over 1,000 missiles shot at it, knocked them almost all down. On the very first day I came down the escalator in 2015, I said, quote, I will stop Iran from getting nuclear weapons. And all I'm doing is keeping my promise. Think of that. That was in 2015. I said it. It was a threat then and a much bigger threat now, but no longer a threat, not for a long time anyway.
Dude, you know what I really want to hear Trump address? Why Russia is giving intelligence to U.S. positions to Iran, so Iran knows where to fire the missiles. I bet he won't.
Seen that too.
I bet he's not going to address that.
Continue Operation Epic Fury. We're also focused on keeping energy and oil flowing to the world. And I will not allow a terrorist regime to hold the world hostage and attempt to stop the globe's oil supply. And if Iran does anything to do that, they'll get hit at a much, much harder level. I will take out those targets that were easy and that I mentioned just before. We'll take them out so quickly, they'll never be able to recover, ever. If they want to play that game, they better not play that game. In the long run, oil supplies will be dramatically more secure without the threat of Iranian ships, drones, missiles, nuclear menace, or anything. So the Strait of Hormuz is going to remain safe. We have a lot of Navy ships there. We have the best equipment in the world, inspecting for mines. Again, most of their ships are down at the bottom of the sea, but we will hit them so hard that it will not be possible for them or anybody else helping them to ever recover that section of the world if they do anything. In recent years, the regime and its terror proxies have launched attacks on hundreds of commercial vessels. We're putting an end to all of this threat once and for all, and the result
See, I don't think Trump understands that these sorts of threats do not work on people who are willing to be martyred. They don't fear this shit. At least the diehards don't. I don't think this is doing what Trump thinks it's doing. Well, maybe it's just like reassuring to his diehards. I literally just read a report that Iran is in the process of laying mines now, and you don't need like mine layers. I mean, you could practically do it from a fucking rowboat.
Will be
Any
lower
show
oil
a
prices,
story
oil and gas
about
prices.
that, Stanley? I'm interested in the Iranian mine.
Let's see here. First saw it in the AP. This says that Trump destroyed 10 inactive mine laying vessels in the Strait of Hormuz. Inactive, that's not really a threat.
Maybe you read fake news,
Okay,
motherfucker.
Iran, I don't think AP's fake news. Iran has effectively stopped tankers from using the Straits of Hormuz. Here, let's play this.
Iran has continued its attacks on oil infrastructure in its Gulf Arab neighbors. Today, we saw a drone attack target Ruwais, which is a petrochemical plant city that's in the far western reaches of the United Arab Emirates. And this comes as already we've seen authorities in Bahrain as well as Qatar announce force majeure, saying that they're unable to meet the contractual obligations for their production. This is all part of this growing pressure on oil production that we're seeing because the Iranians have attacked ships around the Strait of Hormuz, the narrow mouth of the Persian Gulf, through which about a fifth of all oil and natural gas passes. Because of this disruption, those big tankers can't get out, and that's trapping in the production that's needed in this region for global energy demands. And the longer that this war goes on, the higher it's likely we're going to see prices at the pump for people to heat their homes and for jet fuel that powers airplanes to fly around the world.
We are now well into the second week of the war in Iran, and many questions remain about the future of this conflict. Israel and the U.S. have given no indication of how long their joint campaign will last. They've also been unclear about their day-after plans for whenever the war does end. Iran, meanwhile, is also sending some muddled messages. It demands an end to the war, but it shows no signs of backing down to the military pressure, and it continues to launch drones and missiles at targets across the region. All of this uncertainty is rippling around the world. Oil prices have shot up, stock prices have bounced around, and other countries are now signaling that they too could soon join the fight against Iran. Iran's appointment of a new supreme leader has only added to this combustible mix. This new leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, is known as a hardliner who seems unlikely to compromise. That makes him a target of Israel and the U.S., and that raises the likelihood of even more and continued conflict.
Okay, any other questions?
Not right now, Stanley. I'm kind of doing chores right now, so I'll be
Right.
back.
Well, you asked about it. They're disrupting shipping. I don't know how to what extent, but I mean these are assets that companies are not. Even the threat is enough to stop the shipping. And the problem is they are literally trapped. If they can't get out the Straits of Hormuz, they're just sitting there hanging out. There's no other way out of the no other way except overland. You could go up well, no, I mean there's no Suez Canal or anything
more
like
fuel to go overland, right, Stanley? So
way more.
bringing your head
American families,
we've
we've done.
right
Well, I mean,
there.
you're not going to be able to get a tanker full of oil overland. That's not going to happen.
Yeah, and it's like Is that like 65% of the world's oil goes
No,
through
it's
the Strait of
he,
Hormuz, right?
it's around 20%. But
Oh, it's
the
not that big.
problem is that oil from all that oil mainly goes to Asia. So places like China, of course, India is now getting oil from Russia. So Russia, Trump
Was that
basically
breaking
told
news?
Trump basically told India, don't get oil from Russia. And now India's getting oil from Russia because, they can't get oil through the Straits of Hormuz. So it's a problem. And, in some ways, Trump is contradicting a policy, but whatever.
That we've done it. We
Well,
brought
I
it very
think
low.
one
This
of
was
the
just an
things,
excursion into something that had.
I'm sorry, what?
one of the things that I really like that Trump is doing is taking back control of this hemisphere, like George Bush tried to do with the
To what end?
taking the Russians and Asians out of South America.
Okay, he's
I
not
think that was
kicking
huge.
no. He's not kicking them out. Look, in Jamaica, I think it's Jamaica, and Kimmy can confirm, dude, the Chinese built a whole fucking airport in Jamaica. Okay, there is a huge Chinese presence in places like Jamaica. He's not kicking anybody out. He doesn't have that kind of power.
They got kicked out of Venezuela.
I don't think so.
You think they're still there? I read a report that said
they may not be currently, but they'll be back.
eventually, yeah, everything turns around eventually.
So if you're not, I don't know. I don't think temporary control is actually control.
Right.
And you know what?
So are we temporarily control of the United States too? Is that what you think?
I think the only place Americans have control is the United States. They don't control Russia. They don't control India. They don't control China. They don't control Europe.
Oh, we control them a little bit because when they fly their World War II bombers,
you may influence them. You're not going to go bomb Europe. You're not going to bomb Canada. Okay, and the other thing, and this is one thing that for decades, probably for 100 years, people know that, presidents of the United States come and go. Okay, Trump is not going to last forever.
Right.
And there's no guarantee. There's no guarantee that MAGA continues after Trump is gone, one way or the other. Countries have learned over the decades to deal with, these 4 or 8 year policies. They just kind of, factored that in. Now, Trump is in some ways a radical departure from the past, but he's not going to last forever. And I think people know that. They're just hunkering down.
I bet people thought Jasmine Crockett was going to last forever.
Okay, I have no clue why she's even drifted into this conversation, but I'm sure there must be a reason somewhere between those ears.
In the meantime, during this brief disruption, the United States is offering political risk insurance to any tankers operating in the Gulf. So we're putting up risk insurance. We'll perhaps go alongside of them for protection. We don't think it'll be necessary if it is. And if they do anything, the price will be incalculable. It will be
Yeah.
so
Okay.
great that they will have wished they never did it.
Incalculable.
Because you have
Okay,
to
well
keep
he
the
does.
states flowing.
Okay, see, this is where Trump. I don't know if he even knows. Literally, AP is reporting almost the exact opposite. So I think I trust the AP over Trump.
With all of that, it affects
You
other
trust
countries much more than it
you
does the
trust
United
the
States.
fake
Doesn't really
news
affect us.
over
We have
the
so much.
horse's mouth.
No. Trump is the fake news. AP is the real news.
We have tremendous oil and gas, much more than we need. We have Venezuela now as our new.
Did you hear Trump say the guy they chose, the Ayatollah's son, is unacceptable? And what did Iran do? They
What
got
did they do, Stanley?
They selected the Ayatollah's son to be the next supreme leader. That's exactly what Trump told them not to
You
do.
got proof of that election?
Oh, they don't elect, they select. It was like an 88-person council. Wait, you need truth? Dude, do you even watch the news? They
I
literally,
suppose you believe.
they literally, you didn't see AP like just 2 minutes ago. AP announced that that it's the Ayatollah's son, his second born son, is the new Ayatollah.
Congratulations. Now you got a target
Okay,
on
now
your
what
back.
I need you to understand is why I bring that up is because Trump told them that would be unacceptable and they did it anyway.
Damn right, that's unacceptable.
Sorry, they didn't care and they did it anyway. And let me show you this story right here. Trump administration offers.
Let me tell you something.
No. Trump administration.
Women were throwing their hijabs off.
Don't ever. You know what? If I can't read this fucking news story, why do you even need to be here? Trump administration. Thanks for the permission, 12th man. Trump administration offers $20 billion in reinsurance to get tankers moving. So there's 20 more billion of taxpayer money. The fuck? Any comments on that? Why is this war costing the American taxpayer $20 billion that didn't have to be spent? Any ideas?
Why did the first 20 years
don't
in the
answer.
Middle East
No. See,
cost
this is
$3 trillion?
Okay, this is what fucking MAGA does. Okay, they expect answers to their questions, but they don't want to return the favor. This is $20 billion in reinsurance money that Trump is just going to goddamn write a check for. And all you have to say is, let me ask you a question. Fuck that. This is something that doesn't need to be, is my point. And unless you can address that directly, we can move on.
Was $3 trillion spent in 20 years between George Bush?
Motherfucker, stop the whataboutism. George Bush isn't president, and he's not offering $20 billion to shipping lines. Stop that.
$50 billion is bad, but $3 trillion is.
Okay, again, whataboutism.
Partner, great partner. They've worked out so wonderful. We're working with the administration, the president, and it's a massive source of oil, gas, everything. But we're in a very good position, but very unfair to other parts of the world, like China as an example. I mean, we're doing this for the other parts of the world, including countries like China. They get a lot of their oil through the straits. So we're doing this. We have a very good relationship
I don't think China,
with President Xi and China.
I don't think China has any problem getting oil through the Straits of Hormuz.
And I'm going there in a short period of time, and we're protecting the world from what these lunatics are trying to do, and very successfully, I might add. We're also waiving certain oil-related sanctions to reduce prices. So we have sanctions on some countries. We're going to take those sanctions off till this straightens out. Then who knows, maybe we won't have to put them on. There'll be so much peace. But when the time comes, the U.S. Navy and its partners will escort tankers through the strait if needed. I hope it's not going to be needed, but if it's needed, we'll escort them right through. And we have the greatest mine-sweeping ability. We have the greatest ships, and all of the, we know exactly where they're placed. We'll get them out of there very fast. But
I don't think Donald Trump understands how slow minesweeping is. And let me tell you something that really is amazing. And this is from personal experience because I've been in the Persian Gulf doing minesweeping. There's a phenomenon in the Persian Gulf of dumping trash. It's not incredibly deep in the Persian Gulf. And the funny thing is bags of trash look like mines. So you literally, dude, I would say probably like 99% of the things we thought were possible mine contacts were actually bags of trash. And you basically have to send divers down to confirm or deny whether it's actually a mine or not. Minesweeping is not a fast process by any. I mean, it can take days to because you gotta basically draw a minefield so you can sweep the field in an orderly fashion, and it is. It could be that hunting mines has gotten more scientific, but I don't think so. When a bag of trash looks like a mine, and you got to treat it seriously. You can't just say, "Oop," you can't guess. I'll put it that way.
Hope we don't have any of that. And again, if they do that, if they play that game, we're going to hit them at a level that they have not seen before.
Hey, let me tell you something.
So
Ola, the first I'd say we flew to the Persian Gulf. It was like an 18-hour flight. So, we were all just jet lagged to hell. And when we finally got to Bahrain, it was like broad daylight. I'd never been in the desert. It was just daylight. So I think once we finally got to Abu Dhabi and on board the ship, I don't think I slept for 4 days because I was afraid of being blown up on a fucking mine. The last time an American ship, like a minesweeper, hit a mine, there were no survivors. So, finally, I was just so tired I had to sleep. But dude, you get used to it. That's the wonderful thing about being young and in the military. You learn to sleep through anything because you got to get sleep at some point. But yeah, it's not it's kind of a harrowing process.
Winning very decisively. We're way ahead of schedule. Our military is the greatest in the world with the greatest equipment and the greatest people in the world. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Iran's a very powerful country. They were going to take over the Middle East. If we did not hit them, they were going to take over the Middle East. They had thousands and thousands since their last hit. They had thousands and thousands of missiles and everything else. Most are now destroyed, but they were going to take over the Middle East. Those weapons were aimed at Middle Eastern countries that had nothing to do with this. They were going to take over the Middle East and they were going to try and destroy Israel.
That's right.
So we stopped it with good timing. And we're very proud to be involved in this, and it's going to be ended soon. And If it starts up again, they'll be hit even harder. Thank you very much for being here. Go ahead. Any questions?
Thank you so much.
Go ahead.
Do you approve of Iran's new supreme leader? And secondly, can you tell us more about your call with Russian President Vladimir Putin today?
Yes.
What did you discuss?
Yes, I had a very good call with President Putin. We had a lot of people on the line from our side, from his side. We were talking about Ukraine, which is just a never-ending fight. And look, there's tremendous hatred between President Putin and President Zelensky. They can't seem to get it together. But I think it was a positive call on that subject. And we obviously talked then about the Middle East. And he wants to be helpful. I said, you could be more helpful by getting the Ukraine-Russia war over with. That would be more helpful. But we had a very good talk, and he wants to be very constructive. Yeah, please. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. On Iran, you called it an excursion. You said it would be over soon. Are you thinking this week it will be over? Are
No,
you
but
talking
soon.
about days?
I think so.
Okay, and with respect
Very
to
soon. Look, everything they have is gone, including their leadership. In fact, there are two levels of leadership, and even actually, as it turns out, more than that. But two levels of leadership are gone. Most people have never even heard about the leaders that they're talking about. So it's obviously been very
isn't that
powerful,
like a
very effective.
strategic advantage? I would think it's a strategic advantage not to have been heard of.
to Cuba, you said that Cuba wants to make a deal.
Yes.
What would the United States get in return
Yes,
for that?
Stanley,
And why should Americans
I've
trust
seen
Marco
it.
Rubio to negotiate it?
Well, Marco Rubio is doing.
I'm sorry, what?
I seen a template the other night, and they showed all these would-be leaders of Iran, and then one of them didn't have a picture, and I was trying to figure that out. Like, why don't they have a picture of that guy? I mean,
No,
if they know everything.
apparently nobody's heard of him or seen him or something. Kind of like what Trump just said.
A great job. I think
Evidently.
he's going to go down as the greatest Secretary of State in history. Look at what we've done as a presidency. Look at what we've done as an administration. They trust Marco, and so do the American people trust. He's been successful no matter where he's been. He also speaks the language, which is always nice and always helpful. But he's dealing, and it may be a friendly takeover. It may not be a friendly takeover. It wouldn't matter because they're down to, as they say, fumes. They have no energy. They have no money. They're in deep trouble on a humanitarian basis. And we don't want to see that.
We need
They
to
were very,
help
very
Cuba.
bad to a lot of people, as you know, and a lot of people living the Cuban-American vote, which I got at.
Well, I think we could help Cuba by not embargoing it.
Record levels. Very important. Those people are very important to me. I know what they went through. They went through hell. Some of them have gone on to be some of the most successful people in the country. Cuban American business people, some of them are like the most successful in the country. And a lot of them are friends of mine because I've been fighting this battle with them for a long time. The Castro regime was brutal, but they lived off Venezuela. Now they don't live off Venezuela. Sends them no energy, no fuel, no oil, no money, no nothing. They lived without Venezuela. They couldn't have made it. And we cut them off from everything else. So, they're going to make either a deal or we'll do it just as easy anyway.
Any pauses, Stanley?
Please, go ahead.
Fred, I'm not exactly sure what you're asking here. The Straits of Hormuz it's basically like a narrow body of water between Africa and Iran. You need me to pause it, 12th man? What's up, Dwally?
I was wondering, when you could help Cuba by they're having free and fair elections over there instead of a communist dictator, and then maybe Trump. But I do agree we need to lift that embargo because that's becoming a humanitarian
Okay,
crisis
well,
70
just
miles
to
off our coast
kind of
right now.
just to adopt a MAGA tactic, Obama lifted the embargo at least partly years ago when Trump reversed it. So that idea was at least attempted.
Missile strike and a Tomahawk missile
But
likely
one of the problems,
Iranian girls' school. So will the U.S. accept
Stanley.
any responsibility?
Well, I
for
haven't
that strike?
seen it, and I will say that the
Oh,
Tomahawk,
did I?
which is
You know
one of
what?
the
I'm
most
sorry.
powerful weapons around.
I said Africa. Diwali, you're right. I'm thinking of the Red Sea. But yeah, it's like 30. I've actually been like halfway through the Straits of Hormuz for I don't even remember why we were down there. But anyway, yeah, you're right. It's Arabia, not Africa.
It is used by, is sold and used by other countries, you know that. And whether it's Iran, who also has some Tomahawks, I wish they had more. But whether it's Iran or somebody else, the fact that a Tomahawk is very generic. It's sold to other countries, but that's being investigated right now. Yeah, please.
Thank you. Mr. President, you've said the war is, quote, very complete, but your defense secretary says this is just the beginning. So which is it, and how long should Americans be prepared
Well, I think
for
you could
this war
say
to
it
last
both.
for?
It's the beginning of building a new country, but they have no Navy, they have no Air Force, they have no anti-aircraft equipment. It's all been blown up. They have
But
no
they
radar
have
systems,
mines.
they have no telecommunications, and they have no leadership. It's all gone. So, you could look at that statement. We could call it a tremendous success right now as we leave here. I could call it, or we could go further, and we're going to go further. But the big risk on that war has been over for 3 days. We wiped them out in the first 2 days. When you think about it, it's incredible. We wiped out a big Navy, very powerful Navy. These were ships. These were serious ships. These were ships that you buy when you want to win battles. They're all on the bottom floor. The sailors are all running off their ships. They refuse to get on the ships. The Air Force is gone. Everything's gone. The missiles are down to a trickle. The drones are down to probably 25%, and they'll soon be down to nothing. We'll have where they manufactured the drones.
One of my favorite words.
They're being hit. So the rest is going to be determination as to my attitude, along with the people in the Trump administration, what we want to do. Thank you. Yeah, please.
Can I ask you, you mentioned you were going to waive certain additional oil waivers or sanctions. Can you talk a little bit more about that and address in particular?
Well, we're looking to keep the oil prices down. We went artificially up because of this excursion into a very positive thing. I mean, this was an excursion that a lot of people wouldn't have done. I knew oil prices would go up if I did this, and they've gone up probably less than I thought they'd go up. But I don't think anybody thought we were going to be this quickly successful. This was a military success, the likes of which.
Wait, what the fuck is he
people haven't
talking
seen.
about? Nobody thought it was going to be done quick. Well, you said it would be done quick, and it's not like Iraq. I think they'd been hit last summer. Dude, stop acting like it was that difficult. And this isn't over yet.
The best military. We have the best equipment. We have, I believe, the best generals. We have the best. And this went very quickly. We talked about that with President Putin. He was very impressed with what he saw because nobody's ever seen anything quite like it. Iran was a very powerful military country with all of the missiles. Now, you had the double attack. You had the original attack with us and Israel. and that knocked them for a loop. Then you had the B-2 bombers, which took out their nuclear capability, and they would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks to 4 weeks, and they would have used it long before this press conference, and we might have had a much different press conference if we had a press conference at all. But it's been amazing. The military success that we've had is truly unprecedented.
You've told your congressional colleagues that you will not sign any piece of legislation until the Save America Act is passed. Does that include the confirmation of Senator Mullen as your next DHS secretary? Does that mean a DHS funding bill? And Senator Thune said today, it's not a matter of whether or not your Republican colleagues agree with the policy. It's about changing the process. In other words, getting rid of the filibuster to get there.
So in order to get it, you're going to need Democrat votes. And what we're saying is the Save America, not the Save Act, which nobody knew what it was, the Save America Act, the Save America Act. And that's voter ID. We want voter ID. When a voter, we want to be able to see a picture of the voter. We want to be able to see that the voter is legitimate. We want, very importantly, confirmation that this voter is a citizen
Can you
of the United
pause
States
it,
of America.
Stanley?
And we want no in.
Yes, sir.
Well, I was looking into this biometric voting, just being able to vote by your phone, and it's actually more accurate than any of this vote by mail, vote harvesting, or whatever. Like, if you can get a thumbprint or an iris scan just from your phone to get into your bank account, then why shouldn't you be allowed to vote from your phone?
Okay, frankly, I would actually be against voting by any other methods than we have now. About as remote as I want to get is mail-in voting. Mail-in voting is accurate and secure. Phones, dude, do you know phones and all kinds of hacking happens all the time?
Yeah, I went all over that.
I would not be that in favor of having
No
voting
one
that
can
online.
copy your iris.
Listen to what
And
I just
hardly
said.
anyone
I
can
know
copy your
all that.
thumbprint.
In my opinion, voting is more important than your bank account. I want it more secure than
It would take serious equipment to copy your iris.
people have financial and electronic financial errors all the time. I think voting's fine the way it is. There are no security issues. It's all made up by MAGA.
So if you're okay with voting by mail, then why are you not okay with voting biometrically?
Why mess with something that's not broken? That's like one of the first engineering rules. Don't break what's not broken. So voting
Well, I
by
think
mail
voting by mail is broken.
Okay, well then you don't have the evidence to back
Ballot
up that claim.
harvesting is
You
broken.
literally do not have the evidence to back up the claim, and neither does Trump. It's made up.
Oh, you think so? Huh?
Oh, I know so.
Then, let me ask you this then.
No,
Stanley.
let's not pretend that you actually have a point. I'm not
Up
in the
to
mood.
20
I'm not
million?
in the until you can bring me evidence that mail-in voting and in-person voting is so accurate that it affects outcomes of elections. This isn't an argument, and we don't have enough
Then
time.
why did it take a week
Okay,
or 2 weeks
as I
come up with the result?
as I said, it's accurate, it's secure. That it takes 2 weeks.
Why can't we get results on election night instead of a month from now?
See, this is again, apparently it's some sort of miseducation. Just because it takes time doesn't mean it's inaccurate. Those are two different concepts. Any other dumb
And
question?
lots of room in there with time
Listen to
for
what I just
fraud.
said. Listen to what I just said. Just because the results aren't instant, that doesn't mean they're inaccurate.
They
Or
should not instant, but that night.
unsecure. Again, just because it takes time does not mean elections are unsecure or inaccurate. You have
And
zero.
then
You have
during COVID,
zero. Bring me evidence and we can have this discussion.
No mail-in ballot scams.
during COVID, they came
So
up
we have
with
Okay, I
all
don't
these
want my
rules.
video
for sick,
overtalked.
for disabled, and for
You have
people
my
that
answer.
are away.
I didn't
Business
mean to
trips or
interrupt,
whatever.
Mr.
Even
President.
vacations will be very liberal in that. We've added two things to it: no men and women's sports, and no transgender mutilization of our children. We don't want our it's mutilization of our children. And
You
we don't want
against that too,
So we added
Stanley?
those two things. That's the 5 points. We have
Guess
5
what,
very
12 man?
good points. It polls at 86%.
Against what, 12 man?
Against teachers pushing that tranny shit on kids in
Hey,
school.
what the fuck does this have to do with voting?
Well, that's what Trump was just talking about.
Well, dude, I can barely hear Trump over you. So I
Yeah,
have no
so
idea. I have no idea what Trump is saying because I'm having to deal with your interruptions.
okay, go ahead.
With Democrats, think of that. The overall vote is 86%. With Republicans, it's 98%. And the only one opposed to it is a Democrat leadership because they cheat. They want to cheat. So we added those 2 points. We're going for the gold, and we're going to have to fight like hell. Now, certain things will happen. Certain things will take place. I'm here to do a great job for the country. But we don't have a country if we're going to have elections that are so corrupt and so dishonest like we've witnessed over the last period of time. You know, as an example, virtually nobody has nobody has a system of mail-in ballots like we have. No other country in the world. France went away from it. They all went, you know why? Because it's corrupt. And Jimmy Carter, when he had a commission, frankly, I think it's probably the best thing Jimmy Carter did. He said, you can't have mail-in voting because it's inherently dishonest. And it's turned out to be totally dishonest. So we're going to fight for it. Yeah.
Has Iran activated any sleeper cells
What
inside
do you
the
say
U.S.?
to
There's
that,
reports they have
Stanley?
pressed that trigger
Even
button.
Jimmy Carter said it.
Well, they've been trying for a long time. We've
I
been
think
very
Jimmy
much on
Carter
top
was
of it.
wrong. I don't.
One
I
of the
think
things we have to
I
do
think
is get
elections are fine. I think it's a made up problem.
Democrats to stop the Democrat shutdown, because as you know, the apparatus that looks into that, Schumer and the Democrats have shut it down, which tells you they probably hate our country a lot. But the
I'm going to
Democrats
ask
have to
Rock
open that up.
right now.
We've got very, very good intelligence into that. We know a lot of different things that have happened that have been very bad. A lot of them came in during the Biden open border period, but we have them under. We've got them. We're watching every single one of them. Yeah, we know a lot about them. The biggest problem we have is the Democrat shutdown. We know a lot about them, but the shutdown doesn't allow us to do what we have to do.
Do you have to take him out? Does he have a target on his back?
You mean the new supreme leader? You mean the son?
How can there be an Iran? With
Well,
another
I don't want to say that, but I was disappointed because we think it's going to lead to just more of the same problem for the country. So I was disappointed to see their choice.
I can tell you right now, taking out the son would be a huge mistake. He has done nothing. He is untested. He has done nothing yet I guess the only thing he hasn't done is said, hey, let me give Trump a call and make a deal. But that would be a huge mistake to take him out.
Thank you, sir. You've said you have someone in mind to be the new Iranian leadership, if not the Ayatollah's son. What are you looking for in that person? Are you looking at someone internal, given that you just said that their leadership has been
I like
decimated
the
and
idea
wiped
of
out?
internal and eternal, come to think of it. But I like the idea of internal because it works well. I mean, I think we've proven that so far in Venezuela. We have a woman, Delcy, who has been, president of the country, very respected, she's doing a great job. And it's, no disruption. We had, as you remember, Iraq, where everybody got fired.
Let me help poor little Ryan, who apparently has never taken a good history course in his life. When Trump is ready to provide free voter ID to everyone who is eligible to vote, I'm guessing you'll get a whole lot less opposition. The problem with requiring voter ID is having to pay for it. Okay. Poll taxes, charging people to vote is unconstitutional. That's actually what the problem is. So when Trump is talking about free voter ID for every eligible voter, I'm hoping that will resolve some of the issues.
The military got fired. The police got fired. The politicians got fired. There was nobody. And you know what they turned into? ISIS. And we don't want that. We don't want that. So I would like to see people that are inside go. Now they talk about the son of the Shah. They talk about other people, but hasn't been there in many, many years. We have a formula that's been very good so far, and I think it'll continue to be good. The relationship is extraordinary with Venezuela, smart country. We've taken out 100 million barrels of oil. It's right now in Houston being taken care of and made so beautiful. And you have to see this at work. They have it's brought to the refineries. It's being refined in Houston, which is made exactly for that product. And so far, but it's 100 million barrels of oil, and now they have another 100 million barrels coming. And it's like a partnership. We're getting along so well with them. It's great for Venezuela, and it's great for the United States. Yeah, please go ahead.
Mr. President, you just suggested that Iran somehow got its hands on a Tomahawk and bombed its own elementary school on the first day of the war. But you're the only person in your government saying this. Even your defense secretary wouldn't say that when he was asked, standing over your shoulder on your plane on Saturday. Why are you the only person saying this?
Because I just don't know enough about it. I think it's something that I was told is under investigation. But Tomahawks are used by others, as you know. Numerous other nations have Tomahawks. They buy them from us. But I will certainly, whatever the report shows, I'm willing to live with that report. Yeah, please.
You said earlier that we've already won in many ways, but we haven't won enough. What do you consider enough? What's your baseline?
Where they're not going to be starting the following day to develop a nuclear weapon, where they'll look at that man and some other people from the administration and say, all right, we're not going to do it. They were not willing to say that. And when Steve called up and he said that to me, I said, well, here we go. Let's do it the hard way. But the hard way, I think, is probably the easy way. When basically I can see that they will no longer have any capacity whatsoever for a very long period of time of developing weaponry that could be used against the United States, Israel, or any of our allies. We have great allies in the Middle East, great countries that are allies. And they were staying out of it until they got hit. Someday they'll have to do a story. Why did he do that? Why did they do that? But they were going to hit them. If I didn't hit them first, they were going to hit our allies first. I believe, upon information and belief, but I believe that he was going to, they were going to take over the Middle East. They were looking to take over the Middle East. Now, had Operation Midnight Hammer not taken place, that was definite, because they would have had a nuclear weapon within a matter of weeks. But that took place. That was a setback. But look at the number of missiles they were able to buy and make over the last 6 months. And those missiles were aimed at various countries. And when you look at over 1,000 missiles shot at like UAE, they were looking to take over the Middle East. We got there first. We're lucky. I'll tell you what, the Middle East and those countries, very rich countries, are very lucky that I was president instead of somebody else.
Points of disagreement between yourself and your vice president when it comes to U.S. action in Iran?
I don't think so. No, we get along very well on this. He was, I would say, philosophically a little bit different than me. I think he was maybe less enthusiastic about going, but he was quite enthusiastic. But I felt it was something we had to do. I didn't feel we had a choice. If we didn't do it, they would have done it to us. I felt, based on the negotiations that were being had by Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner and Marco and Pete and everybody was involved, I felt that they were looking to tap us along before they hit, and I thought they were going to hit. And if they hit us first, that would have been a very bad thing. In the back, please, in the back. About the Strait, you mean? Yeah, well, I want to keep it open. I want to keep it good. You know, it doesn't pertain to us so much as it does to China. We're really helping China here and other countries because they get a lot of their energy from the Straits. But, hey, look, we have a good relationship with China. It's my honor to do it. Yeah.
Leader, you have called him an unacceptable choice. So does he have a target on his back? And how can you say
I don't want to say whether or not he does because that would be inappropriate. But hey, look, I had a target on my back because, as you people wrote pretty well, they caught the assassin that was after me. So we just got them first, but they caught the assassin. They have him now in custody that was after me. So, you know, but people don't like to mention that, but they did catch him. And I'd like to congratulate our military, Secret Service, FBI, all of the people that worked on that, but they did. Yeah, please. Go ahead. No, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. You promised the Iranian people you would help them, but it sounds like you're willing to end this fight after your military objectives have wrapped up. Isn't that a betrayal of the
Will I
people?
help them? I'd like to, if they can behave. But they've been very menacing. You know, they're great people.
If they can,
they have
if
an
they can
amazing
behave.
population. It's amazing, smart.
Dude, this dude is a
brilliant,
fucking
energetic.
white supremacist.
They have a
for
great.
sure.
I'd love to help them, but they have to be in a system that allows them to be helped.
If they can
And right now, they're in a
behave,
system that
then
only
let-
allows failure. And I
Betty
don't want
said-
that. And I
Betty
want a
says
system
the
that's not going to
same
be
things
attacking
about,
us.
uh,
We want a
Black
system that can lead to many years of peace. And if we can't have that, we might as well get it over with right now. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, as of today, there have been 8 U.S. military fatalities associated with the war in Iran. How many American deaths are you willing to have in this war?
Well, as I said before, when you have conflicts like this, you always have death. And I was at Dover yesterday. I met the parents, and they were unbelievable people. They were unbelievable people, but they all had one thing in common. They said to me one thing, every single one: finish the job, sir. Please finish the job.
Yeah, they were saying that.
And I'll leave you.
They were
at
more
that.
concerned
Thank you very
about
much,
the
everybody.
job.
Thank you.
They were more concerned about the job than they were about their dead service members and loved ones. Dude, this dude, I don't know. You know, maybe it's just me, but he's just a bit callous. All right, so I just saw another CNN report that they're laying mines in the Straits of Hormuz. It didn't say whether they were using AP as a source. So I don't know, but we probably need to just move on because I'm behind schedule here. FBI subpoenas records in Arizona in expansion of 2020 voting inquiry. See, this is, you know, this kind of indirectly goes back to Ryan's last comment. These dudes just will not fucking leave 2020 alone. There have been several different investigations into Arizona, and they've turned up nothing. He just can't let it go, and this is costing taxpayer money too. Let's see. This concerns me, and this goes back to my claims that what we really have is a plutocracy right now. Whistleblower claims ex-Doge member says he took Social Security data to new job. Social Security Inspector General's office is investigating allegations that the former Doge engineer took sensitive data on a thumb drive in a major potential security breach, said people familiar with the process. So here we go. Who knows whether this is true or not, but Doge was unnecessary as well. There had to have been better ways than getting the world's richest man to determine what American citizens needed in their government. Unelected, everything. Let's see. This is interesting. And this is my new toy, the LA Times. This is from their electronic newspaper. Dude, this layout is just far superior to the New York Times for sure. So ICE plans to warehouse people.
West Coast is always better than East
why
Coast.
you feel comfortable doing this? ICE plans.
Just saying.
How drunk are you, 12th man?
West Coast is always better than East Coast. That's all I had to say. Continue on.
It was too fucking much to say. Couldn't you wait till I was done?
Well, you're never done, Stanley.
Well, then
That's
you
why I
never
have
need
to interrupt.
then you never need to talk.
You're a funny motherfucker.
ICE plans to warehouse people literally, and I believe they do. This is some big warehouse in Social Circle, Georgia. I know right where that is. They're going to use this big warehouse in Social Circle, Georgia to house prisoners. Damn. Across the
Might
country.
lock you up in there, Stanley.
I do not know why you have to just blurt out when I'm trying to read shit. Across the country, Immigration and Customs Enforcement is acquiring industrial warehouses to be converted into detention facilities for people swept up in the Trump administration's immigration crackdown. I don't know if you people have ever worked in these big distribution centers, but depending on where they are, they get real humid in the summertime and they get real cold in the wintertime.
Oh, man.
This is gonna basically bring up some human rights issues. You tell you that right now. Justice for Saint Simon of Trent. Not familiar with that saint. Let's see. China has infiltrated Canada at the highest levels, but the liberals stay focused on Trump. Last I checked, Ryan, Trump is not the president of Canada. So why don't you just fucking stand down with the bullshit?
Yeah, that snowflake Carney is. He's about a pussy ass motherfucker.
That's not Stanley versus the world problem, to be honest.
Yeah.
What's up, Dawn? Zhang. Chauvin is a political prisoner. Jesus Christ, man. These MAGA blacks are insane. All right, so Wyoming governor signs ban on abortions after about 6 weeks, but cites misgivings. Interesting. He has misgivings, then he signed it anyway. Interesting. Law's penalties include felony charges with up to 5 years in prison or $10,000 fines amid state policy shifts since 2022 in 13 other states, barring abortion at all stages. Yep, this is going to be interesting. Let's see. Anything else interesting in there? Yeah, abortion access in recent years has been uneven after the state's sole clinic was set fire in 2022, delaying its reopening and sometimes offering only medication abortion. Yep, this is going to be it's a fetal heartbeat abortion ban. Yepper. Yeah, a lot of these people, I think a lot of people are going to wind up doing relocations. I'm sure they must have done it by now, but these places are gonna be places like Wyoming don't have a lot of people to begin with, I guess.
Nah, they really don't, Stanley. We only have like 650,000 in Alaska, and we're twice as big as Texas. So
Let's see here. Hold on. Give me one sec, folks. I've run into a little bit of a problem. Not a big one, but one. Let's see here. Damn it. Let's see. You know what? Let's do. Well, tell you what, let's do this. So this is Jim Garrity from the Washington Post. Look who is wrong about the economy now. So let's hear this while I solve this technical
You know what they
issue
say.
here.
Early bird gets the ultimate 30A vacation.
Maybe Americans' post-pandemic economic pessimism was more astute than the professional economists thought. During President Joe Biden's last 2 years in office, he and his most ardent supporters argued that the U.S. economy was a roaring success and that the country's widespread unhappiness with it and Biden's correspondingly low job approval were unwarranted. In his 2024 State of the Union address, Biden boasted, "Our economy is literally the envy of the world. The stock markets enjoyed 2 great years. The unemployment rate was low by historical standards, and GDP growth was solid. Inflation had been terrible in 2022, but was declining and below 4% by the summer of 2023. Yet Americans were unimpressed with both the aging Biden and the state of the economy during his term. Then Donald Trump took the presidential oath of office for a second time and declared, 'The golden age of America begins right now.' Unsurprisingly, right after Trump's inauguration, Republicans started rating the state of the economy better, and Democrats started rating it worse. But the net effect was no change. And overall, in the Pew Research Center's latest survey, just 28% of U.S. adults rate economic conditions as excellent or good, while 72% say they are only fair or poor. Unless your name is Sam Darnold, this probably doesn't feel like a golden age to you. Continuing into the Trump era, economists scratched their heads and wondered why, if the data looked so good, the public felt so gloomy. Headlines asked, "The economy is doing okay. So why are Americans so pessimistic about their prospects?" And tried to analyze why so many Americans dislike this fast-growing economy. Economists started discussing the K-shaped economy, in which prospects were improving for the well-off and declining for the poor and less educated. That's a factor, no doubt, but economic prospects have always been better for the rich, in large part because they're, rich. It takes money to make money, and the S&P 493, an index that leaves out the 7 high-flying tech firms of Alphabet, Amazon, Apple, Meta, Microsoft, NVIDIA, and Tesla, shows much more modest growth than the Magnificent Seven. so perhaps the economic data was offering a misleadingly cheery sense of how the country as a whole is doing. Friday's job numbers brought evidence suggesting that the gloomy types accurately saw weakness in the economy that the official numbers obscured. The latest release from the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics showed a loss of 92,000 jobs in February, with downward revisions for the 2 months before that. Employers added just 181,000 jobs in 2025, around 70% fewer than BLS's initial estimate of 584,000, and the revised numbers are getting worse, not better, with the jobs site Indeed's economic research arm concluding, the labor market has averaged essentially zero net job creation over the past 6 months. Keep in mind, in August, economists at the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis calculated that the U.S. economy needs to add between 32,000 and 82,000 jobs per month to keep the unemployment rate stable. BLS data indicates that the United States has 6.5 million unfilled jobs, which sounds like a lot. But in January 2023, that figure was above 10 million. The good news is that a lot of jobs got filled, but now there are significantly fewer job openings. Employees know they have leverage with employers if they're in demand, but it feels as if fewer and fewer companies are hiring. If companies are growing increasingly risk-averse in Trump's second term, part of the reason is a spectacularly erratic president who has become a one-man force for economic unpredictability and instability. Trump started his second term by launching a trade war against the whole world, subsequently lost a Supreme Court decision on tariffs, threw a public tantrum claiming the court had been swayed by foreign interests, and then turned around and imposed new tariffs to replace the old ones under a new justification. Trump loves intervening in markets as much as his new best buddy, New York Mayor Zohran Mamdani, and at any given moment, any company can find itself denounced on Truth Social as being run by left-wing nutjobs. One day, the artificial intelligence company Anthropic has a $200 million contract with the Pentagon. The next, Trump orders every federal agency in the United States government to immediately cease all use of Anthropic's technology. And this is all before the economic disruption caused by the U.S. going to war in Iran. Gas prices immediately jumped, and when gas becomes more expensive, everything that gets transported by gas gets more expensive too. The booming stock market is now freaking out, with good reason. Why are Americans economically gloomy? Because it feels like the pace of change has accelerated well beyond our ability to keep up. We can live with a dynamic economy, but we also want some stability and predictability in our lives. A president and his administration can't control a lot of things about the economy, but they can usually control their own statements, decisions, and policy choices. This president, however, may not even be able to control himself.
Good journalism is even better when it's shared.
Yeah, I think that we've gotten to a point to where at some point in time, we're going to have to do something to redistribute wealth downward. And I have to say, Biden did a better job of it than Trump is currently doing. And even MAGA blacks and MAGA masses can't deny that. This economy is pretty much soft, and I don't see any cure in sight, especially these unnecessary wars that Trump seems to want to do all of a sudden. Let's see here. I need to do this. Just driving me crazy having this banner at the top. All right. And by the way, while I'm thinking about it, everyone, please make sure that you have hit the like button. If you are new to the channel, please consider subscribing. Check us out. See if we're your cup of tea. We may be, we may not be, and we make no claims to being 100% satisfaction guaranteed around here. We're not. Sometimes intentionally so, but on the good news is we're actually up to 306 subscribers. We got one more than yesterday. So who knows? If we get one a day, We might actually be monetized by the end of the year. Who can tell these days? Um, oh, and you know what? Today is Tuesday. We'll just open the Sovereign Beer Fund one day early. Go ahead and feel free to invest in the Sovereign Beer Fund. And by the way, as it turns out, Thursday's my birthday. So I'm actually thinking that might be better to celebrate it on Saturday rather than Thursday. Thursday's a weekday, and we old folks like most of the people in this audience, we don't celebrate on Thursday afternoons. That's for college boys. We do it responsibly on the weekends. So we'll see. We'll celebrate it on Saturday. And 61 isn't that great an age to celebrate in any case, to be honest. All right, so this was the article I was having a problem with, and it was actually, I more or less agree with this. Former Goldman Sachs CEO says DEI programs are counterproductive, arguing you're branding the people in that program. Well, the problem is not everybody in DEI programs. DEI wasn't strictly race like affirmative action was, but let's hear what he has to say, and then I'll critique it afterwards. I think to a certain extent he's right, but I haven't read the article. Let's listen to it if this works.
Former Goldman Sachs CEO says DEI programs are counterproductive, arguing you're branding the people in that program. The 2020 murder of George Floyd ignited a racial justice movement that extended from grassroots activism to corporate boardrooms. Companies launched initiatives to ensure their workforces were more inclusive of underrepresented communities in a modern revamp of diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI, initiatives. Many pledged to invest billions of dollars to promote racial equity and gender equality. But within 5 years, the tides turned on DEI campaigns when the 2023 Supreme Court ruling against affirmative action programs dampened DEI efforts. And on the second day of his second term, President Donald Trump rang in an anti-woke agenda through an executive order that overturned Biden-era federal DEI initiatives and which rippled throughout the corporate world. Now, former Goldman Sachs CEO Lloyd Blankfein is calling out previous DEI efforts, including those implemented at Goldman, saying the company's DEI efforts are self-defeating. In a recent interview with CBS Sunday Morning, outlining his new book, Streetwise, Getting to and Through Goldman Sachs, the billionaire explains why he views DEI initiatives as futile. Special programs we ran for minorities at the firm were often counterproductive, Blankfein said. That may be a provocation to other people, but I think if you brand something a remedial program, you're kind of also branding the people who go into that program. Before 2025, the financial firm maintained diversity criteria for its board and implemented inclusive language on its webpage that highlighted a commitment to hiring from marginalized groups. Many Fortune 500 companies have scaled back their DEI programs over the past year. Trump's attacks on the programs have spurred changes across corporate America. Target began phasing out diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives last January, inspiring civil rights activists to launch a national boycott against the retail giant. Walmart, Pepsi, and a number of other prominent companies have also scaled back DEI efforts. The shifting corporate DEI landscape, modern DEI programs trace their origins to the U.S. Civil Rights Act of 1964, which led to affirmative action policy implementation, which was designed to address the historical underrepresentation of certain groups. Over time, that inclusivity expanded beyond racial equity to include gender, ethnic, religious, and LGBTQ communities. Proponents of DEI say the initiatives help to dismantle the systemic barriers that have historically excluded marginalized groups and argue those barriers remain in place today. Goldman Sachs was one of the many companies in 2025 to roll back their DEI initiatives. The company halted a diversity requirement for companies it takes public, which required companies to have 2 diverse board members. It also dropped language highlighting racial equity and gender equality from its diversity and inclusion page on its website. And in a filing from February of last year, the bank noted its previously set 5-year aspirational and representation goals were set to expire in 2025. The company also reportedly scrapped DEI criteria for its board in February. This is a reflection of the changing legal environment and adapting to the reality of those legal shifts, a Goldman Sachs spokesperson told Fortune. We strongly believe we benefit from diverse perspectives and experiences and are committed to running programs that are designed to attract the best talent and are compliant with the law. While some companies have scrapped or drastically scaled back DEI initiatives, many have actually doubled down. Apple has stayed the course on its inclusion and diversity efforts, maintaining a racial equity and justice page on its website. An equitable world is a better world. The page reads, so we're continuing to expand opportunities for Black, Hispanic, Latinx, and Indigenous communities. Costco also doubled down on diversity, with more than 98% of shareholders last year voting against an anti-DEI resolution pushed by conservative activists, attracting support from civil rights leaders and progressive customers. Delta and Cisco have also kept with their DEI programs. Delta says it hires based on skills and has removed degree requirements for most jobs. And Cisco has developed diverse hiring panels to bolster recruitment from marginalized communities. Blankfein conceded there are other ways to approach diversity and inclusion. The programs that you do to advance the careers, the education for everybody, do those very well, he said. That'll disproportionately help the people who need it the most, which might include the people that would have otherwise been in those DEI programs.
Yeah, I reckon. So I'm actually done with news stories. Um, and I'm kind of calling an audible here. I had which videos I wanted to watch today. Now we do have the one that I promised was the part one of the of uh, uh, Dr. Guelzo. I can't even remember. Was it Andre Guelzo? And we may still show that, but there was one other one that that's more from a Black MAGA perspective. But I want to say I've been wanting to watch this dog video. Maybe I'll do that next. We'll just do this first. And if it's what I think it is, this might be dedicated to our buddy Black Bear. And I haven't watched it. But it's called You Voted for This. Now you're shocked it happened. So how can I resist that?
Is built on the hearts of good men. And we do not have a good man in the White House. People didn't think they knew it was going to happen because you did not mind having pain caused to someone else. But now it's coming to you. I wasn't supposed to lose my job. I'm a white woman.
Yeah. What I would like to see us as a Black race do is to continue the fight. We can pick and choose our battles so as not to drain ourselves, but we absolutely cannot give up.
I tell people that this was the novel I was born to write, right here.
Let me I've got a few things that I'll address in the chat from our buddy Ryan. who's throwing a straight white male hissy fit in the chat. Explain diverse, he asks. Is 100% Black diverse or 100% Indian or trans? It's retarded. Well, let me tell you, let me put it to you this way. I think having a whole bunch of stupid white male racists in the chat, that's the kind of diversity you and 12th Man and Solid Snake and probably Black Bear and Deacon Dave, that's the kind of shit y'all want. So diverse literally means diverse. It doesn't mean a whole bunch of angry, whiny white males and their MAGA black allies bitching and moaning in my chat. That's what diversity is not. So now that that's been explained, maybe you can calm yourself down. Let's see. You better hope Junior doesn't marry a white Asian gal or your grandkid getting screwed over too. See, that's the kind of racist shit that I expect from people like Ryan. My son. See, this is apparently you've forgotten my old John Galt days. I raised my son to an Asian standard of excellence. The angry white male is over with. That European standard that people like Ryan and his allies have been pushing for decades, if not a century. Asians are where it's at. My son goes to an engineering school that's slightly majority Asian in its student population, and he scholarshiped his way in. So motherfucker, fuck the white standard. The Asian standard is what I've raised my son to live up to. So he'll be okay. Whoever he marries, more than likely, hopefully he'll make enough money that she won't even have to work. How about that?
An Asian standard. What about the Stanley standard?
Well, wait, hold it. You're not gonna say hi?
Okay, you're right. I should have took my jacket off, gave up my keys. I'm here to have a drink. How you doing, Stanley? How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. How have you been?
All right, I'm doing pretty good, man. I see you out here attacking my president, and you're saying some things I just don't.
Oh wait,
agree
I
with.
bet do you come by every day, or you haven't been here in a while?
I haven't been here in a while. The last time I
Okay.
came by, I always say something to you in the chat.
Well, you've missed some doozies. Today's kind of a light day for roasting Trump.
Okay, be careful, Stanley. Come on, be careful.
Be careful of what? Are you gonna tomahawk my YouTube channel like Trump did Iran?
No, and Trump did not do that to Iran. What's going on in Iran?
Isn't he the commander in chief?
Right. He's the commander in chief, Stanley, but you have to
Well, then
understand what's going on in Iran is
He's
biblical,
responsible for the mistakes that the military
sir.
make.
The Iranian people have been looking for a hero, and Jesus Christ sent Trump. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Jesus Christ sent Trump to a Muslim country?
Yes, sir. They've been praying to wood gods, stone gods, and cube gods.
Well,
but
actually,
one day, you gotta let me finish, Stanley. Stanley, you gotta let me finish.
Nope, this isn't CT's panel. I finish when I want to finish.
Oh, go ahead, Stanley.
Islam does not allow worship of statues or pictures or anything like that. They don't allow that.
So Stanley, I don't think you understand. In 1970,
I was raised Catholic, son. I understand what Christianity
in 1979, Stanley, them people were regular people. They had Jewish there, they had Christians there.
Well, they still have.
Then all of a sudden, some terrorists came over and they've been controlling their country since the 1979. And guess what? Yo, Rudy Poo, president didn't do nothing about it. Oh my God, Stanley, you gotta let me talk.
Wait, hold it. What is a Rudy Poo?
Obama, Stanley. Obama's a Rudy Poo.
Oh, I've never heard anybody call Obama Rudy Poo.
Yeah, I could come up with some other stuff, but I'm trying to be nice, Stanley. I'm trying to be.
Oh, no. Don't bother being nice. You don't have to over here. You can be yourself.
Okay, well, I call him Barry. I call him Barry.
Well, he used to call himself Barry.
Yeah, I call him Barry because in Chicago, in certain communities, they call him Barry. So I'm gonna call him Barry. Stanley, what Trump is doing, you gotta give him some kind of respect for that. He's doing something that no other leader, president has ever done. He's taken out 2 dictators. And I think we're going to take out more dictators. What do you think?
Well, I think it's not his right to do it.
We're the world
They're
police,
sovereign
sir.
nations.
We got the right to do whatever the hell we want to do.
Yeah. See, and you know
We're
what?
the world police, sir.
You're a Christian man. You understand live by the sword, die by the sword, right?
Okay, so are you trying to threaten Americans, Stanley? Or is that what you're trying to do right now?
No.
Okay.
Have you ever heard of karma, since you can't seem to wrap your head around
Stanley,
the Christian concept?
The karma is over there.
Have you
think
ever
we're gonna
heard
get karma?
have you ever heard of what comes around goes around?
Yeah, that's what's going on in the Middle East right now. What happened is coming back around, and the roosters is coming home to roost. Woo!
Yeah.
Go ahead, Stanley. Go ahead.
No. All I have to say is that that circle never stops going round and round. It's funny how history works. Yeah, it's coming around to the Middle East now, but that circle, it goes round and round. It's kind of one of those perpetual motion things. History is.
And then you got this black feminist up here, who's a witch, up here talking about Trump.
Yes.
She don't like Trump because he's a white man.
Do
and
you
he's
know who
masculine.
she? I've never run into her.
No, Stanley. Stanley. I rock with you, Stanley. You know I do.
Mm-hmm.
But you got a pastor over here who calls himself a pastor. I call him. He's a priest of Jezebel.
Wait, hold it. Who are you talking about?
I'm talking about the gay pastor that you be having over here, Stanley.
I have no idea who you.
Stanley, you know exactly who I'm talking about. Stanley. I'm talking about one of Jezebel's demons. You got a Jezebel demon over here. Come on, Stanley. Stanley, listen to me, Stanley. What
You
Trump
know what?
is doing
I
has
literally
been
have no
sanctioned
clue.
by
Who
Jesus
is the
Christ.
gay pastor? Are you gonna pull that pastor out of the closet? Because I have no clue who you're talking about.
Okay.
I didn't even. Well, let me put it to you this way. I
Go
didn't
ahead.
even know we had a pastor.
Yeah, he's one of them white homosexuals that you got over here. Yeah.
You mean Entwine?
No, what? No, I don't think he. Well, does he come over here? I don't know.
No, that's why I have no clue who you're talking about.
I'm talking about Fatty, man. You know who I'm talking about, man. I'm talking about Fatty, man. That dude.
Uncle Fat. Wait. Uncle Fatty.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's a old homosexual man who marries homosexuals.
Oh, I did. You know what? I know he was married and he's got kids. I never knew that.
Some homosexual men can adopt kids. Go ahead, Stanley.
Oh, okay. I had no clue. Next time he's over here, I'll tell him you said hey.
Yeah. No, tell him I said make Satan squeeze him tight at night. Tell him I said that. Tell him I said that.
I'm gonna do just that.
Yeah.
And what is Ryan? Man, you just have Ryan all tickled. Yes, Bear. He's anti-American.
Yeah.
He calls you Bear? Man, y'all are yeah. Y'all are on that.
What's wrong? I mean, to be honest with you, Stanley, some people call me Black, some people call me Bear, some people call me Black Bear. What's wrong with that, Stanley?
You know what? I've always called you Black Bear. I didn't know people called you Bear.
Yeah.
It's kind of cute. Kind of cute.
You think it's cute? Okay, now
Does anyone ever call you Teddy Bear?
No, Stanley. I'm not being called no teddy bear. Go ahead, Stanley. Go ahead.
Okay, just checking. I wouldn't want to call you Teddy Bear and offend you.
Okay.
So anyway, like I said, I have no clue who this woman is. I don't think she's ugly for sure. And
No, I didn't say she was ugly. I just think she's a witch and she worships Satan.
do you even
So,
know who she is, though?
just some of the words that came out of her mouth, I know she worships Satan.
Oh. So you're
Yeah.
prejudging? You're gonna judge
Oh yeah,
that book
I
by a
prejudge
cover?
everybody, Stanley. I prejudge everybody.
Oh, okay.
Right now. I had to study him to make him a character in my book about the Harlem Renaissance. But now my art is my activism. My art is my resistance.
I was stunned as I was writing all of the things that I did not know about Hattie McDaniel. And then I'm like, why did I not know this?
One of the things that these two women had in common, and you and I haven't talked about this, is they were both doing the same thing that we're doing now. They were both fighting. Some of those bookstore owners have met me, would tell you they love me. Oh, we're going to have Victoria.
Okay, Stanley, do you see the symbol that's around her neck?
Put a black book.
Yeah, it looks like a triangle.
Yeah, okay. Didn't I call her a witch?
Is it a delta?
Oh, if she's in the sorority, oh yeah, she's a big time witch then.
Well, I mean, triangles, it can be a delta also.
They witches too.
No, I don't mean, I mean delta as in like the Greek symbol.
Yeah, Stanley, I don't think you understand. If you're in a fraternity or sorority, you're a warlock and a witch.
I had no clue.
Yeah, because you serve Satan. You took an oath to Satan. Come on,
right?
Stanley, you know this stuff, man. You know them people laying there.
Well, I've never been in a fraternity, so
You know them people laying in wooden boxes.
I've not been initiated.
They giving swear and prayers to Anubis. Come on, Stanley. You know what these some of these blacks do just to fit in the club. Come on, Stanley.
Well, since I'm not one of those blacks who's fit into the club, I might not know.
Well, if you're on the Democrat side, you support a lot of them people a lot. I didn't say all, Stanley. I said Democrats. A lot of your Democrats, look them up, Stanley. They're a part of some Greek fraternity, sir. Go ahead.
Well, I'm going to tell you honestly, at least in my YouTube iteration, and to be honest with you, probably since my time in the Navy, I probably had more Republican friends than I have Democrat.
Well, that's because Republicans are cool.
Between the corporate world, the Navy, and this YouTube iteration, I probably, it's at least 50-50, and there are probably more people who would be more inclined to vote MAGA or Republican than there are Democrat. Just in and out of my audience on a day-to-day basis.
I wonder why you like kicking around Republicans, but you're a Democrat, Stanley.
Well, mostly because I like disagreements and I like roasting people that I think are wrong. I think that has something to do with it.
Or
I'd be
you
bored
just
with
like the
people I
fact
agree with a
that
lot.
Republicans are more real than Democrat folks.
I think Republicans just have more that I can criticize and mock.
All right, so you're just trying to be funny right now.
Oh,
And,
no. Ask
you-
ask anybody who hangs around here for any length of time. I mock Republicans heavily.
So why you don't mock Democrats and they be lying the most?
Oh, I mock Democrats too.
Because
if I think you're stupid, I'm gonna mock you.
Because Jasmine Crooked's, she lost big time, and in somewhere reason she wanted to blame the Republicans for her losing to a Democrat.
Well, I will say this, and I know this because I know someone who is like into Texas Republican politics. You know Portia, right?
Who?
Portia.
Portia?
Yeah.
No, I don't think I know Portia.
Okay, well, she is a black Republican who is deep into politics in Texas. And the Republicans did not help matters with what they did. But the thing is there was such a wide margin between Tallarico and Jasmine Crockett. You can't blame it. it was a big margin. She wasn't going to win even if everything had gone perfectly. Now, if it was just like within a margin of error or something, it would be a better argument, but it wasn't. It was way outside the margin of error. So she lost. That's why she conceded. She didn't have an argument.
Their list to support never crossed their mind.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hi.
Go ahead.
No, Stan, I didn't say nothing.
Okay. And CKJ3, I'm not of the mind that both parties are the same. I think they have a lot of commonalities. But Black people go more for Democrats for a reason. So I don't agree that both parties are the same.
That's
But they're
because them
within the
black
margin
folks
of
is
error.
weak-minded. It's because them black folks is weak-minded. That's why.
No, I think Black Americans tend not to like racists, and
Okay, there's no such
Republicans
thing
are
as a racist
down.
in America. Stanley.
Republicans are down with
Stanley, there's no
racism, and
racist. Now, is there prejudice? Yes.
Republicans are down with racists and racism, and a lot of Black people aren't down with it.
I'm Victoria Christopher Murray, and I am the author of Harlem Rhapsody.
You know you full of
And
it,
I am
Stanley.
Rashonda Tate. I am the author of The Queen of Sugar Hill. And
There's no such thing as a racist, Stanley, and you know it. You can't even call the white men in your child who disagree with you racist. Now, maybe they could be prejudiced.
Actually, I call a 12th man racist all the time because I
He's
think
not
he is.
racist. He's not. I
Of
talked
course
to
he
I
is.
talked to that young man.
And I've
He's not
talked to him
racist.
too. You and I will just have to disagree on that.
I think he's down to earth. He speaks with his heart.
I think
Go
you
ahead.
as a MAGA Black have a
Oh.
high tolerance for racists and ignorance.
Okay, so you're saying that I have. What exactly do you have patience for?
Hardly anything, especially stupid. I don't suffer fools gladly, and I think MAGA Blacks in particular have a very high tolerance for fools because a lot of them actually are fools themselves.
I mean, but Stanley, you have to understand that a lot of Black people, we are naturally conservative. Maybe it
Well,
ain't the
I mean,
simple
I'm
fact.
naturally
Hear me out.
conservative.
Hear me out, Stanley. Maybe it ain't the simple fact we all up in Trump ass. Maybe it's just we believe in conservative values, and we're looking at both parties, and we see one that's guided by the devil, and we see another one that, yeah, is there some bad? Is there some good? But at least they're about family. Number one. See, most, and Stanley, I kind of got to black out on you a little bit. A lot of Black men in America, we just want to take care of our family. And as long as you leave me and my family alone, go ahead and do what you want to do. But I think you're going for the party who says out their mouth they're anti-family, especially anti-man and woman family. But they're pro-woman and woman and men and men. As long as that man identify as a woman and that woman identify as a man, they're okay with that.
Yeah, we disagree.
Oh, that's it? That's it, Stanley? I just gave you that?
Yeah, what? I mean, how am I going to argue that? I don't agree that Democrats are anti-man and anti-woman. I don't agree with that.
Okay.
And by the way, I guess my question to you is, do you think someone like tolerating someone like what's his name? Nick Fuentes. Do you think tolerating someone like Nick Fuentes? Do you think Nick Fuentes is a conservative?
So
do you think being an avowed racist? Do you think racism and being a racist is a conservative value?
So no, I don't, Stanley. But I am for the Constitution, and his First Amendment right gives him the freedom of speech, whether I like it or not.
Absolutely.
I am for anybody to have the freedom of their speech, even you. Stanley, you got the freedom to come up here and disrespect my president, and I got the freedom to come up here and say, Stanley, you're out of pocket. Watch your
Okay,
mouth.
well, before we get back to the video with these two beautiful women, I have the right, and I think a lot of Black Democrats might agree with me. I'm not going to vote for someone who has, for instance, Nick Fuentes over for Thanksgiving dinner. Any person who can sit down and break bread with an avowed racist does not get my vote. And I don't know that you've seen, because I do try and do a short every day. I have 2 shorts out basically saying if you vote for a racist, you're a racist. And I actually believe that.
Okay, so did you vote for Biden?
Yes.
So you're a racist.
Yep.
Because Biden out his own mouth said.
Okay, which part of yes
hold
can't
on,
you accept?
Hold on, Stanley. He said if you vote for Trump, you ain't Black. He said that out his mouth to the world, and you went and voted for him. Now let Trump say something like that.
Okay, well let me help you.
If you don't vote for me, you're not white.
Let
Let
me
Trump
help
say
you
something like
out
that.
because you're gonna black out, and like a mouthy Black woman, you are just gonna keep
So
talking
now you're
about
trying
let
to now
anybody
you're
else
trying to
talk.
say, okay, go ahead.
I think it's hard to be born in American culture and not be a racist. You have to work hard not to be a racist in America. So yeah. Now I don't think that Biden meant to be a racist, but you know what? When you're old and you spent most of your life as a racist, as I said, you have to work hard not to be one. Now, the problem is that if I had to choose between an old doddering racist who didn't mean to be and a fucking moron who's a racist, I'm going to choose the old doddering man because I don't suffer fools gladly, and I certainly don't vote for them. So Biden was the lesser of two racists.
Today
Stanley?
we are bringing politics.
Yes.
Stanley, you're out of line, sir.
How so?
Biden has always been racist. He came out with this crime bill in
So is
94.
Trump.
No, Trump has not always. Stanley,
Trump has literally been
Trump has
sued
always
for
been a part of the
discrimination
Black.
in his buildings. Dude,
Trump
you
has
need to
always been a part of Black
you
American
need to
culture.
go
Stanley.
and read up on
See,
your
Stanley, you
president.
wanna overtalk me because you
need
know I got
you
you on here.
need to go read up on your president.
Stanley, I was raised in a culture that supported and pushed Donald Trump.
Motherfucker, where were you born?
I was born in Texas, and then I lived all my life in California, sir.
Okay, well, the California part is obvious. Okay, I was born and raised in Savannah, Georgia. You're not
You're a country bumpkin.
whoa. And I'm a 61-year-old Black man born and raised in the South, have spent the vast majority of my life in the South. Yeah, you don't need to tell me about racism, son.
Okay, wait a minute.
There is literally nothing you can tell
He's a
me
part of Black
about
culture
race
most of
in
my
America that I haven't come across.
Stanley, you're wrong here, and you know you're
No,
wrong.
I'm not wrong.
Donald Trump has always been a part of Black culture in America.
You are entitled to your Cali Black status, but
Has
dude,
Trump
you don't
always
know
been a part of
you
Black
don't know
culture
the
in
South.
America?
In my opinion, depending
always
on where
kicked
you
it
grew
around
up,
Blacks.
unless you grew up in
He hung
East
around
Texas,
Blacks.
I don't think Texas east of Houston is this. I'm sorry, Texas west of Houston. I don't consider that the South.
Go ahead, Stanley. Go ahead.
If you're not from East Texas or east of, let's say, Houston, you're not from the South. You're from the Southwest. And California, dude, I'm not going to even go on about
What you gonna
Cali
say about
Blacks.
you? Wish you were from California.
No, I do not. I love
Man,
Savannah.
you don't,
Believe
yo,
me,
right, you guys don't have
there is
Stanley,
nowhere in California
Stanley,
that is
the
gonna.
coochie in
There is
California is
nowhere
one
in
of a kind.
California that's gonna compare to
Stanley,
Savannah or Charleston or even New
Stanley,
Orleans.
the
Don't
coochie,
Stanley me, son.
the
You are
coochie
not
in
old. You
California
are
is
not
one of a
old enough
kind.
to be Stanleying me.
Stanley,
You
the
are not
coochie,
old enough, son.
the
When you
coochie
get
in
some years,
California is one of a
when
kind.
you get some
Out
years
there in
under
Savannah,
that
where you at,
YN belt of
you
yours,
guys are marrying threes and fours. Threes and
as
fours.
I said,
California has some of the
yeah,
most
you know what?
beautiful
Let me do
women
a
in the
Biden
world.
on you. Let me do a Biden on
Beautiful
you.
women in the world,
Let me
Stanley.
do a Biden on you.
The
If you ain't, from the
coochie is
South,
lined with
if
gold.
you ain't from the
Stanley,
South, you ain't black.
go ahead, Stanley. Go ahead.
If you ain't from the South, you ain't black. Them Cali blacks ain't black.
Pros and
Go
pop
ahead,
culture
Stanley.
to Baldwin and Company.
I know, to Baldwin and Company and to this red state,
Yeah,
girl.
I know. So of course, let's start with the politics.
You know, and you know
Hey,
I am a blue state
CKJ3,
girl.
you know what? I think that's a good show title there. Two black men arguing over which of their white men is the less racist. Yep. I'll change that men to presidents. But yeah, that's a good show
Because you
title.
couldn't even get me to buy a piece of property where you live.
I know. I'm in Texas, but I'm in Houston.
That's
so,
right.
So it's a little
That's
blue.
right.
So what are we going to talk about in politics? Because there's so much.
You know, maybe we could talk about. I mean, can we call them? And then we're gonna be tame on this.
Yes.
As we talk about the man in the Oval Office.
Well, the person who is now getting a jet from people, what did they call Biden? The Biden crime family?
The Biden crime family.
Okay,
And
Stanley, I
now
can't.
we have somebody in the
take it no
office who
more.
has put a for sale.
Stanley, I
can't
can't
take
take it
anybody?
no more. Listen,
Do you think it's bad to criticize presidents?
Stanley, I just for some weird reason, I just don't like listening to aunties do it. Stanley, I'm gonna tell you to have a great show.
Well, I appreciate that.
It's been
I
good.
appreciate you stopping by.
Yeah, I stopped by, man. You know, I had one drink with you. I'm getting my jacket. I'm gonna call a taxi because I don't want to drive. I had a drink.
Oh, really? Where? Oh, you're at a bar?
No. When I come over to other people's channels, I make that reference to walking in the bar.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, no,
yeah,
I'm glad you did.
yeah. All right, Stanley, man. You have a wonderful
You're
show.
always welcome here.
Oh yes, sir. I know. I'll talk to you later, sir. Have a
Okay.
good one.
You too. Let's see here. Hold on one sec, folks. I need to make sure that I get down CKJ3's show title there before I forget it. All right, well, let's get back to these lovely black women. If you live in California, you're Mexican. No, I'm afraid you and I won't agree on that. Speak Radio.
Sign up in front of the White House.
You know, one of the things that really disturbs me about all of this is the co-signing of all of the things that he is doing.
Yeah.
Because when Barack Obama was in
I'd
office, when
actually
Joe
forgotten
Biden was
about
in
that
office,
video.
those
Let me
same
see,
people
can I
would be
find
blowing
it?
a gasket.
Oh, they had hearings, man. They had hearings when Hillary Clinton wasn't even in the office, and they had Benghazi hearings that went on forever. But Rashonda, this is something that I don't know if you and I agree about. They're not co-signing. These people are afraid of him. And that's something that, like, everybody keeps saying, why are they letting him do it? Why are they letting him do it? Because they have husbands and wives and children at home.
Yeah. You know, someone put it into perspective for me. There was something we saw on social media, a woman who had her TSA and her global entry revoked. And I can see, I'm a vocal person, but I travel a lot.
Yeah.
And I wonder, like her, if they started threatening those things that mean a lot, do I sit down and shut up?
Every single time I've been at the airport since we saw that article about the woman who had a global entry revoked, every time we passed by through the airport, through TSA PreCheck, through Clear, I was thinking, what am I willing to do? I am a very vocal person, as you are, and I'm not willing to give up everything for this fight.
Let's talk about how bad is it? Because a lot of people, when he was running, everyone would say, okay, or not everyone, but a lot of people would say, well, what's the big deal? One bird in the hand,
First of all, do not tell me that they were the same person.
Well, you'll hear it. You hear Kamala was just as bad.
Not
by the way,
anybody who
CK,
says that.
I'm actually not this weekend, but I think the following weekend, I'm actually going to Savannah. So I'll be down there for a few days.
They're being disingenuous because Kamala was not going to be sending people to some strange prison for the rest of their lives without any due process. You're saying that he can just pick you up. He can just pick me up. I could walk out of my condo and end up in some strange person with a mask on, taking me away to who knows where. In fact, since that happened to a couple of those students, my sisters and my daughter and I, we track each other's locations constantly because we live in a country where we now have to be afraid of disappearing.
Well, see, some people will say that.
I'm going to have to say this. I don't think anybody's going to mistake these two ladies for Mexicans. So I think they're being a little hyperbolic like that.
That's extreme. One of the things that that burns me is when I talk to people and they go, "Oh, he can't do that. That's against the law.
Yeah.
He'll never do that."
He's doing it. And you know what? I think I told you this. I was in 6th grade social studies when my teacher said to the class, but that was my favorite class, so I always felt like the teacher was just talking to me. When the teacher said to me, "Democracy is built on the hearts of good men." And I didn't know what that meant. I didn't know what that was about. But that was good people stepping down and following the rules and the laws of democracy. And my teacher said, if George Washington had never stepped down after his term, we wouldn't have a democracy. We would have what I believe we're moving toward today, an autocracy. We'll have a king once again.
But what do you say to the people that are like, that'll never happen? The Constitution says, because I have that argument a lot.
Yeah.
The Constitution says.
Well, he's already told you what he will do with the Constitution.
He has no respect for it.
Let me say this, Clarice. Clarice says if Kamala got elected, we wouldn't be attacking Iran over nukes. It would be over gay female liberation. Well, my response to that, Clarice, is it would probably be immensely cheaper. It wouldn't cost billions to fight over that sort of thing. So I'll go with the cheaper option.
Which is Americans have no imagination. We have lived in this free society, so we cannot imagine being unfree. And so people cannot imagine a time where your global entry can be taken away because I have rights, but they don't understand that your rights can be taken away because democracy is built on the hearts of good men. And we do not have a good man in the White House now.
What do you think Black America is looking at?
Ooh, girl. I think he's doing a test market right now on undocumented immigrants. I think Black people, especially Black men, are in danger. I was telling you, I'm going away on vacation and I'm going with a group of friends. And we have changed the way we travel. Coming back into the country, some of us, if you're by yourself and you're going into Philadelphia, normally you'd fly home to Philadelphia. I would fly home by myself to Washington, D.C. We have buddied up where we are flying back into the country, not to our homes, but where we will be able to enter the country with someone else because they are stopping Black and brown people in customs, and they're stopping Black men. And so we have those of us who had sons, our sons are not going with us this time. Even though they're grown men, they're not going because we don't know what to expect. And there are no rules, no regulations, no laws any longer. they can do whatever they want.
What do you say to somebody that's sitting at home watching this and saying, you're being extreme?
Okay. I just said, just wait. There's a whole bunch of people who kept saying, he's not going to do that. That'll never happen. And those same people are on social media crying real tears right now.
Let's talk about some of those tears. The tears of, I didn't realize it would happen to me. Yeah. Why do you think that is? Do you think that people voted because they said, okay, that's those people?
Those are those people. People never thought it was going to happen to them. That's the thing that messes me up the most, is that I think you've talked to some people as a journalist. Mm-hmm. People didn't think, if they knew it was going to happen, they didn't think it was going to happen to them. Mm-hmm. And for those people, they get what they voted for, because you did not mind having pain caused to someone else. Mm-hmm. But now it's coming to you. I saw the video, I think you and I shared it, of a woman who said, I wasn't supposed to lose my job. And she almost said, I'm a white woman.
Yeah. Yeah. What do you, though, when you're talking about this, and I have to pray, because I feel my heart hardening.
My heart is so hard.
Because there are times when someone is complaining about their daddy got taken, they lost their job. And my first question, who you voted for?
That's my number one question, is who did you vote for? And, there's a situation where a breastfeeding mother, her husband is American, and I don't know if she's undocumented or what, but she was breastfeeding her child. She has been deported. And I am hard about it. I don't care, because her husband voted for Trump. And so what I say is, I cared more about your wife than you did. Mm-hmm. So bye-bye.
See you later.
The person who used to have such a compassionate heart, I have no compassion. You voted for this.
So, moving forward, the Democratic Party will have to step up. And a lot of people are saying, who will be the Democratic Party's leader?
Yeah.
I mean, I love Jasmine Crockett. I adore her.
And I love her. She's my soror.
There's a space for her. I just don't see America as a whole.
So here's the first thing. You are assuming that we will have fair and open elections. Rashonda, I'm not convinced. I am not convinced that democracy is not over. That's a double negative. I'm convinced that democracy is over. I think there may be elections, but whoever they want to win, whether it be Trump again, or Elon Musk or his son, will win 85% of the vote, just like it happens in Russia. I think we're moving toward the same thing. So I am not convinced that we're even going to have it. But let's say somehow we are, and most Democrats aren't convinced. In leadership, they're not convinced that we're going to have free and open elections. I'm never concerned about who's going to step up. I remember when he snuck into office last time, and we were concerned about that. And I remember you and I had it. You're like, who's going to be there? I said, we didn't even know about Barack Obama until 2 years in. So people are actually stepping up pretty early. Some people, I wonder if we could win with Pete Buttigieg, who was probably one of our greatest messengers. Gavin Newsom from California, who may be a little too extreme. He's trying to come back to the middle a little bit. I cannot think of his name, the governor of Illinois, who's a billionaire, so he's not afraid of any of them.
Is that Pritchard?
Yes, yes. He's not afraid of any of them. We have several people who can step in. Unfortunately, the person I voted for last time, who I adore, who would have made an amazing president because she's a Black woman, and we have to work 3 times harder just to be considered equal. She cannot run again. There's not going to be any people who didn't vote for her before who are now going to vote for her. So she should be the governor of California, and she'll be fine.
So based on everything we've talked about, this all sounds bleak. So if I'm sitting home and I'm watching, I'm like, okay, the democracy is dead. Trump is going to be rich with his $40 million jet. What do I do? So what do we do?
Well, I was thinking about moving to Toronto, but the day you
know you were gonna move, but everybody cannot move.
I was thinking about Toronto, but the day after the elections, Canada kind of.
Well, I'm gonna, at the risk at the risk of pissing some people off, these two women, you can tell they're probably from the deep South. I think one of them said something about Houston. Um, I am just basically going to say you Northern blacks probably aren't used to this. These two kind of sound like my mother, to be honest, and some of her friends. You may think they're batshit crazy, but they're pretty typical down here in the actual South where actual black culture exists. So I'll leave it at that.
Changed their immigration thing. They were like, "Oh,
We
y'all
don't
ain't
want
coming
y'all-
up here." Yeah, now we are the unwanted immigrants. You know what, Rashonda? I don't have an answer. If I had an answer, I'd be rich because I could tell everyone what to do. You know, democracies have fallen before, and then people overturn the autocracies and fight and fight and fight until democracy is.
It's really weird to hear people who aren't quite used to the deep South. Yeah, this could be any, any restaurant at lunchtime in Beaufort or Savannah or Charleston or even Hilton Head. This is what black culture can be, at least a facet of it. So I look at the CKJ3s and I look at the Brooklyn Watsons and I just kind of chuckle like, yep, you Yankees go on with your bad selves. What's up, JB?
Hey man, how you doing?
So far, so good.
Hell yeah.
Actually, hold on one sec. CKJ3, actually it is. This is not like hip hop. This is not hip hop culture. So motherfucker, and by the way, don't tell me what black culture is, son. I was living it before you were born. So I'll leave it at that. What's up, JB?
Shit, nothing. What you doing, man?
I'm sitting here, battling with the youngins, trying to.
Oh yeah, them young folks don't know anything, man.
Trying to give them a little bit of black culture.
Hell yeah! You want me to help you with that?
They're just balking like youngins will do.
You want me to help you with that? Trying to educate them?
No, I think I'll be okay.
Oh, let me know, man.
This is the one thing about being an old black man. I'm sure of myself. I have no doubt that I'm right.
Well, I got your back, Stanley.
Well, that is so kind of you.
All right, man. I'm listening.
What have you been up to?
Kid, nothing, man. I'm just out here walking my coat.
By the way, hey, Mackenzie, hold on one sec, JB. Guess what I made overnight? Boiled peanuts. As a matter of fact, I got a whole stock pot with about a pound of boiled peanuts. So you gotta start doing them at home, dear. They're fairly easy and way cheaper than getting them at the gas station. Get them at the grocery store, just raw green peanuts. What were you saying, JB?
Said nothing out here just washing my car.
Are you?
Hell yeah.
With the phone in your hand?
Now I got on earphones, man.
Oh, I see.
Hell yeah. Just out here washing my car, looking stupid in the motherfucker, man.
Well, Brooklyn says top of the morning. Even
well, how you doing there, Miss
Kimmy? Are you in the United States or are you overseas? I never know. I never quite know where Kimmy is. She's all over the place. Let's see. So CKJ3 says, I will disagree, saying Kamala is not black culture. Yeah, well, CKJ3, I really don't do the this culture war with people who don't know that much about American culture or black culture. I would actually say Kamala being a Howard grad and in black sorority. She's probably blacker than a lot of people in these YouTube streets. So I would put her black card up against a lot of these, people I see day in and day out on these YouTube streets. I mean, the women, actually.
Stanley, you think you can give me a black card?
Walking. We are.
No, I don't issue them. I'm a client just like everybody else.
Oh, okay, man.
Or sleepwalking our way into autocracy. I don't think enough people are paying attention. And by the time people do pay attention, it's going to be too late.
Yeah, let's address that real quick. One of the things after the election we saw a lot of is Black women were like, I'm done. I'm sitting. I'm gonna sip my tea. And I think, okay, if we did do that, now is the time to wake up.
That's right.
Because, we can sit back and watch the world
by
burn, as you've
the
seen
way,
the memes.
I did not realize that this Tuesday is the primary for Marjorie Taylor Greene. So I'll see. Not for Marjorie Taylor Greene, for Marjorie Taylor Greene's former congressional seat. So that just popped up on my phone. That's I didn't realize it was. Well, you know what? I guess I did know it was in March, but kind of escaped me. So we'll have a look out for that.
Well, Stanley, I'm gonna get back to doing what I'm doing, but I'm listening, man.
Okay. Well, good.
All
good
right.
seeing you.
Ourselves will have to step back into those charred remains.
The thing that hurt me the most with this election is I have a 6-year-old granddaughter, as you know, and Aria won't know a free America. And so when we saw all those memes after the election of Black women sipping tea, sitting on top of a building, I never agreed with that. I was part of the 92%. But I never agreed with that because they had buildings going up in flames. And I was thinking, so what about that building you're sitting on top of? That's going to burn down. And like you said, if there's a time to wake up and stop dancing, and I think we can have Black joy.
Yes.
Because that's how we have survived all this time. One of the things I do not like hearing Black people say is we've survived this before. No, we haven't. Think of all the people that died during the Middle Passage. Think of all the people that died during slavery. Think of all the people who died during Jim Crow. Think about the number of people who were lynched. We did not survive it. Some of us were lucky enough to come out on the other side, but we lost too many people who did not survive. Stop saying we survived this before, we'll do it again, because the same thing's going to happen again. We are going to be the ones who are going to suffer the most. And so we have to fight for it, but I wish I had an answer. I don't know. And I don't know if we'll really make it. I don't.
Yeah, I'm going to remain optimistic. What I would like to see us as a Black race do is to continue the fight. Now, we can choose our battles. We don't have to go to all the parades where, we don't have to wear the bracelets. We can pick and choose our battles so as not to drain ourselves.
Yeah.
But we absolutely cannot give up.
And I agree with you on that, because you can't get upset about everything either. You cannot absorb all this craziness that's happening, because that's part of the plan,
right? To
just exhaust you with it. And so nothing has touched me until recently, when Dr. Carla Hayden was the Librarian of Congress, when she was fired abruptly at 6:30 one evening. This woman, who was the first Black and female Librarian of Congress, was just kicked out for nothing more than she had been put in by Obama. She's a Black person, get rid of her. And I'm going to put my dude in, who was my past lawyer.
Yeah.
And as a writer and as a woman, loving a Black woman in charge of all the libraries across the country, I just was devastated by that. Like, that announcement sent me to bed.
Yeah. I don't think that the devastation is over. I think that we are going to see more things that make our mouths drop. Although we know he's capable of anything, the Supreme Court has given him absolute immunity, and he's taken that to the bank. but I think we have to stay vigilant. We have to stay woke, his favorite word. We really have to stay woke in terms of paying attention.
Yeah.
And that's what I don't want to see us do is check out.
Yeah, well, the Pope told us stay woke. Even the Pope, even the new Pope, the new American, Black American, isn't he from down here?
He's from down here, but don't talk too much about it. His brother claims it, but he, he's like, I'm gonna take the road I'm supposed to take.
Yeah.
But we wrapped up our politics. Let's move a little bit to prose.
Yeah, well, we talked a little bit about prose with Carla Hayden, library, but also our prose. When we move to prose, it ties into what we were just talking about with politics. Because with my new novel, and I know you feel the same way, with my new novel, I tell people that this was the novel I was born to write, right here and right now.
Yeah.
I was born for a time such as this. And that's because after 28 years of writing contemporary fiction, for the last 5 years, I've been writing historical fiction. But it didn't hit me until I wrote Harlem Rhapsody. And I really had to study W.E.B. Du Bois, who's a major character in this book, and how he talked about us using art as activism. The word he used during the 1920s was propaganda, but it means activism. I had to study him to make him a character in my book about the Harlem Renaissance. And as I was studying everything he was saying about what we should be doing with these gifts God gave to us, I realized that, wow, I've been entertaining people with my words,
Right.
But now I better use it for a greater purpose. And that's what now my writing, people always ask us if we're going to write other books together about Jasmine and Rachel, the books we used to write. And that was fun while it lasted. And it got us to where we are today. But now my art is my activism. My art is my resistance. Because as they're trying to bury our history, I think it's up to us who've been given this gift to excavate it, to find the hidden bodies. And as they try to ban one book, we need to be writing two books.
And that's one of the things that we're discovering in this journey of writing historical fiction. I know with The Queen of Sugar Hill, I was stunned as I was writing all of the things that I did not know about Hattie McDaniel. And then I'm like, why did I not know this?
Yeah.
And the same thing with you with Jesse. They've been erased.
They've been erased.
And it is our job now to bring them back to fruition, to let the world know about these people we should have known about.
But these people who are part of our history, but something I hadn't thought about until you just said this. Your novel, Queen of Sugar Hill, is about Hattie McDaniel. And my novel is about Jessie Redmond Fawcett, who was the literary editor of the Crisis magazine. One of the things that these two women had in common, and you and I haven't talked about this, is they were both doing the same thing that we're doing now. They were both fighting. They were both fighting for civil rights, for equal rights, for their race. Even the new character that you're writing about was. And so we have been fighting as Black women for a long time.
And if we don't tell our stories, who will?
That's right. Because you know what I say, a history that is untold is a history that can be erased. And that's why, and I think about Jessie Redmond Fawcett, who's in Harlem Rhapsody, who discovered every single Harlem Renaissance writer that people know, everyone. And I think about her, she lived 100 years ago. If I had not written this story now, it could very well be that another 100 years would have passed. 200 years, she would never be excavated. You would never have heard her name because we hadn't told her story. And now I just feel like it is so important that this gift that we have, all these tools we've been given, the intelligence God gave us to go out and do these stories, I feel like it's on our shoulders to make it happen.
You talked about us writing as our art, as our resistance. How can a reader, how can a person watching this who may not be a writer but say I need some way to be active.
And that's what I always tell people. Writing now is my resistance because they don't want me writing about history. But you know what, Rashonda? They don't want us reading about the history. So what readers can do is read our books because they cannot take away from you what's in your head. Mm-hmm. They can never take that away from you. So read the books and then share them.
That's actually something that mostly my father, but I'm sure my mother must have said it too. You know, get the knowledge. That is the one thing they can't take from you. So I still think that message resonates for young Black people today. And in these YouTube streets, dude, it is shocking how little Black young people, I would honestly say under 50, do not know about, I hear a whole bunch of us and we and our and all that. And I would literally say 98% of the younger Black people and probably some older ones too, who don't know jack shit about Black history, American history. It's truly egregious, but not much I can do about it other than either mock it or just kind of be sad about it.
And make sure they're passing the word about history, because we can only write one story, but readers can get it out to hundreds of thousands of people.
And let's talk about readers and places like Baldwin, because one of the things that we do, Baldwin and Company, one of the things that we've seen over the years is people will have a tendency to go to Walmart or go to Amazon because they save $2 or $3.
Yeah.
And that's, we see a resurgence now of Black bookstores, but it is crucial that we take a look at that $2 and pour it into the community.
That's what I've always said. You and I have been doing this for a long time. So we saw when in like the 2007, when Black bookstores just collapsed, because people said, well, I could get it down at Walmart for $2 less. And I used to say to people, that $2 is an investment in your community. Don't look at it as you are paying $2 more. Look at it as you investing back in your community. We have to become like other races.
Yeah.
We have to become like other people who will invest, only spend where they live. And we have to be, especially in a place like this, Rashonda, this is one of the most amazing bookstores I have ever been in.
Ever.
And I've been writing 28 years. How many years have you been writing?
Yeah, that's about 27.
Yeah, exactly. And it's just crazy. I mean, we've been to a lot of wonderful bookstores. Mm-hmm. But this bookstore with just how it's laid out and it's in the community, and the reason the GDH has it here in the community, we all have to support this in any way we can. And not just this bookstore, any Black bookstore in your community.
And we talk about that $2 that you save at Walmart. I know you don't shop at Walmart, but when you go to Walmart and you save $2 on that book, you're spending $20 extra on stuff you didn't need, that you didn't go into the store to get. And so, the same thing, the Walmarts and the Amazon, we all for entrepreneurship, but they're not book centered. They're counting on you to come. You order your book because you saved $2, but they're thinking of everything else you're going to
buy the refrigerator, there, right? You came over there to buy that book, but now you're going to go buy the refrigerator. And so this is something, and Black bookstores are meant to build us up.
Yeah.
Like you said, Walmart, you can go buy your other stuff there. Amazon, go buy your other stuff there, but they're not trying to build us up. Every single Black entrepreneur who opens up a bookstore in their community does it for one purpose only, and that is to build Black people. And I don't know how we cannot support that with everything we have.
And that's one of the things we're doing. We're on a Black bookstore tour now.
Celebration, a Black
bookstore celebration. And that is, we're hitting 8 cities in 8 days. And you and I were talking about this. but there's a reason. We're not just here. I mean, of course, we want to sell books, but it's not about just selling the books.
Yeah, this time it's not about us.
Yeah.
We wanted to go to the bookstores, and Rashana, I really don't care if one person shows up, or in Atlanta we had 200 people show up. Not Atlanta, Dallas. Okay, please excuse me. I knew that was going to happen. I knew it was going to happen. You're going to get on the
speaking
stage.
Atlanta tomorrow. You're speaking that into existence.
I know it's going to happen. You're going to get up on stage and say, "Hey, Detroit." They're going to be like, "No, you in Cleveland." We want to bring awareness to these people who are doing far greater work than what we're doing with writing our books. They're bringing you all the books, all at one time. And so I'm so excited that you and I decided to do this. We've toured together before, but it's a different mission. It's a mission now that's in line with what we were talking about under politics. It's a mission where our gift is writing. That's our resistance. But this space, this is resistance.
Yeah. And if anyone is watching that's not in New Orleans, you need to make sure this is on your stop.
Girl,
I mean,
this is a tour stop,
it
right?
It is a tour stop. I love this bookstore so much just because I feel immersed in literature.
That's a good point. And then we walked in and we felt at home.
Yeah.
Ain't never been here before, but felt at home. And it's just, I just love it. I love it.
And so just to people watching, we want to tell them, go to those bookstores to support. Bottom line.
There's nobody who's going to support us like we support us. Because, and I'm experiencing a little bit now, because sometimes people like to know the back history of, the back workings of authors. And I've written 2 historical novels with a white author. They've done very well. The Personal Librarian, and that has sold over 1 million copies, and The First Ladies that sold over 250,000 so far. And so I then decided to write Harlem Rhapsody on my own about our culture, the Harlem Renaissance. There is a little bit of a situationship in the book with W.E.B. and Jesse, even though he's married. But I wanted to do something that would celebrate us. And you've been with me on this journey, and I'm treated very differently as I am still the author that sold 1 million copies with the Personal Librarian, but I am not treated that way when I'm by myself. I am treated like, oh, that little Black author over there. And so I don't, from my publisher and my agent, nothing but support. But from the bookstores, they're like, she didn't write that book.
And it's not, a lot of people will immediately say, oh, I'm not racist. I'm not racist at all. We have found on this journey that allies, it is a proof of systemic racism.
Yeah.
We have seen allies who really are supportive of us.
Yeah.
Who just don't get it.
Who don't get it.
I think it's hilarious how these 2 older Black women have just fucking roiled up a hornet's nest in this chat. It is shocking, but it's also funny.
Who don't get it. And there was a bestsellers list kind of program during February, Black History Month, where not 25 books were chosen and not one of the books was a Black book. And I was saying to you, some of those bookstore owners have met me, would tell you they love me. Oh, we're going to have Victoria. And it never crossed their mind to put a Black book on their list to support. Never crossed their mind.
But that goes back to politics, because that's why diversity, equity, and inclusion is just
because
crucial.
We're not telling you to choose somebody who is less than.
Right.
We're saying, why don't you consider those people who are above average and who happen to be Black? Nobody's telling people to consider somebody who's less than. Men, Black people have to work 3 times harder. So you're not going to get a less than person. But they would never.
Well, apparently they have to work harder now. It was only 2 times when I was a kid.
She is stunned at it. She can't believe. But even she loves us. Even she sometimes doesn't get it.
Yeah. Yeah. We're talking about books and all that's going on in the industry, but I'd be remiss if I didn't give us a chance to talk about what's next. I know you're still promoting Harlem Rhapsody.
Harlem Rhapsody. Go out and buy Harlem Rhapsody, the book about the Harlem Renaissance. And the woman who started it, which I can't even believe. Like, we know Langston Hughes, we know Countee Cullen, we know Nella Larson. None of them would exist without Jessie Redmond Fawcett. So this is historical fiction about, and I do want to talk a little bit about historical fiction before I completely answer that question, because both of us are writing historical fiction now. And historical and fiction, the dichotomy of those words, it's kind of weird, right? Because one is truth, history, fiction, one is lies. But what people have to understand, it's the information of history that mixes with our imagination. And that's why people are telling us, oh my God, I never read historical fiction until I've read the two of you. This is as good as anything else.
Right.
And I'm learning. So even if you've never read historical fiction before, we promise you that the drama because that's what all of that preparation work was for the last 25 years to do that. So, but what's next for me is I have a new book coming out with my co-author again next summer. We haven't decided on a title exactly yet, even though the book is finished. But it'll be out next summer. And what I can say is that it's about a Black woman, a white woman, and the mob.
And I love mob stories, but it's not just a Black woman you made up.
Oh my goodness.
It's another Black woman we should know.
Okay, so can I tell the funny story about when I first told you about this funny story? And I want to know, I really have a bone to pick with you. So I tell you the story about what this new book is about, and we're out to dinner on tour someplace, and your face just changed. And I just couldn't, and I was like, Rashonda, what's wrong? Do you want to tell the people what you said to me?
I was trying to figure out how to off you and steal your story.
That's exactly what she said. She wanted to off me.
Because the story is fabulous.
But you said, then you were sitting there saying, well, I can't off you because then you have the co-author. And then if I off the agent, that's my agent. And so you went down the whole list.
Because I think this is a major, major story.
Yeah.
And I think it is excellent. I told you I love the mob. But to find out a Black
woman, loves the mob?
I mean, I love Mexican drug movies. So
well, there's that. There's that.
But to find out a Black woman in
1930s, first Black female prosecutor. I've already said too much. You're gonna be able to figure this out. Now, took them on. Took them on, took them down.
I can't wait to read it. I've been trying to read the manuscript in progress.
No,
she won't let me.
I won't. So now, what's next for you? Because I'm excited because I have read this one. I was your editor, right? A little bit.
Yes, and that's what really. You always have to have someone with fresh eyes and someone who will tell you, what is this crap you just wrote? And
I do say it like that.
And with a little expletives added in there. But you have to have that. Someone said something to us yesterday and just our dynamics, the dynamics of our relationship, that she admired not only the friendship, but the love that is received. And that really hit me because when you cursed me out about my book, I didn't get upset.
Curse you out?
Yeah, you did. But because you know what I'm capable of.
And I want the best book out there. You're about to go. I mean, this is going to be your second book. This is going to be a big book. And I want it to be the best that can go out at that time. You ain't gonna go out there and embarrass me. People know that we are best friends in this thing. You are not about to no, but it's not. I mean, it is some of that, but it's that I want you to have the best shot at it.
And I'm so excited about the book. It is called With Love from Harlem. It is about the Hazel Scott, and she was one of the biggest jazz singers of our time, bigger than Billie Holiday, bigger than Sarah Vaughan. And people don't know her.
I didn't know her.
She used to be married to Adam Clayton Powell Jr. And she really was erased from history because she was a civil rights activist, very vocal. She was friends with James Baldwin.
Yes. James Baldwin's in your novel.
James Baldwin is in my novel. And so I spent a lot of time researching him as well. And so it is her story of how she really was erased from history for standing up for what she believed in. And, you know, she was Adam Clayton Powell's mistress first and then his wife. And so
that kind of left the mistress position open.
You know what? How you got them is how you lose them. And so I really I struggled with writing that because of, you know, you don't really want to glorify that, but we're flawed people. Adam Clayton Powell, everybody knows all of the good he did, but he was a flawed individual.
And you know what, Rashonda, when I had to write about W.E.B. Du Bois in that same situation, how I got over it was we call people extraordinary people. They're not extraordinary people. They are ordinary people who've done extraordinary things. And if we start realizing that everybody came out of their mama's womb the same way, and we're all the same, then you can separate their accomplishments from what they've done.
And that's one of the things I discovered in writing this book. I'm so excited for it. It comes out January 27th. It's called With Love from Harlem. Hoping everyone will pre-order now. And so that, you know, until then, I'm promoting the Queen of Sugar Hill and just loving telling people Hattie's story. And introducing her and getting people to take off their 21st century lens about her.
Read this with 20th century lens. And you say that you're out selling Queen of Sugar Hill, but you were selling Harlem Rhapsody with my book as much as you were selling your own.
Because I absolutely love the book. And it is like you said, we stand on the shoulders of Jessie Redmond Foster.
We really do, because not only did she discover every single Harlem Renaissance writer, but she wrote more novels than anyone during the Harlem Renaissance. And she was the first novelist, the first person to write a novel about the Black middle class. What have we been doing for the last 28
Writing
years?
about the Black middle class.
And so when we say we stand on someone's shoulders, we sometimes just say that. We literally stand on this lady's shoulders.
Well, before we move on to pop culture, I want to talk real quick in case we have some people that want to write. What is your biggest advice?
Ooh, you know, I always say writers read, because I can always tell when I used to do editing, I could always tell someone who wanted to be a writer, but they didn't read. When I just read their first 10, 12 pages, I could tell. So writers read so they can become motivated, they can learn something. That's important. But writers write. You cannot call yourself a writer.
Let me make one point. Brian, as I have said so many times, starting back on John Galt's channel, there is no one Black culture. There are Black cultures, plural. And I usually just don't say anything at the ignorance that is rife in these YouTube Black spaces. I'm going to be blunt. Y'all don't know shit about Black culture. I literally have never been on a YouTube channel that was, you know, focused on, you know, anything like the Black community, where I got the idea they knew what Black culture was or how it even works. And I don't give a fuck who I piss off. I'm pretty sure I could hold my own with anyone who claims to, for instance, hear this conversation that's on the tube. And if you think this conversation is strange, well, you don't know Black culture. And I'll be blunt about it. Don't give a fuck who gets pissed off. At least this is the culture I grew up with. Again, JP wouldn't know this culture, but it's Black culture. So keep spouting bullshit and I'll just keep roasting. This is as much Black culture. As a matter of fact, I would say this is more what I'm used to as far as Black culture than anything JP's talking about. People who think that, you know, the welfare thing is like the biggest thing in Black culture, especially historically, it's just sheer ignorance. Black people really didn't even get welfare benefits until the 60s. So Black people have been here in what became the United States centuries before the 1960s.
Don't write. and quality nor quantity matters in any given day. You know the story that I had wanted to write my whole life and didn't do it until 1997 when my husband pushed my desire and made it greater than my resistance. But the way I got that first book written was I made a commitment to write 1 word a day. Like that was my commitment because I knew I could achieve that. There would be days that I would come home and I would write, she said, but I doubled my commitment. So knew that the next day I could do something else. And then there would be days I'd come home and only felt like writing, she said, but I would write an entire chapter. And I actually finished that book in 3 months. And so it's all about just doing it. Just doing it. You don't want to be 80 years old sitting on someone's porch and saying you didn't even give it a shot.
Yeah. You know, people talk a lot of time. We talked about this being With Love from Harlem being my second book. It's my second historical book.
Yeah, because you've written about 54,896 books.
Not quite.
And we started at the same time.
Not quite, but I do have 53 previous books. And I believe every minute you spend talking about what you don't have time to do could be spent doing it.
Yeah.
And so that's how I'm able to utilize that. A lot of people will want to write, but they, as you say, their desire to write is not as strong as their resistance. Life will always get in the way. So you have to become committed to your goal and making that happen.
Yeah. And you can make it happen. You don't want to have the regret.
Yeah.
You know, that's the one thing I'm so glad, because if I hadn't done that, I finished that book, by the way, the book that I wrote 1 word a day, I finished it in 3 months. That book became my first novel, Temptation. It was my first nomination for an NAACP Image Award. So you can make it happen on 1 word a day.
Yeah. All right. Well, we are almost out of time, but we have to talk pop culture. And see, that's kind of hard for you because
I don't do anything except for watching the news.
Politics and all of that.
Politics and prose is my thing. So are you going to choose a pop culture?
I'm going to choose
that
a pop
I can talk
culture
about?
that you can talk about. But
I know it is.
But here's the thing. I don't want to talk about the intricacies of this case.
Okay.
Because I'm sure you'll know what what I want to talk about is the victim blaming that I'm seeing a lot of.
Yeah.
And of course, we're talking about the Diddy case in case anybody didn't know.
Yeah.
And you know, all of the theatrics surrounding that, we don't want to address that. But the victim blaming is killing me.
You know, I saw something today where someone said, you know, Cassie stayed for 10 years. And that means they don't even understand victim. They don't understand people who don't have agency. She was 21 years old. She was with this person who was stronger, older, faster, better, and you can convince a little girl. I mean, yes, she was a young woman. I shouldn't say little girl, but you can convince her to do anything almost, especially since, I don't know if you remember this, but one of the books when we had our publishing company, we were going to do Pamela McGee. Pamela McGee's mother told me something. And I don't know if you'll remember this. She had been abused. And she said, but 29 days out of the month were wonderful. It was that one day. And so it takes years and years and years to give up the 29 good days for that one day. Because we sit back and say, oh, I wouldn't do this. I wouldn't do that. But that means that you just don't even understand what it's like.
And I do. I'm glad that she's getting the help that she does. But I want us to remember, as people are watching that, to remember that she was a 21-year-old.
21-year-old. 21. And think about what you did in your 20s.
Yeah.
Like I always tell people, I can never run for office. Everybody's always saying I should be some kind of politician. People tell me this all the time. And when they say never, I say, never. I will never run for office because I used to be in my 20s. And when you are in your 20s, you are not the smartest knife in the drawer. You think you are, which is the problem. But I did some things that I could never. I know Trump is president, so anybody could do something, but I ain't telling people all my business like that. But she was this young girl with and this is what I mean by not having agency. She had no money, no responsibilities. No, she didn't have it yet. She hadn't grown into who she was going to be yet. And she was with someone who knew exactly what they were doing.
Mhm.
Exactly.
How can we teach our daughters and our sons for that matter?
Teach our sons, Rashonda. That's where we start. Just teach men. You have such a wonderful young son. I'm Auntie B to him. But just teach them how to treat women. And I think the best way is what my husband used to say to our daughter. He used to say, you want a man that's going to treat you the way I treat you. And so teach sons to treat people the way they would want their mother treated.
And we have to teach them in spite of. So my son, I remember there was one time I'm one of those moms that's checking. I'm the nosy mom. So I'm checking his phone and a text thread he's having with his friends. And he called one of the girls in this text group. It was like 14 girls in there. He called one of them Queen. And they immediately started calling him nerd. They just started calling him all kind of names. And so then he said, okay, then B, and called her the whole word. And they chuckled and thought it was funny. And so I had to tell him, I don't care what they want.
That's right.
You always continue to be your king, be the king, and treat them as a queen. And I think we have to tell our children that, because a lot of times they'll just fall victim to, well, that's what the girls want. That's what they want. And so we have to continue being vigilant in talking to them.
And see what happened with those young girls? They're so used to being called the B word.
What do you need me to rewind, Kim? I stepped away. Well, I guess I'll just rewind it. Which part? Which part resonated? Brian, you know what? You didn't tell me shit. And you know what? I think, Brian, you might just want to stop typing for a little bit, because you're starting to annoy me, to be honest. Well, I'll just rewind it back a little ways. I assume it's going to be the part about raising the son.
People who don't have agency. She was 21 years old. She was with this person who was stronger, older, faster, better, and you can convince a little girl. I mean, yes.
Which part did you want rewound?
It was a while back, but we can finish watching it first. She said something to the effect of, like, the girl was like, oh, you wrote like all these books and we started at the same time. And she said sometimes we say we don't have the time to do something instead of just doing it. Something to that effect, she said. I want to write that down because I felt like that.
Well, let me, I'll just drop the link in the chat.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Thank you.
So
I feel
this
like I can
is
scan to that part later.
Yeah, it's also in the show notes, but I don't think I labeled it.
Got it. Okay.
Hold on one sec here. Yeah, like I said earlier, this, believe it or not, it's almost like nostalgic, because this sounds like one of my mother's bridge clubs. You know, they'd be like a bunch of English teachers just kind of sitting around talking about books and just all kinds of things.
I'll say
And,
this.
you know,
I
I
enjoy the
understand
conversation.
that a lot of it's why I say, you know, people talking about, well, Black culture is this or Black culture is that. I grew up in Savannah. I wound up working up around Spartanville, South Carolina, at some point. And you know what? It was almost like I was in a different country. You know, some of the ways they did, or, you know, some of the things they thought, or some of the sayings. And these were Black people. You know, Spartanburg especially is kind of considered, you know, a chocolate city. But you know what? It was, you know, it took some getting used to. You know, there was a whole lot of really. So I think
I'd say
that
this.
people.
I enjoy their conversation that they're having. I love that they wrote books. I really enjoy that. And I like how they're showing younger women how to engage in conversation that's thoughtful, not chaotic or toxic. That part I admire. But I don't agree with a
Right.
lot of their political statements and ideologies and the fact that they're feeding into fears and exaggerating certain things. That part was
Well,
I didn't really care
let me
for.
put it to you this way. At their age, and they're probably, in their 50s, they have reasons for thinking what they think. It could be generational, it could be regional, it could be experiential. But
Yeah.
I would always be cautious of disagreeing vehemently with, someone who's older in a YouTube video until you can ask them, well, why do you think this? Could be a perfectly good
I
reason.
mean,
Whether
that's
you agree
actually
with the
very
reason.
logical.
Yeah. Um,
Mhm.
I'm always, I disagree with a lot of people over a lot of things. But at least they're in the chat or, they're up on a panel. You can't engage these two because, I would love to know, well, why do you think that?
I agree with
So,
that. And that's when you can really make a judgment at that point,
right.
when you have that information. So understood. But then my second thing is that I'm a little unclear on how are we defining Black culture? And
How
how is it
do
just
I
one,
define it?
or is there like a general definition? This is what I'm trying to figure out.
Well, let me put it to you this way. I don't define it. But
Okay.
what I do say, it's almost like when people say, well, Stanley, you're pro-Black. And my response is, I don't really know what pro-Black means, but if that means I don't hate Black people, then I'm pro-Black. Okay, I think Black people are human and they are as screwed up as any other demographic. I
Mhm.
would almost define Black culture by region. But I don't define it because it's so many different things. I don't think it's even a few things. It is a big thing.
I
And
agree.
just going from Savannah to Spartanburg, South Carolina, that's a 3 to 4 hour drive. It's almost like being in a different country. Same Black people, same African origins, one state up from where I was born, but it is very different. The coastal South is different from Atlanta, is different from North Georgia, is different from Memphis, Tennessee. It's like white culture. New England isn't anything like California culturally. So Black culture
Mhm.
is the same way. It's not one thing. There are commonalities. The music may be shared, but think of it 50 years ago before the internet. Think of Emmett Till if you want to describe a tragedy where he's from Chicago and those big city ways whistling at some white woman did not work in the South and he lost his life over it. That's
Yeah.
a difference in Black culture. He could have probably gotten away with it up in Chicago.
Fair.
So there
And I
are
think there's
stark
just things
differences sometimes.
that are just human. Because I've seen stuff online, especially on YouTube. Oh, Black people do this. Like Black people react this way, and I'll see white people or Asian people or people of all colors in the comments saying, "Well, my family does that too," or So I'm like, maybe there's things that are just human connections and not necessarily Black culture. But that's another.
Well, I'm going to say there is more ignorance about culture in general than I ever could have imagined here on YouTube.
So
Um,
true.
Culture is a thing. Okay. Someone mentioned, I think it was Zhang talking about I was inconsistent about my comments on Black culture. And my response is, what in culture is ever consistent? Culture is largely about human nature, and human
Hmm.
nature is extremely contradictory.
Oh yeah, that's a fact.
So, I've one of the things that this show is about is culture, But the one thing you learn about culture is it can be unpredictable. It's definitely inconsistent. And the best way to know about culture is reading or music or, one of the humanities. You can be a STEM major and still appreciate literature or, whatever your form of art is. And I think too many people that I run across, and it's really largely younger Black people, extremely culturally ignorant about Black culture.
Yeah, I would agree. I feel like for myself, there's a lot that I don't know. Um, you know, but
But I mean, I don't know. I don't know if you dropped me in the middle of Brooklyn, I'd be asking a lot of questions. I don't know, the New York City Black culture. I know Savannah, which, by the way, we're going to watch next. I'd forgotten about it. CKJ3 reminded me.
yeah, check
Peter
out Dawn's comment.
Santinello.
Check out
You
Dawn's
you
comment when you
know
have a chance.
Peter Santinello is, right?
No.
Well, he's kind of like a photo or video journalist, and he and his wife have been all over the world and definitely all over the United States, just kind of doing documentaries. And recently he was in Savannah. So he's got an hour kind of documentary about Savannah. And my old Catholic elementary school is in one little segment of it. So that got me excited. I'm down on third, I think, is it 36th Street? I can't remember which street it's on, but I know, dude, I literally know that area because I was there every day for 6 years going to school there. So
Yeah.
the
Let's
building's
watch
still
it.
there,
That's
and there's a little
exciting.
church next to it that I think it's still people still attend it as a congregation. So we'll see that next.
Yeah, I would like to see that. I've never been to Savannah, but for some reason it kind of holds a special place in my heart. I always want to go there. I believe I will eventually. I don't
Well,
know,
the
but it's just something that I've
downtown portion of
always
Savannah,
liked.
I was there last summer around July 4th, and my son and I walked up from River Street all the way up to the cathedral, and it still is beautiful, if not more beautiful. It's been well maintained, the downtown, because it's touristy.
Yeah.
But I tell you what, the Catholic school I graduated from, the elementary school I graduated from, has a square right in front of it, like one of the big, the squares. And it's as beautiful as I remember it. Dude, I sat on a bench and really could have stayed there for the rest of the day, just hanging out
Wow,
watching people.
that's so nice.
Yeah, it's right next to the cathedral.
But I heard that Savannah's spooky, like New Orleans, like witchy.
No, it doesn't reach. It doesn't reach that. It's not that bad. At least not to me, but I grew up there.
Okay, so let's finish watching this and then we'll get to your next one. But check out Dawn's
Okay.
comment when you have a chance.
What, did she just make it? Let's see
Yeah,
here.
it's fairly recent.
Sometimes my phone gets through auto correction and don't catch any time, but I think Black culture would be a great subject for some evening. Yeah, we can do that. It's not like I have the corner on the Black culture market. My culture, uh, Savannah is different than New Orleans. Savannah's, Charleston and Savannah are fairly similar, but then there's a whole coastal South. I would literally say from Houston to Mobile to places like Savannah and then Charleston and maybe up into Wilmington, maybe because the Low Country is considered like from Wilmington down to like around St. Simon's Island, the Sea Islands of Georgia, Jacksonville, maybe if you stretch it. Florida's different. That panhandle of Florida over to Mobile, maybe similar. And then on to New Orleans. I would say Houston, but I've been in Houston, but just the airport. So I don't know that much about the culture, but it just seems different than even somewhere like New Orleans. But
Yeah, I think
Well,
what I
yeah.
need to do is like go on one of those like
Well,
trips
you know
to the
what?
South.
Maybe I'll do it Saturday.
But the Savannah video? Oh, the culture show.
Well, no, I'm
Yeah,
gonna do
that'd be
that
great.
next. But Dawn's talking about culture.
No, I agree.
So,
Saturday would be a good day for that.
yeah, because I'll have a lot more time.
Yeah, yeah, I agree.
All right, well, we'll finish this up.
Yeah.
This has about 6 more minutes.
She was a young woman. I shouldn't say little girl. But you can convince her to do anything almost, especially since, I don't know if you remember this, but one of the books when we had our publishing company, we were going to do Pamela McGee.
So they were
Pamela
business
McGee's
owners.
mother told me something. And I don't know if you'll remember this. She had been abused. And she said, but 29 days out of the month were wonderful. It was that one day. And so it takes years and years and years to give up the 29 good days for that one day, because we sit back and say, oh, I wouldn't do this, I wouldn't do that. But that means that you just don't even understand what it's like.
And I do. I'm glad that she's getting the help that she does. But I want us to remember, as people are watching that, to remember that she was a 21-year-old.
21-year-old. 21. And think about what you did in your 20s.
Yeah.
Like I always tell people, I can never run for office. Everybody's always saying I should be some kind of politician. People tell me this all the time. And when they say never, I said, never. I will never run for office because I used to be in my 20s. And when you are in your 20s, you are not the smartest knife in the drawer. You think you are, which is the problem. But I did some things that I could never. I know Trump is president, so anybody could do something, but I ain't telling people that all my business like that. But she was this young girl with and this is what I mean by not having agency. She had no money, no responsibilities. No, she didn't have it yet. She hadn't grown into who she was going to be yet. And she was with someone who knew exactly what they were doing. Exactly.
How can we teach our daughters and our sons, for that matter?
Teach our sons, Rashonda. That's where we start. Just teach men. You have such a wonderful young son. I'm Auntie B to him. But just teach them how to treat women. And I think the best way is what my husband used to say to our daughter. He used to say, you want a man that's going to treat you the way I treat you. And so teach sons to treat people the way they would want their mother treated.
And we have to teach them in spite of. So my son, I remember there was one time I'm one of those moms that's checking. I'm the nosy mom. So I'm checking his phone and a text thread he's having with his friends. And he called one of the girls in this text group. It was like 14 girls in there. He called one of them Queen. And they immediately started calling him nerd. They just started calling him all kind of names. And so then he said, okay, then B, and called her the whole word. And they chuckled and thought it was funny. And so I had to tell him, I don't care what they want.
That's right.
You always continue to be your king, be the king, and treat them as the queen. And I think we have to tell our children that, because a lot of times they'll just fall victim to, well, that's what the girls want. That's what they want. And so we have to continue being vigilant in talking to them.
And see what happened with those young girls. They're so used to being called the B word and not the Q word.
Right.
You know, that is so sad. But sometimes that is men too. That means their dads are not. Because I got in trouble in school when I told the teacher, I was about 8 years old, told the teacher she needed to go back to college because we were learning about queens and kings and Queen of England, whose name was Victoria. And I told the teacher that she needed to go to college because I was Queen Victoria. Now, in my defense, I didn't realize people had the same names. I had never met another Victoria. My sisters had their own names. So in my defense, I thought I was Queen Victoria because my parents told me I was Queen Victoria. Every birthday I was dressed up as Queen Victoria. For Halloween, when we were doing that, I dressed as Queen Victoria. My father told me I was Queen Victoria. And to this day, I still, you heard of one of my best friends the other day saying we called her Queen Bee. That's just what I've always thought. And so when you are raised that way, You will not let people treat, and you know this about me.
Yeah.
You won't let people treat you any old kind of way at all. The people don't even get a second chance with me.
One of the girls that my son adores the most, who wants
I
the
love
most,
her.
Her father constantly tells her she's a queen, so she's not here for the foolishness, and I love it.
And she looks at Miles just the way you do and say, "I'm just not here. You know, you're a nice boy, but I'm not here for the foolishness.
I'm not here for the foolishness."
Because you take that little dimple you got, you're gonna be talking to the other girls. I'm not here for that.
So we have to teach our children because they are listening, they are learning. We have to take the time for it.
Yeah, definitely.
All
So
right.
how did I do with that pop culture?
Okay, you did good. You did good. So see, normally she'd be like,
I'll be like, you know what I'll do? I'll be opening up this book and start reading this book.
So she doesn't want to hear, because she usually don't even know what I'm talking about.
I know.
Because if it wasn't on MSNBC.
And this was on MSNBC.
See, that's how you know about
That's how I know. That's how I know.
All right, well, we are out of time. And so we thank you so much for joining us and allowing us to come in on this discussion.
Was really fun.
Yeah.
Like we had no idea. This was really fun.
We enjoyed it. And again, if you are ever in this area.
Ooh, child. You need to come to this area.
Come. This is a tourist stop.
This is a tourist stop.
Right after before Bourbon Street.
Yeah, before Bourbon Street.
Before Bourbon Street, you need to stop here.
People know that's honestly, people need to stop here.
Because right now, I got to go because I got some coffees. I have some coffees and books. I'm in heaven.
That's
in heaven. All right, bye.
Bye.
Okay, so we'll look at the Savannah video next, which I'm actually kind of excited about. And then in the meantime, whilst we do this, Dave, culture is not individual experience. I don't know where you get the idea. Yes, you can experience culture, but your individual experience is not the culture, and vice versa. The culture is not your individual experience. I don't know why you're confused about that. It seems a pretty simple concept to me. Dunning-Kruger, no idea why you're even boring me with that bullshit. Virginia Johnson, I thought I knew of her sister, but it's a different Johnson, I think. So yeah, we can have a look at that. I vaguely know about her. Didn't she just die? Or maybe I'm thinking of someone else. Maybe I'm thinking of a opera singer. 1950. But anyway, yeah, we'll have a look at that Saturday. And let's see what else. What other bullshit does Dave have here? Okay, I don't care what dude, Dave, I'm not wrong. I don't give a fuck what other people say. It's my show, and I say, and I know I have, dude, just because nobody else says it means I'm wrong. See, this is part of the problem with Black culture. If your homie didn't say it, apparently it's not true. Is that how this works, Dave? Culture is not an individual experience. One can experience a culture, but it's not like a two-way street. Individual experiences, I think, can probably contribute to a culture, but culture is a big, vacuous, nebulous concept. Individual experience is a lot more specific. So deal with it. And if you don't like my definition, Google it. Come up with your own definition.
Your average.
All right, so you want to looks like Jones Street. So this is Peter Santinello. And by the way, Peter Santinello, I've been watching him for a couple years. As a matter of fact, let me put his channel in the chat. This dude is a master. I don't know why he's not better known. This dude should be winning Academy Awards with some of these documentaries. I've shown him before, but it's been probably the last time I did it. It was on John's channel, Santanello or Santanello. I think it's Santanello. Hopefully, I didn't misspell it. Oh, it is with an extra E. So let's make sure we get this right. There we go. I highly recommend his YouTube channel. Highly recommend it. It's almost essential if you like culture, oddly enough. So here he is in Savannah.
Chat with JoJo and I for a second. A lot of boarded up stuff. This is like Beirut or something.
It was known as the most
Now that's
integrated
school
city.
right there.
This is my wall of fame.
Wait,
There you are in the
back it up a
It
little
was
bit.
for a second.
A lot of boarded up
city.
This is my
That's-
wall of fame. There you or something.
It was known.
Okay, that school right there, right here, is the old St. Mary's. I actually went to first through sixth grade there, and then behind her is the I think that might be the Priory, or it might be the church. That little sign behind her used to be for St. Mary's Church, and I don't know if it's still open. They closed a couple churches, but yep, that is St. Mary's. And then on the left-hand side is where in the back is where the playground used to be. So still looks pretty good actually. And then the little brick road out there. I haven't been back over there. Where I live, my neighborhood is probably a good 15-minute drive, maybe probably about 15 minutes. So I haven't been over this way in quite some time. Victory Drive. Let me think. Is that fit? No, that's not Victory Drive. Never mind. So anyway, let's watch this.
As the most integrated city.
This is my wall of fame. There you are in the Chargers jersey. Yeah, it was surreal. I broke Walter Payton's all-time touchdown record. Very much enjoyable to be a tourist in. Highly walkable.
You want to race? I'll race you.
With a cigarette in his hand. Come on! Look at that. Looks like something out of Avatar. Man.
Excuse me.
This is one of the biggest ports in the country, right? That's right. Some guys make upwards of 200,000 in here. Yeah. Secret rooms.
Hello.
Every day that you wake up, just put your best foot. Don't think about your past. Don't think about your future. Stay in the moment.
Savannah is literally block to block to block.
Yep.
And then it's all of a sudden a different world.
Oh, I used to live, that's right down on 32nd Street.
So JoJo,
my
you
grandmother
grew up in
used to
Savannah?
live, I think it's on
And you
this
went all the
street.
way to the NFL.
It really was a dream come true. I thought I wouldn't play high school football.
Oh, that's Savannah.
So we're going to
High.
get into it today, from your childhood, where you grew up here, the wealthiest hood to the hood and everything in between. And
That's one of the things I pride myself on, that I have friends from every category of the city, every category of this country, every category of this world. Like the Most High has blessed me to live in London. I've lived in Austria, Germany, Northern Italy, Holland.
so that helps you understand this place better.
100%.
This is a beautiful city.
Man, this is a beautiful street. You know, one of the pivotal points in my life, I'm going to show you here.
Yeah.
We used to always go to this library. And as embarrassing it is to say, as a kid, I hated reading. But there was a basketball court here, and I'd like to, go out and shoot basketball. I was shooting by myself. And this strange white guy, strange to me then, pulls up on me. And he was in this nice new Honda. And this guy's like, hey, you're really good at basketball. I am Pastor Dawson from Bible Baptist. We'd like for you to be interested in coming
Bible
to our
Baptist.
school. I'm a public school guy. We fight at school every day. What do I look like going to a private Christian school? And he meets my mom and he's telling her about Bible Baptist. She gets excited. I had to be 12 going on 13 years old. That's kind of the turning point.
This street right here, right behind this yellow house going to the left, I was a baby there. My grandmother used to own either the building next door or the building 2 buildings down. If you go straight in front of this yellow building, go down like maybe a block or two. That was McCorkle's Bakery. We used to go there after church to get gingerbread boys. Right in front, if you hung the street right in front of this yellow house is the main library, the Bull Street Library. And believe me, I spent a lot of hours in that library.
In my life where I kind of veered off with my friends.
Also, right a little bit down from this yellow house is the high school my mother used to teach at, Richard Arnold.
And the scariest thing is during this time, all of
that's
my
the library
friends,
right
they
there.
started selling drugs. Like, we were like a pack of, 5 to 7 kids that hung out every day. We were all like, hey man, we're not going to be like these older guys. We're not going to sell drugs. And they were selling crack cocaine. They were learning how to sell crack cocaine.
That's the parking lot for the
a
library.
guy, one of my buddies, cook cocaine and give it to one of our older friends. So if we were 13 and 14, he gave it to like this 18-year-old kid. And it blew my mind. This kid O'Neal, I watched him smoke crack cocaine for the first time. He sat there and stared at the faucet for like 40 minutes. It's just the craziest thing ever. Again, we just kind of veered away. That's where our lives changed, I don't think I had any control of that, man. I just always ended up in good situations. I always found myself in a place where I landed on my feet, so to speak. This is an old fire station here.
And we're not in the downtown area. The goal was to start out here away from any tourists.
That's about
Everything back that way
Midtown.
is considered downtown. Everything back this way is considered not downtown.
Okay, yeah, it gets rougher right off the go there.
Oh, yeah, it gets pretty grimy.
What's the crime situation these days in Savannah?
It's really, really bad. And
Really bad.
You know why it is? I had to think about it after I talked to you
It's
for the
always
first
been
time.
bad.
Yeah.
I'm like, why is the crime so bad? Because let's say you're in Atlanta and you got like 5 different boroughs and you run into someone and you have a problem and you may not ever see him again. But Savannah, man, it's so small. You're going to see that guy or that problem next weekend. And that beef, that situation never goes anywhere. And people don't know how to talk to each other.
Yeah.
And Peter, one of the worst things, one of the scariest things that are happening to our community is this music, man, this drill music. You can't, not even on the radio, you can't turn on a radio and the radio isn't saying, kill that nigga.
So drill music is on the radio?
Yeah, drill music is on the radio. Indirectly, you know what I mean?
Right.
It's on the radio.
So just bad messaging.
Yeah. The days of, hey, let's join forces and let's be friends and let's love each other. It's just not happening anymore. See, this is 1 block away from where we started.
So this city just totally changes block to block.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's like New Orleans a bit.
There you go.
In that sense.
And that's happening as, some rich white company comes in and buys up a row of houses. Like, I'm going to show you this.
Well,
place.
let me say
it
something
scares me.
here. It's not like Savannah hasn't always been. Just even when I was in high school, at one point in time, Savannah had like a per capita murder rate that was either highest in the United States or second highest. You just have to know which neighborhoods to be in after dark and which not to be. But it is what it is. And, if you don't go where you shouldn't go, you'll be fine.
Me to go by it. And I will never.
Oh, and by the way, it's like any other small southern city. Now, one thing I do have to say, Savannah College of Art and Design has been like a godsend to Savannah. I can guarantee you at some point in time, all these kind of dilapidated houses, they will be bought up. And, the architecture students and stuff like that, they turn these old dilapidated buildings into like student projects. And it'll give it time. All this stuff will be gentrified. There's some places that are gentrified now I never thought would be. So, again, you just have to know where to go and where not to be at certain times. And to be honest, I haven't lived there in a long time. I'm not even sure I know where the worst parts are, but I do know, the parts I tend to hang out in. I've never had a problem.
drive through here at night. We could come back through at night if you want.
So a lot of boarded up stuff.
I mean, if
It's
there's
just
a
like
lot of
Beirut
boarded
or
up
something.
houses, if you're in a place with a lot of boarded up houses, you probably don't want to be there for very long. If it looks like pretty and bricked and expensive, you'll be okay.
Man, like it is scary, scary, scary. And you see,
I mean, this is probably over on the east side of the city. The east side has always been a problem.
I think it's a little bit early for some of the zombies to be out, but people are living in there. People are in there.
Really?
In an hour or so, they will be
Now, I wonder
coming
if
out
this
of there.
might
They'll
be
be
off of
standing
the
out of here. They'll
Beachy
be looking
Road.
for money or drugs or both.
Yeah, nobody's on the streets.
No, it's still a little bit early. This is a very drug infested area.
Okay.
And
so you grew up in the rough part of town, right?
yeah, this is 38th Street. I grew up on 36th.
But there's some rebuilding, as you can see there.
This is the
Rebuild
west
happens,
side.
but our people aren't benefiting this. They're not going to be moving back in here.
So this is getting gentrified. This is going to get bought up on the cheap, rebuilt.
Yep. Absolutely.
And then who's moving in?
That guy who sold his house for $800,000. He sold his 1,000-foot condo for $800,000 in New York. So he'll come back down here and buy this for $200,000 and or maybe buy a couple of them and just win.
Okay. Do you feel like gentrification's a double-edged sword? Because look, if there's a lot of drugs and crime, it's going to probably get rid of some of that, make it look better.
Yeah.
But then it gets too expensive where a lot of people can't live.
Yeah, because I'm proud of my city and I get sick of seeing it look as bad as it does.
So you're conflicted a little bit, Jojo, maybe, on this.
Right.
So these are all new builds. That's like remodels.
Yeah. And that's the thing, though. Come to Savannah, find you a nice 2-story build house, spend $150,000, spend $80,000, because you could never get this in New Jersey, New Hampshire,
Okay, so you're getting Northerners moving down here.
Absolutely. You get the SCAD kids, SCAD, Savannah College of Art and Design.
We're going to cruise by that today. Right?
Sure. Absolutely.
That's a big deal here.
Absolutely. It's the biggest deal.
The biggest deal.
And they're monopolizing on all of the buildings.
Okay, so you're thinking maybe, Jojo, in 5 years, this is a new home right here, a refurbished home, and this is all changed.
5 years, bro, next year.
Man, that's a nice piece
So it's
of
happening
property
quickly
right there.
So where are all the people that live here now going to go?
They probably move them to the south side. They'll build apartments that are barely affordable. I kind of consider it like this. If you make $40,000 today, and you've got to pay a $1,500 a month apartment bill, a car note, car insurance, you barely break even. And it's the way the system is set up. Like you're still, when I say in slavery, not in shackles or anything, but you're still bound in a place where you can only have enough to live. You can only have enough to eat. You can only have
Hamster
enough
wheel.
to absolutely. And it doesn't get any better. You can't travel. You can't vacation. And it gets worse because in this neighborhood, most people are like, I want more. I need more. Let me sell this drug.
Okay.
Let me knock over this liquor store. And I'm just
so that gets really enticing, you're saying? for a
yeah,
lot of people?
absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. I used to make fun of people that would like take their money during the week and they'll go and say you made $500 this week and you'll spend $250 on an outfit, a hairdo. People would rent cars that they didn't own. I promise you, people would rent a car, put rims on the car that they don't own, put tint on it for the weekend. And I'm like, that's the most ignorant I've ever heard in my life. But at the same time, it's your only chance to live, to have any kind of fun,
Yeah, but then there's like
it's stupid. Don't get me wrong.
It's stupid. And like, if your worth is your exterior shell and what you present to the world like that, then that's sort of sad in itself. Like, I've been broke multiple times in my life and I don't know. I don't look at my clothes or my car to be who I am.
Right.
So
But-
I don't know. It's a way of looking at things.
But again, some people, that's all they have. They can never show. You don't have any education,
Right.
Savannah affordable housing.
So some affordable housing coming in. This is not your average Savannah video because not far away is where it's just like perfect, almost looking.
What's up, brother? Man, my partner over here doing a little documentary. You got a second for me? All right. We'll pull up.
So
are these your old guys
man?
from the day?
This dude raised me. This dude raised me. This dude raised
How
me.
you doing, Peter? Nice to meet you.
It's Peter Santinello, man.
All right, Pete.
Yeah, nice to meet you. All right. So you got JoJo stories.
So no. So he ain't gonna remember this, right? But he'd always give me money to go to the store, and and he'd always me all the time and be like, "Hey man, I'm gonna date your mom, or I'm gonna date your aunt." He'd mess with me. I get all mad, but I get mad at him that he'd give me 50 cents, $1 to go to the store, right? So one day I'm at home and I'm getting dressed, and my mom looks in my clothes and she's like, "Where your underwear?" And I'm like, "What do you mean where my underwear, Mama? You know pimps don't wear drawers." And I'm like, she said, "Where you learn that from?" I said, "Michael Holmes. Michael Holmes told me pimps don't wear drawers." So I used to walk around every day with no underwear on, thinking if I was gonna be a cool pimp, because of him, I have no underwear on ever.
So the bigger question: did you ever go on a date with his mom?
No.
With mom. I can call him my son.
What was it like back in the days, guys? Back in childhood here?
It was less dangerous.
Less dangerous. So how is it now? It's pretty bad?
It's not that bad.
It's not that bad.
It's not that bad, but you can see the tension rising.
Well,
tensions rising.
It's not that bad because y'all are a core group of people that know each other and grew up each other. But at the same time, we got to admit, two of our best people that we knew. You know what I mean? I don't know if y'all want me to mention it or not, but shot the man to death right here.
We don't want to get into that because it's more to it than what.
Right.
You know, we knew each other. It happened, but a lot of people don't know the reason.
That's what I'm saying. What brings you to a point where, you know what I mean, where you would ever want to hurt me and I would ever want to hurt you? Like, I've known you since I was a little boy, man. You know what I mean? So did them two. They knew each other since they were little boys, man, young men.
All right. You come in the house.
Right.
You come in your house.
Right. And it's there.
I'm there.
Yeah. Yeah. But B Smooth was doing so good, man. He was,
Everybody been doing good. We doing good now.
Yeah.
You guys worry about these places being bought up? Like the spillover from downtown? That's what JoJo was telling me.
Our neighborhood gone now. Skag done bought everything. They started with one school.
See, you'll keep hearing that all day long.
Skag started with one school on Henry Street.
Mm-hmm.
Skag ain't through with us yet.
What would you want to say to them if you could say anything?
Skag makes some affordable houses for the African Americans in Savannah. We was here before y'all. Now we got our rent up the $1,500, $1,200.
Your rent's $1,500?
$1,500.
How many bedrooms?
One.
Seriously?
One.
Like a one bedroom here's $1,500?
This are 3 and this are 2. These are like $1,700, $1,900.
Really?
Right. We grew up in these houses for $375 a month. $275 a month. We get paid $7.50 an hour for labor.
Where do you work?
I don't work, but the minimum wage is
$7.50.
It's $7.50. I'm too old to work now. I'm 66, right?
Oh, you're a spring chicken. Come on.
Man,
hey, JoJo and I shop at the same place.
That's right. They've been calling us the Black Brothers all morning.
JoJo is going black head to toe, and me too.
I'll take your hand down.
But I'm telling you, man, if you better be glad, because he knows I don't play that. If my knee wasn't hurting, man, I'd be smoking your ass right now.
You want to race? I'll race you.
I'll run you right now.
Let's do it.
I'll hold the camera.
All right.
Peter's gonna represent me.
I haven't run forever.
Peter,
why are you running away from me?
No, he's lining up. Cigarette in his hand, Peter.
All right.
This has got to go down. It'd be really beautiful if you beat him with your cigarette in your hand.
Okay, let's do it. Let's get down here. Let's get down
from
here.
the pole. From the pole, Peter.
Go to the pole.
66 years old, Michael Holmes. The mighty Umar. Oh my God, this is about to be bad, Peter. If you lose to this old ass man. Hey, the ambulance is that way, okay?
Where's the finish line?
To me.
So we're doing a short sprint.
So Peter,
I don't know. I'm 66. I can't do no mile.
I
Peter, how old are you, Peter?
I haven't run in years. Yeah, you got to do it with the sick.
Man, I'm smoking.
Okay, what do you do? A 3, 2,
All
1?
right. Yeah, Peter, you end up on this side. Mike, you end up on this side. On go. Ready, set, go. Oh my God.
Come on.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Man, you had him though. Damn. All right, Peter. And see, and this is how gentrification happens. Hey, I was impressed for the moment, man.
You had me for a bit.
And then, with a cigarette in his hand, racing in my behalf at this point.
Yeah, that was for JoJo.
Peter,
that was good.
You blew my doggone rock.
We'll try next year, huh?
You stole my rock. Oh, you want to make me give him a 67? Yeah.
That was fun, JoJo. So we go to your mom and house, and then I think we get into downtown.
Wow.
I feel like I can make a whole video out here all day. This is interesting. It's cool hanging out with the guys you grew up with, right?
You know, what's good is I have to show my face around here, and people a lot of times recognize you from your car. I'm using Hutch Mills' car today.
Your buddy's car.
Well, I crashed my car, and then I got another one in it. Like, I don't know, the engine like went on it. So people will like, oh man, JoJo, you don't come by and you don't say hello. You don't, we don't see you anymore, and they will disown you.
Because you made it big time.
Right.
So I'm sure there's always envy, right?
Yeah, they expect you to come and give money. I was never rich. I never made a lot of money.
In the NFL, you didn't make money?
No, I mean, I made the league minimum, and again, this was 1995,
Okay.
So today that money is like,
short-lived, right?
Absolutely.
So a lot of these football players go broke, right?
Absolutely.
I've heard of that.
Absolutely.
Because their season, what's the average season? Like 4 or 5 years?
And you want to put on this show that you have money and you buy a car that you can't afford. And I never forget this guy, Ray Lee Johnson, at the San Diego Chargers. He was my locker next to me, and his agent comes in. Ray Lee, good news, man. You made $1 million last year. He said the bad news is you spent 1.2. So it's like his first year in the NFL, and he's $200,000 in the hole.
He lost money by going to the NFL.
Absolutely.
Wow. So there's a lot of that happening. Yeah. Doesn't the NFL have some sort of guidance, like some financial consultant that jumps in the early career to be like, hey,
they'll advise you, but you don't really get a pension unless you played 4 years.
Yeah.
And a lot of guys don't get there, especially running backs, because most people get injured or.
Yeah. So this is the house you grew up in?
Yes. My aunt owned this house, and I bought it from her recently over the years.
Okay, we're gonna meet JoJo's mother.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, that's
I believe grew up in Savannah. She's got some old stories.
That those dogwood trees, that's somewhere off of Victory Drive, I bet.
So it all started here, JoJo.
Yes.
What's the dog's name?
Jax.
Jax.
Jax is a mini doodle. She wasn't supposed to even get that big.
Oh, she's a cutie.
It's my mom and my dad's picture back in the day.
Oh,
before all of us. It's my son Jagger, my daughter Axel. Look at this artistry I got in Ghana. I spent like $10 for it.
That's cool.
Hey, Jax, nobody's going to record you.
I just did a running race on JoJo's behalf.
Guess who he raced, Mama?
I raced.
Remember Michael Holmes? He was on camera telling Peter that he used to have a crush on you.
He had a crush on you. Then he said he wanted to race, and then I raced him.
Peter ended up racing the guy.
66. He's 12 years younger.
Yeah.
Well, you're styling. You're styling. I mean, it's understandable.
How you feeling?
Hey, how are you?
Okay, so you have deep roots here.
Yeah, because basically this was more the African American community back to like the 1880s and even before. But it's odd in a way, it was a mixed neighborhood of Jewish and African American people.
Did you guys get along?
Yeah. A lot of the Jewish were tradesmen. They had stores, and many of them, I guess just starting out, they lived above their stores. So they were like little grocery stores.
So that's what it was around here.
Mm-hmm. And then you did have your smaller Black businesses, mechanics. So what you saw here were professionals, teachers, doctors, lawyers, tradesmen, contractors, There were 3 Black Catholic parishes during integration. It was known as the most integrated city because you could have a street like this that was all white, but in the lanes lived Black peoples. So it's like white, black, white, black, white, black. The Charity Hospital was the first hospital where Black doctors could practice. This was, again, around the turn of the century. 2 African-American doctors came to Savannah, started a nursing school that eventually became a hospital. There was a hospital, Georgia Infirmary, where Black people could go, but Black doctors could not come in and practice.
How do you feel race relations are now, white and Black, here in the city?
I don't think it's as good as it was.
Really?
Yeah.
When was it the best, do you think, in your lifetime?
I think when everyone had an understanding of who was who.
Okay.
Who the Black.
What years would those be, though?
I would say maybe up to maybe 70.
70s?
Yeah.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And see, the street ran like 5 more houses on this block.
Okay.
They built this expressway and basically built it straight through the neighborhood. It took like 5 houses, went to 37th Street, which was family homes, professionals. And so you could sit on the porch and see the kids come from the smaller rural towns, come down 16, hit the corner up here, then you can see them go back up in 10 minutes. They started coming into the community to buy drugs. And
okay. And what's it like now from all your years here?
Well, in the big drug era, you see the big cars and the jewelry. Now it's more about violence and gangs. You shoot at me on this side of town, then I'll go on the east side of town, I'll shoot you.
I was about to say, did they turn the school into the church? But no, it's a community center. Interesting.
And this is a very neighborhood city. So you're from West Savannah, you're from Brownsville, you're from the east side.
Okay.
You know, that kind of thing. But then it really came in and destroyed the neighborhood. But the city of Savannah, they work very hard. They work very hard with their citizens. You see these style of houses here.
Mm-hmm.
There was a big production of bringing in homes that people could buy. You know, that's a big conversation now.
Okay.
About corporate folks.
Yeah.
You know, coming in, buying 20 or 30 houses at a time.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're dispersed.
Right.
You know,
so everyone's got a price for their house too. If someone gave you $5 million, you're moving tomorrow, right?
Yeah. And when they call me, they call me.
They do call you.
Oh, every day,
Seriously?
all day long, 9,
Really?
10 o'clock at night.
Can we
all
go
the
back?
all the neighbors talk about it.
What are they offering right now?
No, they ask me what I want. So I'll say 500,000. Then they'll hang up.
Okay.
But there are houses in the neighborhood that are worth close to $1 million.
Okay.
But it's like the same style house. They just go in, clean them up.
Yeah.
Hey,
How you
G.
doing? Good. Do you live here?
No, I lived here for a while, but
Okay.
not anymore.
Peter.
Jeremy, nice to meet
Nice
you.
to meet you.
How you doing, young man?
Love it, Miss Bear.
Thank you.
Is she styles, huh? I love it. What's that type of hat called? Is it a
This is like a hat from the 30s. This is like a close,
like
a French word, C-O-L-C-H-E.
the men wear like a baller hat, I think it was called, but that's
Bowler.
Bowler. Yeah.
Bowler.
So the church, you're saying church attendance is down though. I can see that here. Right?
Well, it was a Catholic church for 100 years. Like with all churches, the population's diminishing. So they joined this church with a church in another neighborhood. They sold it a few years ago to a Baptist congregation. And they stayed there as long as they could, but COVID really killed it with people coming, you know, or not coming rather. And now it is owned by Muslims. So
it's gonna turn into a mosque.
I don't know. It's only been what, 4 or 5 months? Yeah. It's a span.
Deacon Dave, I think this used to be the priory, right next door to the left of this red building here. That's where the church was, I believe. And then right across the street to the right is that was St. Mary's Catholic School. I went there first through Spanish, first through sixth grade.
Started coming into this country before
my
Savannah
neighborhood's
English.
probably about 15
So
minutes.
Savannah was put in place to stop the
east
Spanish
of this
at the
Coming
border.
up from Florida.
Coming up from Florida, like there are areas going south in Georgia that are called St. Mary's. They have more, Roman language names.
I was a
So General
pious little
Oglethorpe
Catholic
came,
boy, King Pix.
and he was
I didn't live in
assigned to
this
here,
neighborhood. I went to
and he
school
brought
in it,
people
though.
from the debtors' prisons in England. You know what debtors' prisons are?
No.
There was a time that if you couldn't pay your debts, they'd put you in jail.
Oh, okay, debtor prison.
Debtor
Okay, got
prison.
you.
Yeah.
What is a woman? What is a
One of the
woman her
reasons?
age
Yeah.
gonna
Okay.
do? Honestly, what is a woman her age gonna do with generational wealth except pass it on, Dave? Once again, you probably don't know Southern Black culture that well, so you just sound like a Northern white boy, to be honest.
And they came in, made friends with the Yamacraw Indians that lived at the river.
Yep.
Yamacraws are basically Cherokees. What was this? The first laid out city in the United States?
It's a master design.
Yeah.
Master plan.
Yeah, the square.
And with a lot of parks.
Yeah.
A lot of little
But
squares
it was
and parks.
mostly for protection, military protection.
Oh, that's the reason.
Yeah.
Oh, Dave, speaking of generational wealth, I know one of the interesting things, and I've said this before, I think Black Americans, the kind of people with roots deep in American history, even if it's passed down from generation to generation, I think Black people actually understand what wealth can do to people with weak minds. I've seen many a rich white boy, basically self-destruct. So you know what? As long as she's happy and, pretty much has a few things that she needs, we don't necessarily need to be, Elon Musk rich. Look at how weird that motherfucker is. Elon Musk. I would rather not have Elon Musk's wealth if I had to be like Elon Musk. And I'm dead serious on that. I'd much rather just be middle class and comfortable without all the hangups and drug habits.
You used to see a lot of the indigenous people, but you don't see them like you used to before. The Ogeechee Road is where the Cherokee and the Yamacraws, where you see these folks ran from the Ogeechee River to the Savannah River, so they would walk it from
That
one
road,
part
that
of
street is
the
well
area
maintained. I
to the
wonder,
Savannah River.
that does.
So you'll find people
that doesn't
that
look
are,
like the original brick that was there
you
when
name
I
it, we
was
got it.
when I went to school.
Like myself, I'm
because I was back
probably
in the
Cherokee,
70s.
French, Scottish, of course, African American, Irish.
Cherokee, French, Scottish, African American.
Yeah, it's a mix of my mom and dad's family.
Wow, that's a mix.
This is a house that I rent. Usually the people that I know, usually the other people that can't get a lease anywhere. A lot of times, Peter, to my friends and family that are like been in jail, one of the hardest things to do is to find a place to stay, to find a lease, to find somebody that will trust you to rent. This was my office at some point. Recently, I had to bring a bed in for someone to have a place to stay. This is my wall of fame, man. My sister created this for me some years ago.
There you are in the Chargers jersey.
Yeah, man. I'll never forget that play. I hurt my shoulder or whatever. But this is my team in Northern Italy, in Trieste, Italy.
Oh, that's cool.
This is me coaching in Holland. This is me playing in Italy. This is one of the other running backs at the Chargers. Look how much bigger he was than I am. This is an interview that I did with them just saying how impossible for me to make it to the NFL.
Have that now with the wide receivers and the quarterback. JoJo Jones. I went to practice and I watched him down in training camp. He was the star of the practice. They couldn't touch him. He broke Walter Payton's NAIA record. Walter Payton had 66. He had 68.
This is the article where I broke Walter Payton's all-time touchdown record.
Seriously?
Yeah. He held the record for like 20 years. I ended up breaking it. This is my autographed picture from Walter Payton. And he calls me and I go, this ain't no damn Walter Payton. And I hang up the phone. He calls me right back. It was pretty cool.
How was that getting on the Chargers? What was that feeling like?
It was surreal. Like it really was like, again, even when they called and said, hey, we got an airline ticket for you. I thought it was one of my, college buddies. Hey, it's the Tampa Bay Jalopies. We want you to, hike the ball and kick it at the same time. They're just pranking me or whatnot. And I just, thought it wasn't real until I actually got there, Wow. This is me playing in Austria. Like playing in Europe was probably the best for me because it wasn't so much pressure and stress. Again, you could tell how much smaller I was than everyone else. But playing in Europe just allowed me to have fun playing football again.
The NFL life is very stressful, right?
Yes, it's a business.
Because you're on the chopping block at all times.
Anytime.
Right? If you don't perform, then
there you go. You're out of there.
You're out.
You are out of there. This is my mini-me. We make lifelike figurines of real people.
No way.
Yeah.
So someone orders one of these and they...
Yeah.
How do they do it?
Go to 3dwithatwist.com. And it's a little bit more expensive when you can't be there in person, but we do a 360 video view, or you can do it with your iPhone.
Okay.
And we take a front, back, side to side of your closest pictures. You send that to us, and we, 10 to 12 days right at your door, right at your doorstep, without a doubt.
And all from a former NFL player.
There you go.
So it's not all perhaps what it's cracked up to be for everyone. It's a lot of pressure, a lot of stress.
Yeah, somebody said to me the other day, and that's just life in general, man. Life keeps lifing, and you even mentioned, like, man, I've been broke a few times in my life.
Sure.
And I think that's good for people to hear, man, because today with our young kids, it's so much stress about making money and being successful and driving in this car. That's I'll be the first person to tell anyone, man, the saddest times of my life is when I had the biggest bank account, and the happiest times are when I was 8 years old and our lights were turned off. That's my memory. That's my experience.
Mm-hmm.
So
life keeps lifing. You never get to a point because it's like whack-a-mole. So you think everyth's set up and then something's going to come out of nowhere.
Life always continues to happen. Something negative is always going to happen. Sometimes our egos get in the way, and a lot of times, God and whoever that power may be will, sit you down.
Right. You can either learn from it or fight it. And if you fight it, it's going to come at you harder.
There you go. You got to change it is what you got to do. My dad, he wasn't around. He lived like a mile away, but he wasn't around.
Okay.
I always kind of get choked up when I think about this, but I had this really harsh feelings about him for a long time.
I bet.
And my dad was my football coach. He didn't realize, what a good football player I was or whatever, but he would take other kids home and not take me home. You know what I mean? Man, I went to therapy, and if you don't know anything about, our culture, our community, man, we don't go to therapy.
You don't?
Black people are not known to go to therapy. Talk to your grandmother. I don't know. But I went to therapy, man, and this lady puts me in this cold room, and I'm on this chair, this East Indian girl, I'm like, what does she know about, how's she gonna help me is what I'm saying to myself. And I'm laying there and I almost fall asleep. I thought she hypnotized me, but she really didn't. And she comes in the room about 30 minutes later, and she's just asking me all these questions, and she's like, I think she hypnotized me, but I can feel myself, She's like, Jojo, where are you? And I'm like, I'm in a field, and she's like, where are you most specifically? I said, I'm at Forsyth Park. She's like, what are you doing there? I said, I'm just standing there. She says, who's there with you? I said, nobody. She says, look closer. And the craziest thing, Peter, it was my dad there. And the reason I knew he was there, I could smell his cologne. I could smell the jewelry that he wore. He wore these green stones and these medals on his rings. I could smell the Jerry curl juice. You know what I mean? All this stuff was there. And she's like, what's your dad doing? I said,
So those are still projects. I can't believe they're still there. Those things have been there for 60 years. Wow. I can't even remember. Is it Kyler Holmes? I can't remember now.
He's talking to people. He's giving out football instructions. And she's like, what else is he doing? I said, he's ignoring me. You know, and I'm like, wow, you know, kind of, you know,
Believe it
teared
or
me up.
not, they actually
Yeah.
look pretty
So
decent.
afterwards, you know, she asked me a lot of more
Now that's
questions.
MLK,
She
I
goes on to
believe.
say, how long have your dad's been coaching football? I said, about 30 years.
MLK
I said, he
Boulevard.
started this organization called the Foresight Flames. And so much violence going on in this area. So anyway.
Right now?
Yeah. Recently, somebody was shooting at each other and knocked the wall down. And now they're,
really?
yeah. And it's like the third time they put the wall up for somebody, like, you know, knocking it over. But anyway, you know, she's like, you know, how many times, you know, after 30 years of your dad coaching football, have people walked up to you and said, your dad saved my life, or your dad kept me out of prison, or your dad is the reason I'm a good father? And I said, 1,000 times.
Yeah, wow.
And she said, you know, even if your dad didn't reach your expectations, but look how many other people he helped. And that helped me so much, Peter. And I'm like,
really?
Yeah, get over that. Because, I mean, I've ruined a lot of good relationships because of the way I felt like my dad treated me, especially when it comes to your wife, you know, that kind of thing. Okay. So it you know, it always, you know.
You married, Jojo?
No, I was married recently, and I don't know, just about 2 years now. Okay. Recently divorced, but you know, good woman, the whole 9 yards. It's always my fault. It's always my fault.
So this is that part. Okay, can we go around the park here? Awesome.
Absolutely. This is the most beautiful park, man, in the city, without a doubt.
Most beautiful park in the city.
Forsyth Park. Until my injury, I was playing basketball there every day. The park is a perfect 1 mile around. And in the heat of the summer, like, you're always shaded, you know, you'll see the SCAD kids coming through here all day long, back and forth to class.
Okay, so it goes student pretty quickly here.
Yeah, really quickly. Absolutely.
This is not that far from your neighborhood.
No, everything's within proximity, man.
Totally changes.
Yeah. And they go out of their way to make sure the park is kept up to par. And
yeah, this is nice. So that's crazy. I mean, that wall that just got shot down multiple times.
Yeah.
Is literally a half mile from this.
Yep. You see that tree?
Oh, that tree
is crazy.
Stunning. Look at that.
Looks like something out of Avatar, man.
Yeah. So like all my videos, when I'm meeting with someone to show their city, I'm going through their perspective. I'll push back on questions. I try to get as much information as possible. All right. So do you feel like it's a consensus with this SCAD topic? I'm sure you talk to other people, they love it because it's brought so much amazingness to the city too, right? Or like,
when it comes to Savannah, yes.
Let me talk about SCAD. SCAD has been around since I was in like 7th or 8th grade. So, I mean, it's not like it's a new phenomenon. I'm not exactly sure why people are still kind of wrapped around the axle, other than the gentrification. But from what I've seen, just driving around Savannah, I think SCAD is like, it's really been kind of like a godsend. All these old dilapidated buildings slowly but surely get restored. And yeah, there is a problem with the gentrification, but it's not like Savannah's that big a city. There are places, you know, you can go that will wind up being better than where you were. You know, I have kind of mixed feelings about SCAD, but it's been around since I was a kid, so it's not like new.
When it comes to the city, they're the biggest beautifier.
It's very
they're
expensive.
the biggest adversary. This is Jones Street.
is this one of the famous streets?
Yes.
Really interesting feel.
Yeah, Jones Street is kind of like the quintessential Savannah street. Hopefully it goes down not too far from Jones Street is the cathedral, and then you'll see my old 7th and 8th grade school, Cathedral Day. It's not called that anymore. I don't think it's even a school.
It's like nothing I've experienced before.
Oh,
it's got a little bit of northeast to it.
Mm-hmm.
Like some of these brick buildings with
you're probably looking at like $1 million houses, some of these
shutters, and all right, then you have the oaks. It's a different world with a southern feel. I don't know how to explain it.
Absolutely.
It's
awesome. Spanish moss.
So you have the college here, big art and design, and it's well known. It's attracting a lot of people from all over the country, the world. You have a lot of tourists coming for this stuff because it's highly walkable.
Right.
And then we're going to cruise by it soon, but I did some research. The port here is one of the biggest ports in the country. I had no idea that existed.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
So you have like these three sort of pillars of the economy.
There you go.
Then a military base, I guess, outside of the city somewhere.
We have Hunter Army Airfield, and we have Hinesville, then we have Buford.
So here's the tourist class, most likely, right? They look like tourists.
Yeah. I'd look it up. I want to say
Oh,
it's
I
like
know
the
right
third or
where
the
that
fourth
theater
most
is. That
visited
used to be the
city in
Savannah
the country.
Theater.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
This is my first time.
I was in Hamburg, Germany.
That's the
and I
old
was
Board
at
of
Savannah,
Education.
Georgia. It's our dream vacation, me and my wife.
Oh, no way.
Yeah. This is a cool area right here. You're going to want the statue here. See, these are black soldiers that were getting an opportunity to fight in the Confederate War.
Right. A lot of people don't know that, too, right? Blacks were fighting in the Confederate Army.
Not a lot of them.
Yeah.
And this dude here has a great story, man. I don't want to kind of put him on blast, but dude's out here, Vernon.
Oh, he wants to talk. He was waving.
Been to prison, changed his life.
Hey, Vernon, you want to chat with JoJo and I for a second? We'll meet you right up here.
Oh, man. He's like, you saw me backing up so you couldn't see.
You thought I was like a cop or something?
Oh, heck yeah.
Vernon, JoJo and I are making a video about Savannah, getting his take on things. He said you're a legend. You're a good dude.
I'm not a legend in Savannah. I'm from California, but I'm here for
Let me feel your heart. Let me feel your heart.
Hey, Vernon, my government.
Did you think I was a parole officer or something?
I'm far removed from
I was just telling him, I said, Vernon's changed his life,
Yeah,
man.
you said
Vernon's
hero
a-
story.
Yeah, for sure.
Do you want to share that at all? I always love the hero stories, people that turn their life around.
Yeah. Now, currently, I'm
I was looking at that, baby.
Oh, well, currently, I'm just made 25 years working for local government.
Yep.
49 years old. I'm originally from California. I joined the gang at the age of 12.
Wow. I didn't know that.
What's
And-
Crips?
Bloods, Emerald Blood Gang, San Diego, California. And from there, I had a friend named Modi Cat that turned me on to PCP. And that took me on the spiral from about 13 to about 17. But I come from a good background. My mom was an educator. My father retired at the E9 in the Navy.
Okay.
So that's why we were in San Diego. My sister, she was born in Italy, so we lived in Naples, Italy for 8 years.
That's where my family's from.
Oh, Naples?
Originally, yeah.
Yeah. We lived there for 8 years, and then we went to Okinawa, Japan for a year.
Nice.
Then back to California. And I think what happened was,
I didn't know none of this.
yeah, my mom and my daddy got a divorce at 12, and that was a vital time that I needed them in my life.
Yep.
But he had his own journey.
Okay.
So with that being said, my mom, she was a military wife, so she didn't work. So when they got a divorce, she had to try to go back to school, find a job, which left me looking over my sister. And I first started out, I met a dude named Duty, and Duty was in an apartment complex, and it's called Bay Vista Apartments. Still there.
Yeah.
One of famous rappers, his name is Missy Slick. He's from that area.
Okay.
The gang there was Lincoln Park. But long story short, I made my first $50 a day by just holding a walkie-talkie. When the police come through, let them know.
Just scouting.
And what I learned about gangs, originally gangs were, the first generation of gangs came after the Black Panther Party.
Yeah.
So once they dismantled the Black Panther Party, they became Bloods and Crips, but they were there just to police the neighborhood.
That's right.
Make sure if someone got pulled over by an officer, they would just come, stand, then make sure they weren't harassed. But in 85, came crack cocaine, Reagan era, and they were dropping guns in the neighborhood.
Mm-hmm. Heard that.
With that being said, it's got a lot of people in poverty. It's now it's a way that you can go from sleeping on the street to now being a thousandaire.
Yeah.
If you really hustle, a millionaire. Yeah. But they're not understanding that you're poisoning your own community because it's about proximity.
That's right.
So you feed on what's closest to you. What I learned about gangs when I went to prison in 97, and I got out at the beginning of 99, and that's when I moved here. But when I was in prison, I found out it was predator and prey. When I learned there was a lot of older gentlemen who threw their lives away.
Mm-hmm.
That's impressionable because we're hearing these stories about you.
That's right.
And the hard part is, so I deal with the youth at my church. And if you have Mr. Johnson that lives in the project, but then you have Earl the dope man that lives in the project. Mr. Johnson goes to work every day. And say he works for the hall.
Mm-hmm.
He's coming home dirty.
Port system.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
He's coming home dirty, but he lives in the same project that everyone else lives in. But Earl, he has the rims, the cars, the girls respect him. Even the elderly people respect him because he's maybe paying their rent. He's maybe helping with groceries.
Okay.
But once again, predator and prey. I paid your rent for a year. I have 5 pounds of weed. I have to leave this in your house.
That's right.
Oh, right.
So it seems like it's Robin Hood.
Nothing's for free.
But nothing's for free.
Yeah.
It's a business model. It's like in everything else. I don't know if you ever heard of James Allen, but James Allen was the first black slave in South Carolina that bought his freedom. And then he started a plantation. And the legend is that he had worse practices than the white slave owners because he bought into the business model, right? So like today, modern day slavery, my name is Vernon Frazier. Well, why do I need an employee number? Product.
What are you doing now?
Right now, I'm the manager over administrative services, which in my department, I have a distribution system, supply all packages within the county, also the mail service. So we're kind of like the United States Postal Service for Chatham County and local government.
Cool. Honest work, though, right?
Yes, definitely.
Doesn't that feel different doing honest work?
It's the greatest thing ever.
I mean, you're the only judge of yourself.
So,
God is.
there you go.
But you can sleep well at night.
There you go. And I'm glad you brought up the Lord. That's what changed my life. When I got out of prison at the end of '98, I was on my way here and I rode a Greyhound bus. And I had one layover in El Paso. And I remember I had one Sherm stick left. And I went to the bathroom and I was going to smoke it. But I don't know if you ever felt the presence of the Holy Spirit. But in that moment, he rained down on me. And I got on my knees and I told him if he get me here to Savannah, I would change my life. And I got here and my mom, she was working at Chatham County in state court. So they had a second chance program, which I was able to be a part of. And then I just took advantage of it. So I met this nice guy named Cedric Rouse, who's my boss now. He's my director. And he told me if I really wanted to change my life to come on my lunch break for 3 months straight. And he'll teach me data entry and things of that nature. I did so.
So that second chance program was huge in your life?
It was the greatest thing that ever happened. Well, the greatest program was finding my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ.
A lot of people, the problem is they don't think they have the power within themselves. And so you found God that gave you the ability to see that you have the power in yourself.
Yes, sir.
But a lot of young people, they make mistakes. They don't think they have the power, like the agency in their hand to make something out of their life. Right. Any words for that?
They need identity and a support system. And what I mean by identity is if all your life someone was telling you you're not going to be anything, what does that say your belief system?
There's no way you're going anywhere.
It's like anything, man. Words are powerful. What you constantly tell yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Your inner speakings with yourself. It shapes your reality. If you wake up in the morning and say today is going to be a horrible day, guess what it's going to be? Horrible day.
Right.
You don't have horrible days. You may have bad moments.
What do you do? What's your strategy? If you're feeling bad in the morning,
I journal.
You journal. Nice.
So in my journaling, I can always look back, and I can look back at 2012 when I thought that day was the last day of my life. And now I'm in 2026, and I said, hey, if I thought this was it, it's ain't nothing but a stepping stone.
Right.
So I'll tell anyone, man, every day that you wake up, just put your best foot forward. Don't think about your past. Don't think about your future. Stay in the moment. Be present right now at this thing at a time. And love yourself.
This guy could have easily have been me. I could have easily been him.
Yes,
you know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
Really though. You know?
What?
Really though. Hey, we're probably in San Diego at the same time.
That's what I'm telling you.
Downtown Savannah. Jojo is saying he's doing his thing for a bit there. What it has is a bunch of these squares. If you look at Google Maps, there are a lot of these small squares. It'll be like square, couple of streets, buildings, next square. And that was the master design of the city, which makes it highly walkable, very much enjoyable to be a tourist in. And just one of these places, so many American cities don't have that. Sit in a park bench under a tree and read a book like this woman. But this place definitely has that feel. All right, so where are we off to next?
We're gonna head across this light to River Street. This is a new, nice area. It kind of puts you in the mind of Vegas. Like people have never seen anything like this. You know, you got SCAD here. These are all SCAD buildings.
Still?
Yeah. But then you have the projects, which is right next to
SCAD
it.
is everywhere.
This guy, Kessler, this philanthropist, just rich. So he builds these 3 hotels together. He calls it Kessler Collection. One has a music.
This right back here. See where the bridge is right there? If this is Bay Street right here. If you hung a left and went down, I don't know, maybe 2 or 3 blocks, there was Yamacraw. I think it was either Yamacraw or Yamacraw Homes. So they bulldozed those, and I guess they built like new stuff there. But years ago, I actually had a girlfriend who lived in Yamacraw.
These are all SCAD buildings.
Still?
Yeah. But then you have the projects, which is right next to it.
Really?
This guy, Kessler, this philanthropist, just rich. So he builds these 3 hotels together. He calls it Kessler Collection. One has a music theme, one has an art theme, one has the crystal theme. But what's crazy is
was telling me about that.
These hotels are all new here?
Yeah.
Within the last, 10 years?
No, like 3 years.
No way.
Yeah.
So this river area just came alive.
There was nothing here.
So growing up, this was just trashy down here.
Yeah.
Nothing interesting.
Like I think it was gated, you know,
Okay.
away or something.
Look at that crystal. Oh, there's more? Oh,
Yeah.
wow. This is insane.
Yes.
I've never seen this in a hotel.
You got to see this bar here. It's called the Baobab. It's an African-based bar, right?
Yeah.
It's exactly like a bar in Ghana. Seriously.
This has to be worth.
If I get down that way,
it's what 10 feet tall.
Yeah, I've been in this
let me
guy's
put it
house.
to you this way. I was down on River Street last July, but it's beautiful. They've done a great job with it because it was kind of, on either end of Bay Street was kind of like a wasteland. And they've reclaimed that land and, it looks nice. They've turned it into like expensive condos and stuff. But to be honest, I mean, there's nothing down there that would really interest me. I'd rather be out fishing somewhere.
He has so many of these in there. It makes no sense. The pterodactyl, right?
Right.
I'm actually.
These are
still on
old
the employee list
warehouses,
here.
I think.
Oh, you worked here?
Yeah.
How much is a room a night here, roughly?
No less than $450 a night. Valentine's, $800.
Wow, look at this. This is so cool. The money to build this thing out. I mean, wow.
Come on in. It's crazy, right?
Wow.
This place is better than a museum.
It is a museum.
Right? So this town brings in a lot of tourist dollars.
Dude,
right?
I
A
don't
lot of
think the
people with money.
natives could afford this.
These are my favorite statues, man. They look so real. They're scary.
Got the alligator there.
Look at that one, though. In the bar. Took me a long time to realize that these were whips.
They're whips.
Yeah.
What was this? An old factory?
Perfect question. It was the electric company for the city. The coolest places in here. I want to show you where they would dump the coal to, generate the energy. So here are the levers that ran the electricity through the whole city. And I don't know how long this place sat before this guy came in and made a deal with the city, Richard Kessler. And what's really cool, you see him here all the time.
The owner.
Yeah. He lives, quarter of a mile away. How's it going? Good.
How you doing, sir? Yeah, thanks. You know if that's the famous shot in New York City or that was here?
Yep.
And I got the camera that way, not on you.
It's a 3D reproduction of a 1920s photograph of New York City construction workers.
Yeah. Yeah, you too.
So Peter, here's a perfect example. Most black men his age would never want to do this job. They have to because they don't have another choice, but they would never want to do it. But here's the thing. He's had a life. He's had a profession. He was a photographer, I'm sure, everywhere around the country. So he doesn't mind because he chooses to do it, I'm sure.
Why wouldn't they want to do that?
Because they've never had anything. It's like you're just a servant. That's all you've ever done. That's all you've ever had is to be a slave.
Yeah, but you're saying like everyone, not everyone.
The most of our people, yes. There's a small. You know how small a LeBron James is, or an Oprah Winfrey, or Barack Obama. I'm talking about the multitude of people, man. They're not enjoying this life. They're not enjoying. And I've traveled everywhere in this world twice, and I still understand, and I still feel, what it feels like to be Black, a Negro, or African American.
Why do you say the N-bomb though?
Because I mean, it's I want to show you this.
Yeah,
It's
well, he says the N-bomb because he's not on my panel. Damn it! What's up, Richard?
It's culturally accepted, but it's also, I understand the insult behind it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't accept it. Not everybody can. I can say it to myself.
Yeah.
People that have gone through what I've gone through.
Yeah, but it's such a bad word.
It's a bad word. But I just want you to understand where I'm coming from.
Okay.
I want to show you the cold.
Oh, this is unbelievable. The smokestack at Stone and Webster.
Be open, be open, be open, be open. Okay, let's go in.
What's this in here, Jojo?
Damn.
Secret rooms.
Aha. It's really cool at night because it's green. The lights are green.
I like the smell. It's like fresh concrete.
Yeah.
And everything echoes.
Yeah, it's very clean.
Talk to me, Jojo, really loud.
Hello. Well, my laugh sounds more.
So if you're at the steakhouse, this is your special room.
Yeah.
Man, I didn't know any of that was there. I was actually down on River Street.
And you'll immediately know that it's an Indian name. This is Indian land. Horse of the
so
poor.
Yamacraw
There are no
is
windows
still
on
there.
a lot of these places.
Oh,
It's boarded
shit.
off.
They-
Why is that?
I guess they only tore
hopefully
down
nobody's
part of
living
it.
in there now.
Okay.
But you'll see the ones that are with the blinds. See, somebody's living there. I was actually with Hashmel, with the city manager, and they're going to
got
do
rid of all of it.
total revitalization of this place. But you know what that means? They're going to make these boutique, high-end apartments. One party is saying, hey, we want to give the people an opportunity to move back into them. And of course, the other party is like, we can make a lot more money by renting to students.
Is this Section 8 right now?
Yes, 100%. And, you have nothing but new hotels.
Shoot,
going
I
up
might
around
move
this
there.
place.
I'm just going to be that guy right now, Jojo.
Please.
No money comes into town, no new hotels, no tourists. What's the place going to be?
It'd be trash.
Right, no jobs at the
No, it
hotel.
would.
Right. But, it seems more like, again,
Okay, I'm going to tell you right now, I don't agree with that. I lived in Savannah like forever, and it was perfectly fine without all this high-end stuff. It wasn't like super rich, but Savannah has always been a touristy place. It's just more touristy now. Especially after midnight in the Garden of Good and Evil, that's kind of when the tourism took off. But it was always a tourist trap, basically.
that doesn't benefit my people at all.
Okay, when you say your people, you can't speak for all your people, right?
Like
if I speak for me, I don't say my people. All the whites feel the same as I do because they don't.
Well, when I say my people, I definitely mean the majority.
Okay.
See the people there?
Yeah, and you know what? He sounds like fucking John Galt with that majority bullshit. He has no clue.
That are catching the buses. See the people that are living paycheck to paycheck. Blacks, Hispanics, Native Americans.
Dude, there's a whole group of black people in Savannah that did not live paycheck to paycheck. I want to hear him talk about Cloverdale, in places like that where I grew up. People, maybe they were living paycheck to paycheck, but many of us weren't.
A lot of whites too, Jojo. You got to understand that. More whites living paycheck to paycheck than anyone else because there's more of them.
But if we ride by here again,
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I got you.
That's what we're going to see.
Oh, I know where that
in
is.
the
That's the
hotel, the
courthouse
guests
right
were
there.
mostly white.
Yeah, and they're doing
Oh, this
well.
must be
and the
Broad-
people that are
is this
picking up the
Broad Street?
bags, the people that are cooking and scraping the plates, and they'll go, "Oh, we're all here together."
Oh, that
Yeah, we
restaurant
are,
right there.
but
that restaurant right there used to be like part of the Greyhound station. The lady who owns it, I believe, is a black chef. She's a co-owner. I was supposed to go there last July. I guess it'll have to wait till spring break or next summer or something, but I've been wanting to go there forever.
No one's flourishing. No
This
one's
is down
having a
on
good time
MLK,
except
I
the people
believe.
that are in power.
So the crazy thing is, this is right around the corner from that Section 8.
Yep.
Like Savannah is literally block to block to block.
Yep. Yep.
And then it's all of a sudden a different world.
Mm-hmm.
What's this neighborhood
This
over
is
here?
cool. This is Carver Village, but this is West Savannah, Augusta Avenue.
Yep.
This is a
No, right
old
where
jail.
Carver Village is.
It's actually probably still in play, where halfway house is what it is. When you're about to get
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry about that.
out of prison, they bring you here.
I don't know what we crossed, the highway or something.
Yeah,
and
we
then
came
it totally,
across.
totally
we came across
changed.
the viaduct.
Okay, the viaduct.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is West Savannah,
This
and we're
is
going
West
towards
Savannah.
the port.
Now you're not going to see with the houses. You're not going to see any refurbishing in it unless it's black people refurbishing it.
Okay, why is that? Too far away?
Yeah, they don't have any interest in it.
So the
And-
gentrification hasn't come out here yet.
Right. And a lot of it is you can't change any of this stuff. A lot of violence out here, a lot of poverty out here. And that's the biggest thing, man. We've never not only have been taught to get out, we've never given an opportunity to get out.
Okay, but
And
we
we can't turn around and say, well, look at you because I'm one person.
I'm just saying it comes from the parents, and if the parents say, hey, let's get out and go to the ocean this weekend, then the kids will go with the parents to the ocean that weekend. It doesn't take much. Some people are so poor they can't do it. I get it. But who's supposed to do it for them?
That's so funny you say that. My priest used to take me to the beach. My priest used
There you
to
go.
take me to restaurants after mass. My priest used to buy me gifts and tell me I was worth something. My mother was there, but my mother was working. My mother was cleaning. My mother was being mom and dad at the same time. You know?
So it was these role models in your life that exposed you to these things that made you turn out the way you turned out.
Exactly.
So I'm just saying, if you bring kids into the world, that's your responsibility. Like, that's how I look at it. If I bring kids into the world, I'm not going to rely on anyone else for that. Hopefully there'll be more people that come into those kids' lives that can be part of that. But nobody owes anyone anything, in my opinion.
I don't agree with that because there's just been so many people taken advantage of and had things taken from them. And again, we're talking about real estate, we're talking about land. And you'll be able to even tell, even the houses that have been fixed on, you can tell they don't have the best quality of work either. You know, I'm doing what I can afford, or I'm doing it piece by piece. Or look at that. A lot of people are just like, man, I can't afford to clean.
Yeah, I've met Lady Chablis before. The girlfriend that I had who lived in Yamacraw knew Lady Chablis, and can't remember where or why I met her, but she was over at my girlfriend's place at the time. They knew each other, and I don't know whether it was like, I don't even remember why she was there, but yeah, I've met her. She was nice, but she was kind of famous after Midnight in the Garden of Good and Evil.
My yard every week. You know, just
You can clean your yard. You don't have to pay anyone for that.
yeah.
So it's crazy to think a lot of high-paying jobs.
So this has got to be Carver
The
Village.
ports are very close.
Mm-hmm. We're rolling up on the International Longshoreman Hall. This is one of the few places where you can have a record or even a federal record, and you can still find a job if you know someone and someone.
Oh, did she really?
Brings you in and make a couple of $100,000 a year by being a longshoreman.
So you don't need a college education for that.
You don't even need a high school diploma.
And you can have a record.
Correct. I think it's very dangerous work, but it's worth it too.
Oh, it's
And
extremely
you can make a
dangerous.
couple hundred.
Yeah.
Do you know many
So-
guys that have done that?
Yeah, I know that guy that drives his van right here.
This one?
Yeah.
you can see the money going into some of these trucks.
Yeah,
huh?
yeah, of course. And I'm sure they're
The
all
Harley Davidson.
they all try
Ford.
to out money each other. My Uncle George, he said he was coming out to meet me here. What's up? I had surgery.
Can I hang this from your?
Yeah.
So we're just doing I'm with JoJo all day.
Mhm.
He's showing me the city, showing me his story.
Yeah.
And then a big part of Savannah right now is the ports, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Super active. What's going on
Oh,
here?
yeah. We I think we got about 3,300 employees here. Probably.
Are you operating one of those cranes, or what do you do out there?
Oh no, my job that's Georgia Ports over there.
Okay.
But we just work under the crane and beside the crane. But that we got some new development coming up where ILA is gonna be actually operating the crane.
Container ships come in, you're unloading.
Yeah, unloading.
It's hitting trucks.
Right. Putting in trucks, flatbeds or whatever. It's a union job. So
you got
you got to wait till
you get full bennies.
Yeah.
Retirement.
Yeah. Everything.
How long you been here?
About 36 years.
Wow.
My across the street neighbor growing up was a longshoreman.
So it's been good to you.
Oh yeah, I'm a supervisor. I'm a header, so I don't have to, do all the hard work. But I just pick up the men, going in, replacing them on ships, on jobs, and bringing some more from the hall. So we're hiring every day, but it just means it's already in place, already have seniority. We have seniority.
JoJo was saying some guys make up upwards of 200,000 in here.
Yeah, easy.
Easy.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're saying you take your money here, you put enough time in, it's good money.
Yeah.
You're saying flipping real estate.
Yeah. I buy it, fix them up, flip them. Do real estate. What are you gonna do? Go and get you a dealership if you want a little small mini dealership.
Like car dealership?
Cars, yeah, your used cars. Especially this time of year would be good to go and do it now because income tax.
Okay, what about the young guys? Are they getting into this?
Oh yeah. We got a whole lot of guys. I'm picking up young guys now.
Cool.
I'm picking them to come and go to work, man.
I see a lot of women like I've never seen before. Like I haven't come down here in a long time.
Yeah, women are getting into it because they can drive trucks and they might not be able to do like the latch and stuff like on the ship with the containers and stuff like that. All the manly stuff.
Right.
But they can, they can stand by the ship and do ship side and get in trucks, and they can also head too. Like we got women that are supervisors. They've been here a long time, and they card come up to the rank and say, "Hey, you want to be a supervisor?" Yeah, I want to turn it down. You get more money. But the guy just hang out around here, that's what they call.
Yeah, what are they doing? What are they
hanging out?
For what? They're waiting
on
the
a
ship?
job. Waiting for the shift to come. So we have about 4 or 5 checkouts during the day. 4 or 5 of them.
Okay.
5 in the morning, 6 in the morning, 8 o'clock, 12 o'clock.
But you have to be here.
You got to be here.
This is your buddy, right?
See, we wear the same shoes. Of course it is.
You work out here.
I do.
Okay, what's going on with this?
All right, so this is the work order board for tonight. All right, these are the ships that are going to start working tonight. And the way to read it is CBO6 is Container Berth 6.
Okay.
Right? And the name of the ship is the Cisnus. And these are the actual supervisors, or what we call headers, that'll be hiring the men to come work in these particular crafts. These 4 will be picking up 2 men, which are the guys who go up on the ship to handle anything dealing with the shoes, the metal shoes, the locking devices that goes in the bottom of the containers.
Okay.
To keep the containers secure when they're on the top of the ship. These next 4 will be hiring 6 men each, which are lashers. That's primarily what I do. We're the guys that go up on the ship to disconnect the containers. These 4 here are hiring 7 truck drivers. So these 7 men or women will all be driving the jockey trucks that take the containers from the ship out to the stacks.
So the basic mechanics, this is one of the biggest ports in the country, right?
That's right.
How many ships come in a day, roughly?
Anywhere from 9 on up, an average day.
Without you guys, everything stops in
That's
this
right.
country.
That's right.
Right, everything we use.
That's right. We're the first to touch the cargo. Absolutely.
So it's a very important thing.
It's extremely important. Yeah.
Do you guys feel pride in your job?
Absolutely. We're the second largest revenue generator in the state behind the Atlanta Hartsfield Airport.
No way. Wow. So it's a brotherhood. You know everyone here.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, my family.
Thanks for your time.
Anytime, man. Catch me a little early next time, and I'll make it happen for you.
Thank you. Okay, what I asked you before off camera was no Hispanics here, no whites here, only black working,
Yeah, I haven't
right?
seen one pass through yet.
Right. Well, okay, so what's that?
You can see what's funny. Like these guys, he's going to work, you know.
Well, the white guys tend to be stevedores, I think. A little bit different. I to be honest, I don't know the difference. I had a buddy of mine who was a couple years junior to me in high school, who was a stevedore. I don't know whether they're equipment operators or just what.
No, but he's got a clean white leather jacket
Yeah,
on.
it looks
But see, those are the guys that he's talking about, the headers, and you can tell that they're not doing any work. They're just pointing fingers. And then when it's all said and done, they'll go out and either go home and go to bed or come out here and goof off. But the guys that are really doing the work are the guys that you see dressed to work.
Okay, so well, why are there no white dudes here or no Hispanics?
Because they decide who works there or not. You know what I mean? Okay. Like if I wanted to work there, I would strictly have to go through my uncle or go through James.
Okay,
you know?
so there's some nepotism going on here.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And it's one of the best gigs in town, right?
Yeah. Again, it's especially if you got a criminal record or if you know, don't have an education. But James is like, you know, he's a cream of the crop here because he has both. You know, he's very well spoken, has education, you know.
Yeah. Oh, and then you get all these food tents. So people are just spending a lot of time out here.
Yeah.
Jojo, this is just right out of the city, basically.
Right.
Oh, that's
some of the
down
big
on-
money will have their homes out here, right?
15 minutes outside of the city.
15 minutes.
This is old money.
Guys, we're doing our best here.
Where
The
is that?
sun is going down, but we'll be able to show a little bit at least.
Is this out
The
on
people that are
Skidaway?
living here now have gotten these homes from their parents.
Some cool places out here.
Yeah, we're gonna come up to a gate pretty soon.
Oh, that's
You have all these swamps. And that
okay.
limit-
Now that's out on Skidaway. Probably the landings or somewhere. I think there are a couple gated communities out there now.
It's development.
As a matter of fact, if this is where I think it is, it might be not too far from Pinpoint, where if it's out on Skidaway, it's not too far from where Clarence Thomas was from, believe it or not.
They don't want development here. They want to be alone. They want to be by themselves.
Right.
They want you
Who
to
can
have to
blame
be able to call before you just show up.
Check it out, Jojo.
They don't seem that afraid of people.
Yeah, they're people dear, that's for sure. Look at these guys.
Like, you got some food, buddy, or what?
All right, Jojo. We ran out of light, but thank you. Appreciate it. Good tour today.
Absolutely.
And off camera, you were saying, you were talking about your foundation.
There you go.
I want the audience to know what you're doing.
Well, we've got the JoJo Jones Foundation. If you want to check us out, it's jojojonesfoundation.com. Definitely check us out. Definitely see what we have for young people. What comes with young people comes parenting and family and so on and so forth. So our main goal is learning to talk to each other. You know, the scripture talks about the words being a double-edged sword. And it's all about how we connect with each other. It's all about how we talk to each other. It's even about how we sing to each other. And that even comes back to our music and the way we take care of people through rhythm and rhyme. So check us out and you'll see exactly what we mean when it comes to communication, verbal communication and nonverbal communication.
Awesome, Jojo.
Absolutely.
And that was not your normal Savannah tour. So thank you for that. I think we saw a lot of different slices.
Well, no, it was
Unfortunately,
not.
we can't get into the hamstring pulling and the cigarette smoking and the, you know, and the,
Well, we should.
and the
My
lack of
hamstrings-
understanding.
My hamstrings definitely feel pulled right now, but it was worth it.
I'll
It
be
was worth
laughing
it
in
for
my sleep
sprint.
about that. Absolutely.
Guys, thanks for coming on that journey. Until the next one.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, well, that is our tour for the day. Yeah, swamps. Yeah, well, you know, swamps tend to be more freshwater. I sometimes I kind of miss that salt smell. That's probably more fall. You know, in the summer those marshes can get kind of foul smelling. But anyway, folks, that is it for the night. I will be back somewhere around 2 or 3 in the afternoon tomorrow. Everybody, please make sure you hit the like button on your way out. If you are new to the channel, please subscribe, check us out. Maybe your cup of tea, it may not be. And actually, Natasha, I always forget to do that. Tomorrow is Wednesday, so the Sovereign Beer Fund will be open for investment. And remember, towards I guess Saturday will be more or less a birthday celebration. It'll be bittersweet at 61. And then we'll try and talk more about culture and what it is. I'll have to think about exactly what I'll talk about. So Virginia Johnson's one of them. CKJ3. If you got anything, usually you'll have something cultural. Email me. And anything else? Not that I can think of. So I will see you all tomorrow. No problem, CK.
I thought you were going to. What are you doing?